you live from the council chambers, and is the public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metro Council holds its 11th business meeting of this term and its 5th meeting of this calendar year 2020. Before the council begins an 18-page agenda, we'll hear from Mayor John Cooper, giving them an update on what's been going on in terms of the tornado damage across the community that happened on early on Tuesday morning, and also what tornado relief is underway as well with that. Once that is over, the council will then take up an 18-page agenda that begins with elections and confirmations and a public hearing and zoning bills on second reading that total more than 7 pages of the agenda. It also includes over 3 pages of resolutions on the agenda tonight, 5 pages of first reading bills, and just over a page of second reading bills, and a page, or less than a page actually, on third reading for third and final consideration. During the public hearing segment of the meeting, which will be fairly early in the evening, the council will consider a bill on second reading that changes the city's home business rules. It's bill number BL 2019-48, remove the prohibition of serving clients on the premises and would instead allow more than 3 vehicle trips per hour with a maximum of 6 visits per day. This came up before the council was put off for further study and time to lobby it around the council to see what kind of support there was for it. We'll see what happens tonight. The council will also once again take up 3 bills that regulate short-term rentals, which has been a frequent council topic. One bill is 2019-7. It would allow 2 separate short-term rental permits to be issued for 2-family dwellings when the units are owned by different persons and each unit is a primary residence of the corresponding owner. Another bill is 2019-79 would limit advertising on short-term rentals. Originally, the bill would have required the owner to reside on site for an owner-occupied short-term rental when the property is being used for that purpose, but that item appears to have been removed from the bill. The bill does still say an owner cannot be absent from the dwelling unit for longer than 15 consecutive hours without any 24-hour period while the property is being used as a short-term rental. One third bill related to short-term rentals the council has on the agenda and had it on a few weeks back and deferred it was Bill 2019-78. It would require any non-owner occupied rentals to have be at least 100 feet away from a religious institution, a school or its playground, a park, a licensed daycare center and its playground, unless there is a public hearing held before the council and the council gives 21 affirmative votes to allow such a thing to happen. By the way, that is the same district requirement and waiver process that's required to get a beer permit in the city. Among other resolutions on the agenda tonight is Mayor John Cooper's first capital projects. It's R 2020-213. It would appropriate roughly $154 million for various projects. It's split between the schools and the general government. Is quite small from others, but given some of the problems that Metro's been having with its budget, the council may also want to look at this a little bit further so that we understand that this and some other bills related to bonds will be deferred for 2 weeks tonight. Metro for years has set aside 4% of its annual revenues to fund the purchase of equipment and building repairs. Tonight it will consider spending out of its 4% fund, as it's called, almost $17 million for 15 different city departments. That includes $5.1 million for general services to buy new and replacement fleet vehicles, $2.1 million for information systems services, $2 million for libraries, $1.5 million for the fire department, and $1 million for police, $1 million for both parks and general hospital. In another resolution, the council will approve the 2-year contract for Dr. Michael C. Caldwell as the new chief medical director for the city of Nashville, coming at a very auspicious time with all the things going on in the news these days. The health director, by the way, is the only department whose employment requires approval by the city council. That requirement was put in by the health director at the time in this Metro Charter 58 years ago to help gain approval in the community. The director's base salary is $225,000. With some other incentives, which is similar to previous healthcare director compensations. The council will also pass a resolution tonight setting Tuesday, March 31st as the date for Mayor Cooper's first State of Metro address. It'll be held here in the council chambers at 10:30 a.m. on March 31st. It'll be a part of a specially called meeting of the council during which the mayor is expected to outline his first operating budget. It's happening in a speeded up process to allow state review of the spending plan before it takes effect on July 1st. On second reading, the council will once again consider a bill BL 2020-14 requiring landlords to provide at least 90 days written notice to tenants before increasing the tenant's rent. That came up before and has been deferred for further action, and again is supposed to come up on tonight's meeting as well. On second reading, the council will also approve an ordinance 2021-19 on the ordinance names certain facilities at the Howard Office Building in honor of Charlie Cardwell. Mr. Cardwell served for many years, both as Metro Finance Director and as Metro Trustee until his death in 2019. On third and final reading tonight, the council is expected to give final approval to BL 2020-162, an ordinance that would ban vaping from entrances of hospitals and other health facilities in the same way that smoking is done here in the area. By the way, if you want to follow tonight's meeting as it progresses, you can find the council agenda online, as well as the council staff analysis, which gives explanations of the legislation. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, and then go to the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the numbers of the bills on the screen that I've been talking about and others for consideration, so you can follow along and keep up with the meeting agenda. We're ready for tonight's meeting to begin. Let's go to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll be gaveling tonight's meeting to order along with tonight's youth guest.
Okay, 3 times, right there. There you go. Good work. So will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Thursday, March 5th, 2020. It's been a long and difficult week for our city and for other parts of the state of Tennessee. For Nashville, we must and need to stand together. We have been through this before. We repair, we rebuild, and we renew. And we come back stronger as a community. That is the Nashville way. So I would first ask that all members of the council, as well as the public, please stand for a moment of silence as we remember the individuals lost in the storms of early Tuesday morning. So thank you. Please remain standing for the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation this evening will be offered by Kira Austin Young, a priest from St. Anne's Episcopal Church, a guest of Councilmember Sean Parker.
Good evening, council members. I was honored by Councilman Parker's invitation to deliver tonight's invocation, though when he contacted me on Monday, none of us had any idea of what the week would bring. 22 years ago, in April 1998, the historic nave of St. Anne's Episcopal Church in East Nashville was destroyed by a tornado. This week, we narrowly missed serious damage and luckily only suffered a large felled tree, the only tree that survived the 98 tornado. In the wake of the 98 storm and questions of how this kind of thing could happen, the Reverend Lisa Hunt, then rector of St. Anne's, said, "God was not in the tornado, but in the response." The quote that is now etched into stone on the side of the church facing Woodland Street. It was true in 1998, it was true after the flooding in 2010, and it is true today. God was not in the destruction of property and the loss of life early Tuesday morning, but in the response of our fellow citizens. Disaster and crisis have a way of bringing the character of a city into stark relief. We can all be proud of the resiliency, generosity, and helping spirit of the people of Nashville. Truly, folks of all sorts have gone above and beyond in their response to the damage and destruction wrought by the tornado. It is inspiring and encouraging to watch the individuals, faith communities, government agencies, businesses, and community organizations that make up this city spring into action and give abundantly of their money, time, and labor. At the same time, disaster always hits those on the margins the hardest. Regrettably, the growth and development of our city has not benefited everyone equally. and those who fear being priced out of their neighborhoods are wary of what may come in the wake of the storm. And so tonight, I pray that God might send down upon you who hold office in this Metro Council a spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose, you who gather here this evening may faithfully serve in your offices to promote the well-being of all people, and that that spirit may enable you to eliminate poverty, prejudice, and oppression, that peace may prevail with righteousness, and justice with order in our county. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, and blessings on your business tonight.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Y'all may be seated. So would you please join me in thanking our special guest tonight, Sean Druffel. He is the son of Councilmember Tom Druffel, and we very much appreciate him being there. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this moment of personal privilege. We are still without power, as are many of our neighbors. Tonight is my daughter's birthday, so I'm going to wish her a quick happy birthday and then step out of the meeting for long enough to have a birthday dinner with her. It has been hard to help her feel like she is celebrated, and I feel that it is much harder for me to do this job well when I can't be the father I want to be. So I'm going to go do that for a little bit, and then I will come back and rejoin colleagues. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. All right. So without objection, we are suspending the rules tonight to hear from Mayor John Cooper, Chief William Swan of the Fire Department. I believe Chief Steve Anderson may be here of the Police Department. We also have representatives of Hands On Nashville, the Community Resource Center, and the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee. So we have asked these individuals to update the council and the general public viewing tonight, and for those of you in the back, on the current status of operations going on in this city, how the public can volunteer, and how people can donate if they would like. So we will be also taking questions from council members during this time, but please remember that we do have bills on public hearing, and we have a full house in the back that are waiting to hear those bills. So with that, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Honorable John Cooper, Mayor of Nashville and Davidson County.
Thank you all. Quite a week. Good evening. As we move from emergency to recovery to rebuilding, I want to thank every member of the Metro Council for your hard work, your leadership, and the support you are giving your communities. Now, we are now over 48 hours into response and recovery, and the community's response continues to move our hearts. Hands On Nashville has topped 20,000 volunteers and is hosting major cleanup work days this Saturday and Sunday. And this response is why we believe in Nashville. Now, as we've been asking Washington for assistance and FEMA officials are on the ground assessing damage in affected areas, and I have just been told that the President has approved the request for emergency status from the state. And that opens the ability for the city to receive emergency funding. Now, the picture on the ground is an image of grace, generosity, and a city coming together. But I'm here tonight to thank our first responders, our utility workers, and Metro personnel for the fantastic job they are doing. Yes. 10 teams within OEM's Metro Strong Task Force are securing neighborhoods so that Hands On Nashville and other volunteer organizations can safely provide relief and cleanup. Now, at this hour, codes officials are completing a 100% preliminary sweep along the tornado path and have examined nearly 2,000 structures. With those reports in, they're not complete. As of this morning, there were 395 residential structures and 184 commercial structures that received either major damage or were destroyed. Fire and police are working continuously. Public Works has 20 crews working 12-hour shifts that have cleared 30% of the 112 mapped road closures. And signal crews have restored now 35% of the 31 traffic signals that are not in operation. Now also 30 Public Works and Metro Water crews have begun picking up storm and demolition debris, with crews evenly distributed along the tornado's path throughout the city. Now 400 outside crew members have arrived to help NES restore power to now the 16,000 remaining customers. Now that is down from 50,000 2 days ago. The storm left 673 broken power poles, more than 3 times the 200 that were damaged in 1998. Now, North Nashville has a particularly high number of broken poles, but teams there are working around the clock to restore power. Now, for those who are experiencing storm damage, safe shelter is the #1 priority. We continue to operate 4 public shelters across the city, and the Tennessee Housing Development Agency has short-term rental housing options available for those who are eligible. We should remind our neighbors that resources will be made available to help them repair and rehabilitate. They should not feel pressured to leave their neighborhoods. More help is on the way. The federal disaster declaration will bring individual grants. Individual and small business loans from the SBA will also be a critical resource for residents. Now, here at the council, to respond to this challenge, this disaster, we will have to amend the capital spending plan that is before you tonight. An expanded CSP will be submitted by the end of next week, ideally for passage at the next council, that will address additional Metro and Metro schools' emergency infrastructure needs brought on by the tornado. Now, these past several days have witnessed Nashville at its best. And we must remember we're not alone. Our thoughts are with our friends in Dixon, Wilson, and Putnam County as they also recover. But now, more than ever, we believe in Nashville because look at the people who call this special place home. Neighbors are helping each other with countless acts of kindness, and by their work, they make this city stronger. Thank you, and thank you for your work. I want to ask Chief Swan, who's the director of our emergency response, to make a few comments, and I want to partner with each of you as the front line of your districts to provide for the needs of your districts as the city goes from recovery to rebuilding. Thank you very much. Chief?
Well, good evening. It's a hard act to come behind the mayor. I think he said everything that really needed to be said, but my presence here tonight, I do think is needed. Being the chief of the fire department and also over the Office of Emergency Management, it is a big task that we have to do in these moments, but I want to first admit the fact that it is a collective effort of our Metro employees. I am just real quick going to name, when we activate the EOC, the parties that are there, that are doing the work 24 hours a day. OEM, the Office of Emergency Management, Nashville Fire Department, our Police Department, Sheriff Office, our EEC, Public Health, Public Works, Metro Water, Metro Schools, IT, Parks, Piedmont Gas, NES, Codes, General Service, MDHA, Salvation Army, American Red Cross, Hands On Nashville, Community Foundation, Community Resource Center, TEMA, The mayor's office and staff has been wonderful. So all of these parties are there to make sure that we work collectively together and make sound decisions, not based off of emotions, but make sure that the decisions we make are sometimes seemingly methodical, but with purpose. We've come a long way in 48 hours. A lot of hard work has been put in from the time the tornado has hit, as the mayor has stated, from our first responders, with the fire department and police department, and Office of Emergency Management from the time it started to the time it's ended. There's been a remarkable recovery and a continuous push to get this city back into normal flow. We look at the utilities. The water department has done an outstanding job. I will not get into details, but to make sure that we still have, again, drinking water has never been compromised, and they're doing an outstanding job at our sewer plants and, of course, the 9 pumping stations. NES, as was stated, it started out with 50,000 customers. Now we're down to 16. 700 poles. Remarkable. Still a lot of work to do. I know they will not receive a pat on the back until the job is done, but we have to give credit where credit is due. Also, we look at Public Works. They're on 12-hour shifts. It was stated to me today that they have 250 loads just in the first day. They're doing a lot of work and require, again, much prayer and hard work. We'll get the city back into order. We have Piedmont Gas has done some remarkable calls and gotten everything back into the normal flow of their business. Metro Codes, as stated, has completed about 85% of the work that they need to actually be able to get the city in an order to know what structures are sound, what structures are not sound. Residential damage is 1,533, commercial 451. Those numbers, of course, will go up once they complete their work, but again, that's a lot of work done in a short period of time. When we look at our task force team that we put in place earlier, it's made up of the fire department, police department, and we have representatives from Codes, we have representatives from NES, and also Public Works, Piedmont Gas, Water, Codes, and NES. That team was formatted to go through these neighborhoods that we know are hit. They can give us real-time feedback of the exact damage so that we can clear the areas, clear roadways, and then be able to partner with Hands on Nashville. When they do an incredible job. I know she is going to speak tonight. I'm very excited. We partnered up at the EOC, and she was biting at the bit. She has over, I think it's this time, the mayor stated it was 20,000. When we talked this morning, it was 15,000. So you can see people are signing up. So we're trying to make a pathway for them to actually get into the neighborhoods. Now, that doesn't go without saying all of the neighborhood groups, and I know there's many. We just commend you on all the work that you are doing. We do know that in times like this, it does bring the city together, and we just hope that we will see a push for the weekend to get the city back clean and trying to get things back into a working order. But basically tonight, I'm just here to just let you know all the people that's working at the Emergency Operations Center, they're working for, they're the citizens here in Davidson County. Many of their employees from my department and all the other departments have been personally affected by the devastation of the tornadoes. And all of us have been either personally or indirectly affected by it. But again, we're committed to do the job that we are sworn to do and the job that we love to do. So we just ask for your patience, even though sometimes I know it seems as if things are moving slow. Just know we do have a plan, we're implementing a plan, and we will continue to move forward until there will be no need. So again, I just thank you for this opportunity. Thank the mayor and his support and all of the agencies that there at the Office of Emergency Management. We couldn't do it without them. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So while the chief is here, any questions for Chief Swan? All right, I'm going to add Chief Anderson. Any comments? Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask. We have the executive director of Hands On Nashville, Lori Shinton, who is in the back. If you would, Ms. Shinton, if you would come up to the podium and then make whatever comments you have, and then we will also open the floor up for council members.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. First, I just want to say, I want to reiterate that this community comes together like no other. Our neighbors both right next door and from far and wide. So we've been contacted from groups all over the country that are ready to come in and help. And as we've been working with OEM, we are getting those safe places identified so that we can put folks to work. As it's already been mentioned, we are going to have bigger volunteer opportunities this Saturday and this Sunday. Those locations will be identified later tonight. The scope of that work will be identified tomorrow by our team, and we are actively recruiting volunteer leaders that we will train and help the masses of volunteers. What we've been doing up to now, 10 years ago when the flood happened, excuse me, when the flood happened, social media had just kind of come on the scene. And one of the things that's changed 10 years from then is that I can get a very wide audience just as a citizen. And that's what's happened. And so volunteering has been happening as soon as daybreak broke, right, the morning after the tornado. So what we've been doing there is going and catching up with them, offering support, offering volunteer leadership if they need it, getting them to hopefully register volunteers and things like that. One of the things I would like just really quickly to take the opportunity to say is that, to me, this city had the foresight many years ago to have memorandum of understandings with agencies like ours and CRC and the Community Foundation and others. So we are specifically charged as a volunteer resource center to count the number of volunteers and count the number of hours they serve. When we report that, now that this has been declared a federal disaster, it allows the city to match and draw down extra dollars. So that's one of the reasons that we're showing up at the self-organized places and say, hey, can you capture these folks so that we then can take that data and turn it back over so everything can flow within that way. The other thing I would say is this is going to be a bit of a marathon. And so although we're having a big push this weekend, we anticipate having projects for the next several weeks minimally. And that'll probably still continue to be happening daily. And so the other thing I want to mention is if people want to sign up, HON.org, that is where you go, and you can click to register just in general to be notified about tornado cleanup efforts, but also for opportunities that are posted. And they're getting posted all the time because because of the way things move and change so quickly today, we're allowing folks to post volunteer opportunities themselves up on our website. So it's constantly getting new opportunities. And so we just encourage people to continue to check that out. And with that, I'll answer any questions if there are any.
So questions? Just hit your buttons. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all the work you're doing. I know that individuals can go on and register. What about groups that are organizing? I know that for example, the American Muslim Advisory Council be organizing people and taking them out. How do you deal with groups that have 10, 20 people and they want to help? Do you have each people register one by one, or can you register as an organization?
They can register. There's team registration. So one person can register all of those volunteers, but also for groups, there is a form on our website that you can download to capture people and then just turn it over to us and we'll do the data entry. So trying to make it as easy as possible for everybody.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Chair. thank you so much for the great work that you're doing, first of all, and of those 20,000 volunteers. I've heard a little bit of confusion out there, we're early on, so I know this is going to change. There's a little bit of confusion. Volunteers are showing up, but they need a coordinator on site. Is that going to continue so that when we're in the community, we make sure that somebody knows, here comes 100 volunteers or 20, who's going to help give them direction? What's the best process there?
So that's what we hope. We hope to fill that gap. So we have been catching up to self-organizing right now. We're turning a corner, and we're going to start helping to lead those projects. And we're just directing, we're collecting groups, we're collecting all the people that are interested and trying to deploy them in a way that they can be most utilized. But we hope to fill that gap of volunteer leadership, both through our staff and through training of folks out in the community that can, can then go replicate it.
Okay. Councilmember Allen?
Similar questions. Thank y'all for gathering people. I'm guessing that there's a wealth of knowledge amongst all the contractors in town. Are y'all actively recruiting them to sort of help do some of the leading and assessing? And then also, just in terms of getting materials to be where you need them to be, how does that fall into place?
So I'll answer the first part of that question, and I'll turn to Tina back here for the second part. We're not having to do a lot of outreach. They're coming into us. So, I mean, they're raising their hands, they're showing up, and they're coming to us. So we're collecting all of that, yes.
Okay. Councilmember Hart?
Thank you very much. I understand that Hands on Nashville responded to some requests that I made in regards to senior facilities in the North Nashville community, and I really want to thank you for that. And to the point of people reaching out, many of them are unable to. Is there a particular plan to reach those individuals, because that is the most vulnerable population of people? They don't have access, and I think there should be a plan to make sure individuals in that North Nashville community are heard, even though they oftentimes don't seem to have a voice. And I would really encourage the media to also make sure that they are included when they talk about those funds that are coming into the Community Foundation, and make sure, because during the flood, that community was not receiving their fair share, and I hope that this time they do.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. We are planning, we uploaded some wellness check opportunities for volunteers to scan areas that we're notified of, to go and just check and see what people need and document that. So we're starting that effort tomorrow, and probably we'll be doing that over the weekend as well, and further if needed.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you. Are there any age restrictions for volunteers in this effort, or any requirements for minors?
Yes, thank you for the question. Under the age of 14, it has to be a parent or a guardian to chaperone. Over the age of 16, it doesn't have to be a parent or a guardian, but there needs to be an adult kind of responsible. We note our opportunities as family friendly or not. So all of our opportunities, when you go in there, you can see what the age request is for those volunteer opportunities. But we try to note them specifically for family friendly.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Shinton? All right. We have Tina Doniger, who is here from the Community Resource Center. Ms. Doniger, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, everyone. It's been a long couple of days, just like it's been repeated. Over at the Community Resource Center, we've topped about $2 million in retail goods that have been donated by individuals and businesses. So we are working with 4 sites to offload those materials from our site to tractor trailers, loading zones, donated facilities that are secure, so that once those are needed to go where they are needed, thanks to Hands on Nashville and other resources, then we can move those to where those are needed. Currently, we've kind of gone through the emergency part of this and what was just had to have right on the ground that moment. Now we're partnering with over 100 nonprofits that we partner on a daily basis doing what we regularly do, and are assessing the counties that have been hit, the neighborhoods that have been hit, and then calling on our partners to who's in there, what are the boots on the ground saying, as we're getting reports from what's needed. You mentioned North Nashville, the senior communities. We just received word of that today and are loading up goods that are going to go out there tomorrow. We cover Middle Tennessee as the Community Resource Center as a everyday business. So we are already in Putnam County. We are already in Dixon. We are already in Wilson. So we are covering many, many miles, and we've got some amazing people that have just come to the forefront. Currently, our needs are ever changing. Thank goodness to social media. Tonight, for example, we did a walkthrough, or a scheduled walkthrough that's happening while I'm here with the Red Cross and some other individuals. They're walking through. We're assessing what we've been donated, and then they're giving us what they really need to do the cleanup work. So, for example, we might have been asking for flashlights and batteries this morning. This afternoon, we're asking for shovels, rakes, industrial strength cleanup kind of repair. So as this kind of just continues to go on, all of the needs and the things that we will be pushing out to the public are ever changing based on what the boots on the ground are really responding back to.
And tell us again, where do we find the most current updated list and where it's needed?
Yeah, Community Resource Center, our website is crcnashville.org. We're trying to keep that up to date as possible. Our socials, Facebook and Instagram, are the ones that are probably up to date the quickest because it's the easiest, and it's something that we can shoot with volunteers and get it done. So our social medias are at CRC Nashville on both platforms.
And Director, again, will it tell you where those items need to go to? Or?
Yeah, so everything's actually headed to our distribution center off of Omohundro Place, and then calls are coming. We're redirecting either semi-truck loads, partial loads, things to either off-site storage that we know are coming in, or directly to where we have organizations that are already formed and working.
Okay. All right. Questions for the Director? All right. I will say that if you don't have if you didn't catch the email address or the website, you can always go to www.nashville.gov, because once you pull that up, it shows up at the top, and then the information is listed by just seeing the tornado recovery, the storm listing up at the top.
And I think someone addressed, as in moving, for example, the items that Lori's group's going to need. We're working with corporations that have donated tractor trailers, box trucks, things like that. So as we are funneling what those needs are, that's how we're moving through the city currently.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. So the last group is the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee. Do we have a representative here from the Community Foundation? Right. I know that you can go again on the website of www.nashville.gov. It will give you information. The Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee is accepting donations on behalf of the folks who were victims of the storm. And so you can go on their website and you can donate as well. Any other questions for Councilmember Vercher? You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I'm going to ask a question, and I don't want to, it may sound elementary, but I'm going to ask. The Community Foundation that's receiving the actual donations, what's the process for those resources to actually get to the communities that need those resources?
So I think I'm looking at the mayor's office. Does anybody have that information available at this point? Still may be too early to tell. Obviously, we'll meet back here in a week and a half, and we can answer your question at that point.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to ask so that we can get clarity on it. Back in 2010, there were some issues as it relates to that. So just want to make sure that we've learned from the issues that we dealt with in 2010 as it relates to that.
Thank you, Council Member. So we'll get you that information. So any questions you want answered like that, now's a good time to ask. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. It's actually a follow-up to Councilwoman Barcher's question. As we are gathering the process, can we also make sure that it's included a process to make sure that the distribution is equitable across the city? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other, Councilmember Suara.
My question is that I've seen places like some of the schools are paying for stuff. They're paying for food, and the teachers and the principals are using their own money. Is there anything that we have in the interim, or do we have to wait until the final distribution? Just as community members are helping out, there are funds that are needed, not a whole lot of money, but sites that are cooking and doing stuff, and they want to keep doing it. The kids are out, they need food. So do we just do, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what do we do with that when people say we need funds to continue cooking at John Early or somewhere like that.
So, Councilmember, I believe your question, I think, is there any funds at this point that can immediately go to assist? And I'm not sure exactly about that. But there's also a follow-up question I think that you also need to ask, and that is because of the federal monies coming down and FEMA, I think we have to keep records of all that. So can anybody actually answer that question at this point about anything that we need to do if people are actually spending money? What do we need to do to make sure that we track that? Kevin Crumbo, Director of Finance for Metro.
Yeah, good evening. So these are great questions are being asked, and the straightforward answer is it's just too soon to tell exactly how we're going to respond to all of the financial inputs as well as the outputs that we're going to have. I don't pretend to speak at all for the Community Foundation, but my experience with them has always been very good. I'm aware there have been some issues in the past with the 2010 flood, and I think you can count on my office to monitor that very closely and do the best we can with the money that comes there, and certainly where we would distribute it to. Likewise, with respect to the funds of the Metro government, we're just now trying to assess the damage that's been done, determining what money is being spent for capital needs, operating needs, emergencies, and so forth. And so as we rationalize that, we'll come back to the council with what we're going to be able to do with the resources that we have. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crumbo. I'm going to recognize Mr. Cooper, our legal director, just to let you know what's come out to the departments at this point.
I know that communication went out to all department heads today from OEM with some information about documenting expenditures for things that Metro spends in order to make those eligible for reimbursement. So departments are aware of what they need to be doing. Now, for those outside of the general government, I'm not sure, but I do know that communication went out to department heads today.
Okay. And I guess that's also a good question that needs to be addressed. So if, based upon the council member's question, if obviously we've had schools impacted, if teachers or administrators pay out of pocket for things that they need to clean up the situation, should they be documenting that at this point, at least at this point, until we know exactly whether they can be reimbursed? And I'm looking at Mr. Crumbo. You may not know the answer, but obviously these are very good questions, and we need to figure out what the answers are. Mr. Crumbo.
Yeah, sorry for the back and forth. There's not a microphone over there to reduce logistics. With respect to schools, they have their own independent system, as I think most of you know. I would encourage any teachers or others that are helping with the schools to keep track of the expenses that they have, and we'll work with the schools, as we always do, to see what we can do with their financial resources, really in the same light that I mentioned earlier. At this point, I don't know exactly what those expenses are. I'm not surprised that those are happening, but tonight's the first time I'm hearing that they actually are. So I would encourage keeping track of those, and then we'll work with the schools to see what's eligible for reimbursement.
Okay. Thank you. So we're taking down the questions, and it may be that if we get the answers before the next meeting, we can certainly get them out to council members. All right. Any other questions? Here you go.
I want to clarify that the teachers and the principal that I saw doing it were not asking me anything. I was just, so that it doesn't look, I'm not speaking for them or asking them, but I thought since I saw them doing it, it would be a good thing to know if there's any option for them. So.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. I think it's a very good question, because I know, I'm just telling you, looking out at you all in terms of council members, you can see the exhaustion and strain on many people's faces. So I know what you've been going through. These are very valid questions. And because everybody is trying to work through this, obviously, at the beginning, these are good questions, and we need to see if we can get answers to them, and we'll get them out to you as soon as possible. Okay? Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I know it's early to be talking about this, but one question I have that I would like for us to think through as a body is, once we get further past into this process, if we could conduct a formalized after-action debrief for all of our districts. And I made the comment to the mayor earlier today that we didn't learn this in orientation. And so I'd love to document all this information that I've gathered and be able to share it and pay it forward and everything else.
That's a very good suggestion. Yeah, we didn't cover this in the orientation of being a council member, okay? We'll think about that the next time. Councilmember Porterfield, you have another question?
Yes, I did have another clarifying question.
Okay.
The entity or organization that is receiving the money, was this a newly created organization, or was this created prior to the tornado?
So if you're talking about the Community Foundation of Middle Tennessee,
Yes.
no, it's been around.
Okay,
It's
so
not a new organization.
did we have a plan prior to the tornado on how funds collected by this entity would be distributed in the event of a natural disaster? And my question for that is, I understand that it will take time to determine how we're distributing the funds, but in the meantime, we know it's a dire need for communities to get funding, so we don't want to belabor the process of trying to figure out how the funding will go to the various communities, if that's something that could have been figured out on the forefront. So do we have a timeline of knowing when money will start funneling directly into the communities?
All right, so I'm going to ask Mr. Cooper.
So Metro has an MOU with the Community Foundation. I believe it was entered in 2012, and it specifies what has to be documented and when that information has to be provided to Metro. So the Community Foundation is responsible for documenting every dollar that comes in, who donates, and the disbursement for all those funds. I believe the MOU says that has to be turned into Metro within 30 days of distribution. So we probably don't have any information yet, but it is a requirement of the agreement.
It is a requirement, clarifying question, it's a requirement of the agreement to document who has given money, but what is the requirement for money to be dispersed into communities?
It's both. They have to document both money coming in and money going out, and that information is provided to Metro.
So there's nothing that's stopping money from going into the community tomorrow. We are just waiting to assess the needs better. I'm trying to get a clarification as to when the money is going to go to the communities.
I can't say specifically. I just know what the reporting requirements are. I don't, Community Foundation would have to answer the question about disbursements.
Can the administration answer it?
Anybody got any information? Councilman, Mr. Crumpo, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm just becoming aware of the Community Foundation MOU the last few days. Again, my experience with the Community Foundation personally has always been very, very good. Like every other dollar coming and going from this process, we'll monitor that. I do understand the sense of urgency to deploy the dollars that are coming in. So I think as a way to maybe wrap this up this evening is that I'll have a discussion with the director of that organization either tonight or tomorrow, and then we'll report back to the council just as soon as we're able what their process is going to be. Councilman Mendez pointed out a moment ago as a sidebar that with respect to the question on teachers and schools and so forth, we need to be careful not to leave the impression that there are monies actually available for disbursement to them, but rather if you're incurring expenses and they should become eligible for a program that's in place today or a grant that may be made to the school and so forth, please keep track of those expenses. But at this moment, I don't have visibility to the schools in terms of what resources they may make available or what grants, again, may come from the community, perhaps even the community foundation. So lots of unknowns at this point. It's been a challenging 48 hours of assessment, and I think we'll have a bit more of that to do, but I think you can count on the administration to provide as much oversight as necessary to get those dollars in and out of the system as quickly and as efficiently as we can.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks. Mr. Crumbo addressed the clarification I was looking for. Really, to Councilmember Suarez's question about individual teachers or principals that might be spending their own money today, I think it's important to absorb what Mr. Crumbo just said. There certainly is no known mechanism to get reimbursements for that. And that's one of the reasons why it's important to, as we get out of this first couple of days, to have people move into working through Second Harvest and Hands On Nashville and Community Resource Center, because there's a lot more mechanisms to get resources and money to them, and they've got the MOUs with Metro to track the volunteer hours. And so I think one of the things we should be doing as council members is actively encouraging all these awesome people who have been self-organizing out, just getting the job done. As we transition, especially into this weekend, we need to shepherd those efforts into the formal organizations. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I also wanted to say that the Nashville Conventions and Visitors Corporation is raising funds to help those who have been directly affected through their foundation, the Music City, Inc., and just wanted people to know that that was also available, that they were working towards on behalf of the city.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This question actually will go to Director Crumbo in relation to the MOU. When you're speaking with the executive director, can you find out if that period of time, the 30 days, are we able to update that and perhaps make that a little bit shorter?
Okay. He indicated that he'd be happy to look at that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is my last question. Emergency housing assistance. Are we working on something as it relates to an independent housing emergency assistance fund outside of the shelters? I don't know if the administration is working on that or not. I do know some families are really reluctant to go to the shelters. With that emergency housing assistance fund, are we considering asking our hotels here to offer? I know Airbnb, they're doing their part. I don't know if the hotels have offered to block off rooms for minimal rates or no rates. Quite frankly, I don't know what the efforts the administration is doing as it relates to the emergency housing assistance fund.
So I know that all council members sometime today got an email from the administration talking about this specific issue. Now, like most everybody in here, everybody's been out doing different things, and nobody's really had a chance to take a look at it. Any information from the administration you can share? I'm going to ask Mr. Jameson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Ms. Hannah Davis, the Affordable Housing Program Manager in the Mayor's office, has coordinated, consolidated all of the information with respect to housing opportunities from the Airbnb to the Housing Emergency Fund into one single memorandum, and that's also posted online on the Mayor's website. It does include, and she is pursuing relief under the Housing Relief Fund, also pursuing relief from private vendors in addition to Airbnb that may be willing to provide or forsake their vacancies for housing opportunities. And I will have a follow-up memorandum either from me or from her tomorrow with any updates to that memo.
Vice Mayor, also, I know Lyft is offering transportation for those that was impacted by the tornado also. Are we having any discussions as it relates with MTA? And I apologize if that's been communicated to us already. in email. It's just the viewing audience don't know what we receive via email if we don't pose these questions verbally on the floor and receive a response verbally as well.
Right. So your questions are all valid at this point. I know that everybody's working diligently to get as much information out there as possible. I believe we've also seen information from WeGo about their transit lines and what they're operating. So what you may want to do, Council Lady, is check your emails. If you get information, go ahead and post it on everybody's websites. What we can do is make sure that we're getting that information and posting it. It may already be posted on some of the information that's on the mayor's website as well. But I think your questions are valid. What we're trying to do is figure out the best ways to get all the information out as quickly as possible. If you're checking and you don't see the information, contact Mr. Cooper in our office. You can contact the mayor's office, and we'll make sure we get that information posted. But your questions are obviously very, very valid. Anything else at this point? Okay. Anybody else with any questions? So I will say that your questions are all very, very valid. Obviously, this happened on Tuesday morning, so I think everybody's trying to move as quickly as possible. We appreciate Hands On Nashville and the Community Resource Center being here tonight, as well as the mayor and the fire chief and the police chief and everybody else. Mr. Crumbo, thank you. I know some of these questions, you're working as hard as everybody else trying to figure out the answers to these things. If you have questions in the meantime, please send them to Mr. Cooper. What we will do is try to get them answered and then get them back to you. And then we will share. We will find a better way to make sure that we're sharing all this information. I think Councilmember Vercher, her questions are right on in terms of making sure that, as difficult as it may be, and we know that some people don't have power, that we're posting this information and we're also trying to provide it to the media so that they can share it as well. So again, if you have questions, let Mr. Cooper know, and we will see if we can get the answers back to you as quickly as possible. All right. Thank you all for being here. We very much appreciate all the assistance and the work that's going on. Thank you. Okay. So we will now go back to our regular agenda, and we'll give the clerk's office just a minute to get set up. So we will, we're not going to take a break. We just need to have a few minutes to get them back up in front so we can conduct the rest of our business. All right, we now go back to our regular agenda. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting? This is from February 18, 2020. It's moved and properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any additional messages from the mayor?
No further messages from the mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, so we are now on elections and confirmations. I'm looking at Chairman Rosenberg, who is way over on the right side of the room. I'll let him get over to the other side of the room. And we are looking for a report from the Rules Committee. Chairman Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just needed an energy boost.
Okay.
First up, we had the Arts Commission, the reappointment of Ms. Nikki Kaufman for a term expiring January 1st, 2024. We deferred at the request of Ms. Kaufman, 6 in favor, none against.
Okay.
Then we had the Employees Benefits Study and Formulating Committee, the appointment of Mr. Richard Chapman. We approved, 5 in favor, 1 against, and I move approval.
Okay, so I have a motion for the confirmation of Mr. Richard Chapman. The motion, I've got a proper second. Any discussion on the appointment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Did I hear that? Okay. You adopt. All right, and then Sports Authority?
Thank you, Mr. President. Finally, we have the appointment of Mr. Melvin Gill for a term expiring December 19th, 2023. Mr. Gill will fill the unexpired term of Ms. Katana Starks. We voted 6 in favor, none against to the appointment, and I move approval.
Okay, so I got a motion for the approval of Mr. Melvin Gill for the Sports Authority. Proper motion, proper second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. So if you will stand when I call your name and remain standing, for the Employee Benefit Study and Formulating Committee, Mr. Richard Chapman. And for the Sports Authority, Mr. Melvin Gill. So thank you on behalf of the entire Metro Council. We really do want to thank you for your willingness to serve, volunteer your time and expertise to help Nashville and Davidson County. Please join me in thanking them. So you all are both welcome to stay. Mr. Chapman and I go back 30 years in terms of work. I was 5 at that time. Okay. All right, so we now move to bills on public hearing. So this is how this works. I will call up the bills one at a time and then refer to the sponsor. Unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, the sponsor will call for a public hearing. I will then ask for a show of hands for those who are here in favor, and then I will ask for a show of hands for those who are here in opposition. If anyone wishes to speak, I will ask you to come forward. If you're in favor, I'll call you first. If you wish to speak, come forward, introduce yourself, and give us your address, and then you will have 2 minutes in which to speak. I will then ask if anyone opposed wishes to speak, we'll do the exact same thing. After that process, I will close the public hearing and then refer back to the sponsor. All right, so I'm going to call the first bill up. It is BL 2019-7 by Councilmember O'Connell and Cash, an ordinance to amend Section 17.16.250 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws regarding the existence of a short-term rental property owner-occupied in a 2-family zoning district. Councilmember Cash, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilman O'Connell has asked that we defer this public hearing to the meeting in April.
Okay, so the motion is to defer this matter to the first meeting in April to the public hearing in April?
Correct.
Okay, I've got a proper second. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're on the motion to defer. We're not having the public hearing tonight. We're moving this to the first meeting in April. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Cash. BL 2019-8 by Councilmember Roberts and Benedict. Ordinance amending Section 17.20.120 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the provision of sidewalks. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to defer to the meeting April 7th.
Okay, so this is going to be deferred. The motion is to defer to the first meeting in April, the public hearing, the first meeting in April, which is April the 7th. All right. Proper second. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. This is deferred to the first meeting in April. We're now on substitute bill BL 2019-48 by Councilmember Rosenberg, Stiles, and others. An ordinance amending section 17.16.250 of Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to home occupation. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I ask to open the public hearing, I'd like to state that my intention will be to ask for an additional public hearing on third reading 5 weeks from now. I'll make that motion after the public hearing. So in the meantime, I'd like to open it, please.
All right, so the request, let's make sure we got that. So you're going to have an additional public hearing. You want to have one tonight, an additional one, which will be at the first meeting in April?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have to vote on that right now?
He'll make a motion later.
Okay. Okay, we'll vote on that after, but that's your intention at this point. Okay, so Councilmember Rosenberg has called for the opening of the public hearing. Need to see a show of hands of those who are here in support of this measure. Okay. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. All right. Anyone in favor wish to speak? If you would, please come forward. Go ahead and line up. So what I need is your name and address, and you will have 2 minutes in which to speak. And sir, you're first. Name and address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Dave Pomeroy, 1813 Cedar Lane. I'm a professional musician and a 40-year Nashville resident. Since 2009, I have served as president of the Nashville Musicians Association, AFM Local 257. On behalf of the Nashville creative community, I urge Metro Council to move this proposal forward. Nashville became known worldwide as Music City because musicians, songwriters, recording artists, and the intellectual property they create are respected. This is something to be proud of. The music industry brings a lot of business to Nashville, not only in international tourism, but in our local economy as well. Local 257 paid out more than $10 million in wages to thousands of musicians last year, much of it generated by work in home studios, and that money goes back into our city. This legislation is long overdue and will not start an invasion, as some are claiming, because musicians and home studios are already in every single Nashville neighborhood. We know how to be good neighbors, and we have been for decades. Soundproofing not only keeps outside sounds out of a studio, it also keeps the sounds in the studio from going outside. Technology has changed the music business and many other businesses as well, and working at home is the only way many people can pay their bills in an increasingly expensive city. New business licenses and taxes will help Metro's bottom line as well. We are known around the world as Music City, and if we cannot fix this, the run to the surrounding counties will continue and hurt all of us who want to stay in Davidson County and simply be allowed to make a living in our homes. To reject this legislative solution would be a disservice to all of the music professionals who have given so much to this city. Home recording studios are legitimate businesses that are not harmful to our neighborhoods. Music and voice teachers giving private lessons in their homes should not have to violate the law to do so. It's about respect. We have earned it and we deserve it. Thank you for listening and for understanding our neighborhoods matter to musicians as well. I urge you to give this bill your approval.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am. So we appreciate the applause, but we ask you to refrain from doing that during the meeting. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Colleen O'Connell. I live at 3000 Windermere Circle in Donaldson Hills. And for all the reasons that gentleman just said, I would add these. I have twice before spoken to this august body when bills regarding home businesses were under consideration. I was always surprised to hear people who oppose these billings speak of increased crime and traffic problems if the bills were passed, because I know these people did not speak from facts. They were speaking from fear. I grew up where home businesses were allowed, hair salons were the most common type, and no such nightmare scenarios ever happened. I spoke in favor of those bills then simply because I believe they should be allowed. We should not discourage people from their own industriousness. We should not throw up obstacles to entrepreneurs. We should instead encourage them. Now I find myself looking down the road, and I realize that if I am to stay in Nashville, if I am to continue to live in the house where I have lived for 21 years, where I have made my friends, I will only be able to do it if I can work from my home. You know, as the gentleman before me said, there are thousands of people already working from their homes who have managed to stay under the radar. That knowledge should convince you that there is no danger in allowing home businesses. Make these folks legal and encourage others who want to support themselves. Please tell them Nashville is with them and support this bill. I thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ben Surratt. I live at 1301 Riverwood Drive in the Inglewood neighborhood, and I'm speaking in support of this bill. I attended the Planning Commission meeting last week, and I learned that a couple of commissioners, one commissioner started a business in his home, another couple of commissioners remarked that they took piano lessons from another teacher in their home when they were growing up. I point this out not because it's a violation, though it is, but how normal that behavior is in this town. It's normal and it's reasonable. And the passing of this legislation protects us all. It codifies what we can and can't do, sets some boundaries, and provides remedies. I'll leave you with this thought. The first home studio was built by Owen and Harold Bradley. It was a basement studio on 17th Avenue. Those became legends in the music business. And later on, they built a Quonset hut onto the back, and it became the home of recordings that we all know and love. And that creative spark is alive and well today, and I hope we pass this bill and keep the spark going. Thank you all for your time.
Yes, sir.
Check. 1, 2. I am an audio engineer. I am a professional. This microphone is working properly. You are welcome. I'm Brian Carter. I live at 217 Craig Mead Drive, and I'm yet another mildly disheveled audio engineer who works out of home studios across Middle Tennessee. I've been doing so for 25 years, and so far as we've been able to ascertain, no other major American city has a law like this. We're pretty unique in this regard. Our law is not the norm. It prohibits the service of even one client out of your studio. Or if you're a music teacher, or something like that. You can't do that. Estimated, there are over 3,600 home recording studios in Nashville. And they are already operating responsibly, discreetly, and in great numbers, as you can see. I have a brief story for you, because I'm kind of a big deal in this town. I happen to know a few people, and I know that Casey Musgraves, people know Casey Musgraves, won the ACM, the CMA, and the Grammy Awards last year, right? I happen to know that that album was recorded illegally by a big-time criminal operation run by a multi-platinum award-winning artist who's sold over 50 million albums worldwide. Now, that's an illegal Grammy. That's an illegal CMA. And I don't know, if you want to send in the troops and try to retrieve those. I know another Grammy Award-winning studio, my friend Lij Shaws, who is about to speak. He was served with a cease and desist order 1 month after winning his Grammy. And that eliminates his livelihood. So basically, I would just like to say, please legalize the creation of major award-winning albums in Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you. Does Ms. Musgraves know all this?
That's a good question. You may want to ask her. The name of the owner of the home studio must remain classified.
Well,
for obvious reasons.
The next time she comes, we'll ask her here, okay? Yes, sir.
My name is John William Stark Jr. I'm kind of new to the Nashville neighborhood. I lived in Sumner County before moving here. I am a songwriter, a musician, and I'm also a Lyft driver, and that's kind of why I wore the jacket. Last time that I was at the meeting on Bradford Avenue, they had talked about transportation and traffic being an issue. I want you to know that there are many musicians that will take the ride share, have 3 or 4 people at a time. A lot of time it's bands. So actually, I would say I would see a decrease in traffic rather than an increase. Also, would like to mention that this device that I'm holding in my hand, we would not have today unless Steve Jobs started his business out of his home, okay? So when you think about that, and you think about where we're at right now, okay, with technology changing, I had heard on a radio station, 93.3, that somebody had invented a way, and I have not verified this, so I'm hoping this is true, that they have verified a way to actually create energy or power from a power generator, nothing more than the moisture from the air, okay? Technology is changing. I don't know how far away we are from that, but I'm letting you know that anyone who's going to start a home-based studio, they could be someone who's going to change this city in a huge way. Like the first gentleman that had spoken, there were 2 gentlemen that came into this town, and they are legends now in the music business. Please give this consideration. I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Hello, I'm Kevin White from 98 Fairway Drive. Esteemed council members, I represent Nashville's audio education industry, an industry that depends on graduates' ability to start freelance careers from their home, an industry that employs thousands of Nashvillians, citizens that would prefer to operate legally. Today, council members, Nashville's cultural relevance is at stake. Can you imagine if Venice outlawed art or if Silicon Valley outlawed computers? Can you imagine what kind of outcry there would be? Today, there's a direct flight from London to Nashville. Do you imagine that that would be the case without our music industry? But music isn't the only thing that we're famous for. We're also known as the Buckle of the Bible Belt. It's a known fact that Nashville publishes 1/3 of all the Bibles printed in the world. With that in mind, it shouldn't be hard to understand that a high percentage of the world's Christian music industry is in our city. Christian music doesn't always have a large budget, therefore it isn't too hard to understand that it often falls to home studios to produce music and other media that spread around the world. I could wow you with lists of Dove Awards and Grammy Awards that originated in Nashville home studios, but instead consider the struggling teenager that needs a little inspiration to do the right thing and listens to the music of a contemporary Christian artist for solace. Is that really something that you want to stand in the way of? So why now? I'll tell you, because the music industry, as most people know it, has crumbled. Technology, for better or worse, has made it impossible to make a living in music under the traditional paradigm. Musicians are rethinking and going back to the basics. It's no wonder that the biggest Grammy winner of the year, Billie Eilish, recorded her album at home. It is also no wonder that the world looks to Nashville to learn how our industry leaders are making a living. Even Congress recently listened to our voice and took action in an unprecedented bipartisan victory for the Music Modernization Act. So let's get it right here at home in Nashville, Music City, USA. Please approve this bill.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Pat Rayner, 3233 Knobview Drive in Nashville, and I cut and style hair. In 2009, my husband passed away. So to eliminate the overhead that I had at the place that I was working, I applied to the license. I received a license from the Tennessee Department of Cosmetology, so I could work in my home. That I own. For 6 months, I did work in my home, and then I was closed by the codes. So what I'm trying to say tonight is we're small businesses. People like me and lots of people that work in their home are very small. Don't confuse home-based businesses with an Airbnb. We own our homes. We're there when our clients come. They don't spend the night. We don't feed them. They come in, they get a service, and they go home. Traffic, we're going to have 6 people a day, 3 days a week. If you could see a way to pass this bill, it would help so many people. This bill is the difference between me staying in my home or selling it. Thank you very much. Please consider the bill.
All right, thank you.
Hello, Aaron Morozic. I'm at 3879 Lund Drive. My wife and I also own a business that is at 1511 Jefferson. And we also actually recently acquired another rental property in the Clifton area over by Charlotte that's a residential building that we rented specifically because it's actually in a mixed-use commercially zoned area. So in which case, to effectively expand her growth as an artist and find a studio for herself, we are reaching our limits of what we can afford commercially, and have had to actually see what creative ways we can find to just continue to grow, in which case we've had to effectively take affordable housing off of the market in an area that specifically needs it, especially in light of the events of this week. You know, just personally, it's like, in being a business owner and also a homeowner, you know, in ways we try to minimize the impact by operating by the rules, but it's the #1 greatest roadblock to ourselves, and even determining on whether or not we can stay in our neighborhood and continue to run our business on Jefferson. You know, with that, we, you know, have had to effectively take other measures to just try and grow what we're doing in our offers. And, you know, in terms of the sphere of influence that we have, especially among the graphic artists and just artistic community in the North Nashville area, I mean, we're constantly surrounded by entrepreneurs and people who are working from their home and really can't even paint a painting and then bring in customers to see it because of the current structure of the rules. So just ask that you all consider just, you know, in terms of the impact of how this affects the residential community in terms of just peeling them off of there. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Sanford Nunez. I live at 930 Harriswood Drive in Mr. Druffle's district. Thank you for all your service, and to all of you for everything you do to help out and just make it so we don't have to worry about things. I'd just like to say that I think, I'm going to keep it short because I echo a lot of the things that have already been set up here tonight, but I think that a lot of the concern on both sides of this argument about home businesses have to do with maintaining the character and the way that Nashville is. And I think that a balance needs to be struck between keeping our neighborhoods quiet, keeping our neighborhoods the way people like them, but also supporting our neighbors who are able to stay in those neighborhoods and keep their homes and keep Nashville vibrant by working in home businesses. And having read the bill very thoroughly, I think that the bill that you guys are going to vote on, either tonight or I guess at another session, does a very good job of striking that balance and both supporting our neighbors, but making considerations to keep our neighborhoods the way that people want them to be. So with that said, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. Keith Diggs, 398 South Mill, Tempe, Arizona. I recognize I'm an out-of-town attorney, so I will be short. I've been here many times over the last several years, representing 2 of your residents in a lawsuit about the client ban, and I understand that in a few minutes you're going to hear arguments that there will be an enforcement problem with Metro codes if this bill passes. I want to dispel that notion. I have deposed several people in the codes department. They are good people, and they are professionals who do their best to do their jobs. They report that there is already an enforcement problem with the law as it is written today in the form of vindictive complaints called in by neighbors. Inspector Maddie Jones testified that 40% of complaints about the home business prohibition that she investigates turn out to be false. Inspector Chuck Rice testified that 60 to 70% of the complaints he investigates are false. Retired Inspector Richard Thermopoulos told me that home tutoring businesses do not have an impact on the neighborhood, and that complaints about such businesses come down to people using Metro to hammer another neighbor. Finally, Codes Director Bill Herbert testified that he has not seen any of the traffic problems that people have frequently talked about in council debates over the years regarding this provision. I understand that the clerk has dropped off the letter I've sent you today. I encourage you to talk to your codes department. I know you don't care what I think, but I would encourage you to consult with the codes department if you are worried about enforcement, and I will yield the time to the rest of your constituents. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Dan Hagan. I live at 488 Lamont Drive, and I've been a producer, guitar player, teacher, educator in Nashville for 19 years. And I just want to take the time to show you the bigger picture. You know, we live in a time where the music industry does not have the capital that it used to when people bought CDs. And so the budgets for recording are not what they used to be. And quite frankly, if we can't record in home studios, we can't make records. This ordinance has been on the books for a long time, and now we have Liz is kind of like a, for no better way to say it, a poster boy for the fact that this could happen to any of us. I don't know if you all are aware of the fact that he's been interviewed in Rolling Stone magazine, Reason, Billboard magazine, and big picture, the whole world is looking at all of you, and they're wondering why this is happening. And quite frankly, they think it's crazy that we can't record in our home studios for profit in Music City, Tennessee. And I can tell you that in a time where most of us are aware of the budget issues we face, that's all taxable income. Anybody who's recording in their home studios is paying taxes on that income. And as far as the noise issue, there's already noise ordinances on the books. You know, if anybody's violating that, the police can be called and we can address that. But big picture, I look at Music City as the last bastion of hope for the music industry. People have moved here from LA, New York. They can't make it there anymore. So if we can't record in home studios in Music City, music dies. And in a time where our country is pretty divided, take out the lifeblood of our country, music, and I don't even want to look at that. So this is a big responsibility, and I just wanted to take the time to just show you the bigger picture, how the whole world is kind of viewing this situation. So I just thank you for your time and for listening.
All right, thank you.
Michael Corcoran, 718 Drummond Drive. First and foremost, thank you for taking a moment to allow me to speak and hearing me out. As mentioned, the iPhone was created in a garage. Beyond that, companies such as Mattel, Harley-Davidson, and Disney were all started in garages. A lot of houses in Nashville don't have garages, so I had to move mine into my house because I can't record in a carport by some stretch of that. But not allowing music in Music City, I came here from Daytona Beach, Florida, to follow the dream of recording music, as I'm sure you've heard from many people here today. But I not only ask you to review this bill, but I urge you to pass it for the sake of keeping our namesake in Nashville. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Elena Moran, 614 Basketball Street. Good evening, council members, Mayor Cooper, and the community. I am here as a music manager and as the secretary for the board of directors for a nonprofit Song Farm. Song Farm is focused on bringing music technology and creative programs to schools across the country. As of last month, we raised $220,000 thanks to community members here and business members here to help provide music creative programs to over 4 or 5 schools across the country immediately. Furthermore, tonight I'd like to share a perspective from someone who is not a small business owner, but is significantly affected by the decision made today. Since the lawsuit against the home business ban was filed in December 2017, recordings made in Nashville home studios have earned over 50 Grammy nominations. 5 of those Grammy nominations happened to come from my clients, and I was very lucky to watch one trophy come home this year. But nominations, awards, and accolades aside, today it's about income, and that it's unconscionable to tell people that we are going to limit their ability to provide for their families because they are not allowed to work in a building that they do not own. The elimination of in-home businesses affects more than individuals than the business owners. As a manager, my entire basis of my job is providing my clients with creative opportunities. If they are no longer allowed to work from their in-home spaces, then not only am I forced to turn down the potential income I have brought in for them, I too lose out on that income and all the work that I've spent on years and years cultivating relationships, and furthermore, the assistants who have helped me get there. By limiting creativity and creative and economic output for cities across the country, we are telling other cities that we are viewing creativity through a myopic lens of what used to be. Tonight, I stand before you and ask for your support in allowing home businesses here in Nashville. I ask that you help show Nashville and all cities that there's no barrier to creativity, that you believe in Nashville and you believe in the positive impact of music in Music City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Happy Haugen. I live at 4010 West Lawn Drive. I think Nashville is the best city on the planet, and I've lived here my whole life, and some of the best music I've ever heard has been recorded in basements and houses across the city. Nashville is called Music City for a reason, and it's because of those records that have been recorded in those basements. It's important for these artists to be able to continue to record music for the fans that they've already made in the city and across the country and across the world. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Can I bend it? Okay. Hi, my name is Soraya Shaw. I live at 2407 Brasher Avenue with my dad, Elijah Shaw. I would say this whole speaking in front of council and dealing with bills against home studios and home businesses is new for me. But actually, I've been dealing with this for 5 years since my dad got a cease and desist letter in 2015 to stop his home studio, which is how he puts food on the table and a roof above my head and keeps me safe and having everything I need. So I've grown up around and in home businesses. When I was like 5 or 6 years old, I took violin lessons in our family friend's home. I live with a home studio in my backyard, and I live in a home business at my mom's house. And I've taken voice lessons at 2 different home businesses in the past 2 or 3 years. So home business has meant a lot to me. I was born in Nashville, Tennessee, lived here my whole entire life, and I really don't know what I would do without home businesses to teach me new things and to be a part of the way I've grown up. So I ask you to please pass this bill tonight so that my dad can continue to take care of me and so that the people I know and love can continue to do what they do for a living and love to do. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
That's my granddaughter. My name's Diane Thomas. I live at 2860 Call Hill Road. My whole family are musicians. Lyd Shaw's mother-in-law. I just want to say that I want to come at this from a different point of view. I work for the state of Tennessee. I teach at Tennessee Language Center, and I help teachers be trained to teach English as a second language. But I just found out tonight that what I'm doing in my home is illegal. I teach English to refugees and other people who need help learning English, and I also teach Russian in my home. This allows them to be able to take language lessons for a normal price because they can't afford to go to a school. So think about it from that point of view. And I just want to say to you, you have the power to keep home businesses going here in Nashville. We're not just talking about music studios. We're talking about all of the things that we do at home. And, you know, each one of you tonight, I'm sure if any of you took a music lesson, the ones of us who took piano lessons or voice lessons, we took them in someone's home. Please vote for this bill tonight to allow us to continue our businesses and not be illegal. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Marta Lupai. I live at 7913 Harpet View Drive. I am for this bill because I started my business as hair breeding at my home. I didn't know if it's illegal, but it's been 10 years ago. And not only that, I have a shop now on Jefferson Street that allow me to do, I know, Michelle, I know, to do what you love, you started at home. Not only that I start braiding, but also I created my own personal hair care called Netas Natural. I am now started at home, but I'm inside the TSU Incubation Center. So let people, this is a country I came 25 years ago to America for the land opportunity. I know that everybody that loves what they do, they start somewhere. It means that if they start at home, please allow them to start at home. Not only they are doing a service to us as consumers, but also for the prices. I know that when in the braiding shop, some people cannot afford to braid their hair because we charge maybe $200 or so. But at home, they can be able to afford $100, $150. So it's really beneficial for the consumers as long as the person can do it legally. I'm all about business tax. I obey the law of America. Please allow them what they love to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jason Easterling, and I live at 114 Twin Oaks Drive. And about 30 minutes ago, I thought I had 20 minutes to give a 25-minute speech that I now have 1 minute and 50 seconds to give, so I'm going to give you all the cliff notes.
So you better hurry.
Yeah, I do. So what I'm hoping is that any laws that are passed are in the benefit of the community and the people.
You may want to get a little closer to the microphone.
I will
as well.
do
There
that,
go.
thank you. I'm hoping that anything we do won't put Nashvillians further into hardship because, as we know, that though the economy is booming, the cost of living here is going up and up and up. So anything we do that strips away revenue for home families and businesses is going to hurt the economy, not just for them, but also the money that they would have that they could inject back into the economy is going to be stripped out of their hands. And as you may know, that the city of Nashville actually has twice the debt as the entire state of Tennessee, so it's taking away any money away from the people that could be injected back to the economy is something that should be discouraged. We have single parents of young children who are massage therapists and tutors and piano teachers and musicians, and all these folks are having a hard enough time getting by, but now we're having their jobs taken away and making it harder for them to get through from day to day. So my proposal is that we inject some sort of multi-tiered permit system based on the level of impact to the community, whether an Airbnb would be a higher impact, or if you have massage therapists and musicians that have a lower impact. And if you have 5,500 registered short-term rentals, say $300 a year, and you have 25,000 all other businesses at $100 a year, you would have approximately $4.3 million annually, year over year, to offset your $12 million that you're expected to cut out of your budget. The end.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Johnson. I live at 135 Brinkhaven Avenue across from Dee's Lounge. And as a child here in Nashville, I learned how to play violin in someone's home. I learned how to play piano in someone's home. My mom was a single mother, and because these individuals were able to use their homes, it was affordable for us. Think of the children, think of the single moms. My mom was known as the bakeress around town. You may have seen her on Talk of the Town. She ran that out of her home as well. Home businesses are as American as apple pie. Nashville is a hub for small businesses, and I believe supporting this bill will solidify keeping Nashville the home of the most small businesses in the USA. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
I guess I'm the closing number here. My name is Lid Shaw, and I live at 2407 Brasher Avenue, and I've stood before you before. And I ask you to vote yes on Bill 2019-48 because we do need to work from home. You guys asked for engagement with the community, so I went ahead and did that, and I created a petition that now has nearly 110,000 signatures on it worldwide, and 5,000 of those are right here in Davidson County. These are your constituents that are asking you to please vote yes on this bill. These are comments from all of them, which I've submitted to you in email, and I thought the best way to share that was to distill it down to the unified message, which is that we need to work from home and we need customers to make a living. So Tommy Womack, who is a supporter, couldn't be here tonight, but he wrote this song and I co-wrote it with him, so I'm nervously going to sing it myself. It goes like this. We need to work from home. We need to work from home. Sing along, everybody. We need to work from home. There's no way around it. We need to work from home. I thought you were a friend of the small businessman. Let go of your misgivings. We need customers in our homes to make a living. We need to work from home. We need to work from home. There's no way around it. We need to work from home.
I hope that was the end of the chorus.
We need to work from home. Come on. We need to work from home.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I won't be here every night.
Well, I believe that was a first for me. All right, and we've got the petitions. Thank you. All right, anybody else wishing to speak in favor of the measure? All right, those wishing to speak against the measure, if you would come forward, go ahead and line up. And again, I need your name, address, and you will have 2 minutes. And if you're going to sing the response, Ray, let me know that in advance.
I only sing in my car.
Okay.
My name is Rafaela Cohen. I live at 117 30th Avenue North and here in Nashville, and I am against this bill. And by the way, there are cities with laws against home businesses. I lived in one before I moved here. Under this extreme change in our zoning laws, monitoring responsibility will continue to rest on neighbors. This will pit neighbor against neighbor and make enforcement as complicated as the short-term rental enforcement. You will be forcing people to take time out of their busy days to go to BZA or court, effectively making them codes enforcement officers. Enforcing rules in this selfish, gig-driven economy where people have become so selfish and inconsiderate of anyone else's feelings or life's problems is impossible. In the current times we live in, bringing more strangers and cars into residential neighborhoods puts children in danger. People who bought a house in a residential neighborhood to raise their families have rights too. The initial permit cost may be $50. Later, when the city does a study to find out what it costs to enforce home-based businesses, they raise it to possibly $300. So the little old ladies teaching piano or the tutors who are making a few extra bucks end up paying the same as the recording studios who are making lots of money. In addition, I would like to point out a bill that you passed, 2018-1183. Half of you are still here. You passed that in the former legislative session, and the council regarding development along major corridors in Nashville. It stated, whereas in order to protect local property values and economic redevelopment in Nashville, Tennessee, the Metropolitan Council deems it to be the best interest of the residents in the city that the proliferation and clustering of automobile repair and used automobile sales facilities be further regulated through the Metropolitan Zoning Code. That bill required certain distances between auto activities on Nolensville Road and Charlotte Pike.
All right, Ray.
Logically, this makes no sense. You place restrictions on those major corridors, and then you allow a free-for-all in the neighborhoods. It doesn't make sense.
All right. Thank you, Ray. Yes, sir.
Yes, Bernard Pickney, 4604 Dakota Avenue. Back a long time ago, I worked for the state of Tennessee, and one of my duties was to write legislation, and some of that became part of the Tennessee Code. And, you know, whether home businesses are a good idea or not, I don't know. But I read through this ordinance pretty carefully, and it has more holes than a wheel of Swiss cheese. There's a serious typographical error in the legislation. And if you look at item 2C, it says no truck deliveries or pickups, except by public or private parcels and permitted. Now, I don't know what the meaning of that was supposed to be, but, it kind of makes me worry when legislation is so poorly written that it has typographical errors in it. And there's all kinds of different problems with the law that make it virtually unenforceable. But, this needs to be redone. You need to get some people that know what they're doing to write these ordinances so that they can be enforced. This is pitiful. But anyway, that's, I won't bore you with all the details. I've got a whole list of different problems I see with enforcement of this. So anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Schulman and members of Metro Council. My name is Tim Weeks. I live in Hermitage, 6101 Haggers Grove Pass. I'm here speaking for the Donaldson Hermitage Neighborhood Association. Frankly, I wish I didn't have to be down here tonight. This is a very bad time to be discussing anything other than emergency relief. You guys know that as well. I know that many of you would prefer to be somewhere else tonight. We lost entire neighborhoods in our area. Stanford Estates, which is a member of DHNA, is devastated. We haven't had power for the last 2 days. It's been impossible for me to organize to get my people to come down here to speak to you. I've had spotty cell service, I've had no internet service, but I'm down here to speak my mind. Most people would assume I'm for this legislation, and actually I get the intent of this bill quite well. I know many people in the music business. I work in television and film. I work from home quite a bit. In the good old days of TV, you had to go to a post-production house to edit your shows. Now, a good editor with a good computer at home can edit a TV show. Sometimes you can work remotely. Sometimes you have to go over there and be with the editor to make editing decisions. This is reality. It exists. We all know that. Here's my problem with this bill, though. It casts too wide of a net. It's too broad. It tries to do too much. It will create a Pandora's box for neighborhoods and lawsuits. I think it will be a nightmare scenario for enforcement. Expects Metro codes to handle it all. We already know from past experience with short-term rentals that Metro codes cannot keep up with homes being used as hotels. How can they keep up with recording studios, beauty salons, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? The permitting of more and more business uses of a residential property is also turning our neighborhoods into Soviet states. Call a hotline for this, call a hotline for that. It really is turning neighbors against neighbors, and it's not funny.
Mr. Weeks.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm going to try to talk fast. My name is Matthew Bond, and I live at 3519 Gulf Street in Inglewood, and I've been a citizen of Nashville for 25 years. Although my occupation is to tutor students in the ACT and the SAT, and this bill would ostensibly relieve me of a hardship, I am asking you to disapprove of this bill. I've outlined some of my reasons in an email message, so I'd like to touch upon just 2 points. 1, enforceability and good faith. At Councilmember Rosenberg's one small community meeting, the commercial recording studio folks who were there expressed dismay at any of the bill's proposed restrictions. Not working on Sundays, not working up to 7 p.m. They didn't want to have to hold to any of those, and they made it clear they were not going to abide by them. And then one of them said, no one will know, so don't worry about it. If this bill passes, then the home-based businesses will pretty much do whatever they want, ignoring any and all rules, and there'll be almost no way to bring them to heel. 2, it's a chainsaw when we need a paring knife. If there is a problem concerning home-based businesses, then the remedy is not to force every neighborhood in the county to become quasi-commercial. Rather, the remedy is to permit a neighborhood to decide for itself if it wants to allow such businesses. Let's create a home-based business neighborhood overlay. If a person really needs to start a commercial recording studio, then let him make the case to his neighbors, let him get petitions, let him get the backing of his council member, go through a neighborhood process so that the neighborhood can decide. On the other hand, if you pass this current bill, then a year from now, folks in Westmead, Hermitage, Sylvan Park, Cleveland Park, Bordeaux will wake up to discover that the house to their left is a recording studio, the house to their right is a beauty parlor, the house directly across the street is a small art school, the house diagonally across to their left is a psychologist's office, and the house diagonally across to their right is a tax accountant. There could be almost no neighbors left, simply businesses where the owners may be, at best, part-time residents. Please vote no. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Grace Renshaw, and I live at 220 Mockingbird Road. I ask that you vote no on this bill because it makes such an extreme change in residential zoning that it should be subject to a voter referendum. Council should not effectively end residential zoning in every neighborhood in Nashville with a simple rule change. Many neighborhoods like mine, Cherokee Park, have small lots, no alleys, no sidewalks, narrow, winding streets with visibility issues, and limited parking. They aren't designed to accommodate commercial traffic and parking, and one of them isn't designed to accommodate the residential traffic there now. This bill also drafts me and my neighbors into unpaid service, doing an impossible task, enforcing traffic and noise guidelines, which we know from sad experience with short-term rentals, fall into a huge enforcement gap between codes and the police. If you pass this bill, you pit every Nashville resident who doesn't run a home business against neighbors who will heartily resent anyone who dares to complain about their overactive or abusive business. The short-term rental industry here got our state legislature to pass a law threatening neighbors who complained about their businesses with perjury, an obvious ploy to suppress reports of bad behavior. Please don't set every Nashville resident up for that level of nastiness. We already have an affordable housing crisis. This bill invites non-resident investors to buy dwellings all over town and start businesses on the cheap at the expense of housing for Nashville residents. Commercial zoning exists for a good reason. This bill revokes residential zoning in every neighborhood in Metro, allows too many forms of commercial activity, not just music studios, has no functional enforcement regime, and leaves neighbors who just want to live in their neighborhoods to deal with business owners who will push the very lax limits established by this bill. Please vote no.
All right, thank you.
I'm Carol Williams. I've lived at 800 Russell Street since 1975. And I've had to fight for residential zoning for over 40 years. And I'm here tonight straight from a devastated part of my city. I appreciate all the comments before in support. We're in darkness. I appreciate y'all's questions about allocation of funds because I wonder too, as a taxpayer. This is a county-wide zoning change. We have no notification to property owners. We have very little publicity, if any, even though I've had no news this week. Without a referendum and without notification, you're going to make a change to all residential neighborhoods across the city. How can you do that without letting people know? It's just not right. The bill is far too broad. I agree with others. Do you realize what the terms personal care and personal instructions mean in today's Nashville? My God, I live in East Nashville. This opens up all kinds of possibilities for businesses. There will be no limit to the music business. We are opening up every community for every kind of business, especially in urban Nashville. But I thank you for your time. I thank you for your concern about all the people who are suffering. My neighborhood is devastated.
All right, thank you for being here tonight. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Catherine Hayden. I live at 5000 Wyoming Avenue. I have some of the same objections that Carol has. I think this bill has not been publicized widely enough. Other cities have had referendums on this issue. I think that it needs to have more vetting. Also, it does basically do away with residential zoning in the entire Davidson County. So if you don't live in a neighborhood that has a homeowners association, you've effectively created mixed-use zoning in the entire county. Also, I think that there's been talk about the enforcement problem. This bill does not solve the problem with the previous ordinance, in that it's still a complaint-driven system that pits neighbor against neighbor, and that's very unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Logan Key at 1411 Fatherland Street in East Nashville in the 6th District. This is not about recording studios. It's much broader. And it's about pressing headlong into a territory that locks us into a point of no return. The Codes Department is actually quite good at enforcing zoning. You know the drill. They go in, they investigate, see if the use complies with the code. If it doesn't, they order the people to cease operating. But what they're not equipped to do is enforce day-to-day individual land use activities at individual properties down to the point of counting customers per day and visits per hour. They are not equipped to do that. I'm also concerned about the permitting process. It's a one-time $50 permit, not an annual permit, a one-time permit. And the bill doesn't even guarantee revocation of the permit if there are 3 verified complaints in a year. It only gives the zoning administrator the option to revoke the permit. And so in that case, the only recourse a neighbor has is to invest time and money in an item A appeal and appear in person at 1 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon at the BZA. This bill has no community benefit. The essence of healthy zoning is to protect the community as a whole. Even if this is the direction that we want to take our neighborhoods, the level of stakeholder input up to this point has been entirely insufficient. To make this applicable to every neighborhood in the city, it should take months, if not years, of community meetings in all corners of the city to make sure that people are well informed and have multiple opportunities for community feedback. That's the Nashville way. That's the way it works with community planning, and that's the way it should work for this. And I think that's why our own planning commission was split down the middle. So my plea is that you exercise your best judgment to ensure that the zoning code doesn't change for the benefit of a few at the expense of the many. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm Ann Roberts. I live at 210 Jackson Boulevard, and I should say at the beginning that this bill is not going to affect me. I live in a satellite city, so I'm protected from this, but I care so deeply about neighborhoods because of the 35 years that I worked at the Metro Historical Commission. And I don't want to repeat everything, but I do want to say a couple of just warning phrases. One is it's a slippery slope. I think we learned that from short-term rentals. And the other is that so many bills that have been written with really good intentions have unintended consequences. And those things really do concern me as I look at the urban neighborhoods in particular. And another thing that I learned is that neighborhoods are not endlessly resilient. They have limits. Few of you here were around in the 70s and 80s, as I was, when urban neighborhoods had hit bottom and they really were not livable. They were not high tax-paying neighborhoods at all, as they are now. But thanks to the hard work of many risk takers, and Carol Williams is certainly one of those, many of those neighborhoods have been revitalized. We know that short-term rentals delivered a hit to their livability. Please refrain from supporting this extreme change that will affect every neighborhood except those of us who live in satellite cities or have HOAs. It may benefit, and obviously it would benefit some individuals, but I'm afraid it doesn't benefit neighborhoods. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
I'm Pat Williams. I live at 4301 Elkins Avenue. None of us are against creativity. None of us are against the music industry or any of these folks that have businesses in their homes. What we are worried about is what this will open up for all of our neighborhoods in Davidson County. All of you are very smart, or you would not be here. I ask you to use your wisdom and your sense of justice and search your hearts and think about what this will do to our neighborhoods. And please vote no against this bill.
All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Randy Horick. I live at 220 Mockingbird Road in West Nashville. I have great admiration for people that operate businesses from their home. I made my living for 30 years as a writer, working from a home office. I did it legally. I didn't have clients or visitors ever come to my home. I didn't advertise. I think most of the people who operate businesses from home are good actors. And I'm willing to believe that everybody you heard from here tonight who supported this bill is a good actor. What I worry about are the bad actors. I think that this is a bill that was developed with good intentions and unforeseen consequences. And I think if we learn one lesson from short-term rentals, it was that the road to hell in this city was paved with good intentions and unforeseen consequences because of the bad actors that we were not able to anticipate or police. I'm not worried about Music City stopping to be Music City if you fail to pass this bill tonight, as I hope you will fail to do. The good actors will keep working quietly with the support of their neighbors from studios at home. The music teachers, like the beloved violin teacher in my neighborhood, will continue to work from home with the support of all of our neighbors. What is going to happen, I'm afraid, if you pass this bill that rezones effectively every residential neighborhood in the city, especially at a time of real change that we're experiencing now, is that the bad actors will move in, and we do not have the capacity, I have witnessed personally, with our code staff, they're excellent staff, they don't have the capacity to support and enforce even what we have now. The Historical Commission won't even bother to come out and look at properties they approve. I can tell you that from personal experience. We do not have the capacity to enforce this bill. It will be a nightmare, and it will fall on the residents. So what I would ask you to do tonight, at the very least, set this bill aside, study it for a year, really think about the unforeseen consequences. It's not going to change anything in the immediate term. If you don't pass it, let's hold off. Thanks for your consideration.
All right, thank you.
Jason Garrett, 1508 Sevier Court, District 6 in East Nashville. I'd like to preface this by saying that I'm not opposed to the spirit of the bill or generally any of the other cases or people that have spoken so far. But I'm also reminded that the poster image a few years ago when short-term rentals was in the spotlight was equally as harmless, and the sale at that time was helping people stay in their home. Everyone has been surprised with the epidemic-like result, even Airbnb. There's been a general discovery and exploitation of the loopholes that exist. There being fewer complaints has no statistical sensitivities, as most just stop when a call is returned months after a complaint was filed. I forwarded an email to council today bringing local data to several themes that exist in our heat zones, which are near downtown. What may be a non-issue in Bellevue becomes an investment opportunity in the UZO. Streets change, neighbors leave, houses are empty. Several citywide issues continue needing addressing: affordable housing, equity on representation, and civic engagement. As this bill is written, it requires reliance on the reactive enforcement methods and capacity, but when you find yourself actually needing to battle against someone in this space, it must become a legal issue. The standard necessary to sufficiently pursue a complaint is already too high, will even be higher, and simply won't be sought, thus effectively creating a lawless framework. I would propose that we fix the feedback loop on existing allowances, both with respect to home occupation and their similarities with short-term rentals. Let's learn from those lessons first. Please case study a few dozen examples, examine the legal complexity that can ensue, create a complaint flow chart, and don't underestimate the unintended consequences of this causing a lot of neighborhood fallout. We're in times when money is cheap, investment streams are global, housing appreciation follows curves, and local taxation that make for non-evidence-based prediction of the good faith intent of this bill. Those with money will preempt those that don't. This needs an incredible more amount of detailed discussion, and preferably when we have more time to prioritize it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Schulman. I'm members of the council. I'm John Summers, 5000 Wyoming Avenue. I'm here on behalf of the Coalition for National Neighborhoods. I sent you a letter at 5:30 today. I hope you'll take the time to read it. It's a detailed letter, covers a lot of things that have been mentioned, but it's very important, and it articulates a lot of concerns from neighborhoods all across this county. I'd like for you to raise your hand if you ran on a platform of putting commercial businesses in residential neighborhoods. I didn't think so, because it would have been a whole different election. You might still have won, but it would be a different election if you had. Except you're talking about rezoning, in effect, 200,000 pieces of property without the owners knowing it. Except for the original STR bill, I've never known this council to pass such a broad sweeping piece of legislation in the 16 years I served here without the owners knowing about it. Even overlays, downzonings, they get notice. People do not know this is happening. When the original STR bill was passed, we did not understand all the consequences. This council had to come back in and fix it to remove the commercial non-owner occupied short-term rentals, which this council did. We will be continually trying to fix this bill if you pass it as it is, as you are continuing to do with bills tonight. And I would point out that some of the folks that fought us on trying to protect our neighborhoods are engaged in this bill. Now, I know all these people are here with sincerity because this is affecting them. But each of you tonight has the ability as a district council member to fix every one of their problems. You can fix their problem. Rezone their property, mixed use, you have the tool. Or use an SP, you have a tool. And I have suggested to the sponsor, there are other tools like Councilman Hager is passing tonight with an overlay. Please do not pass this without your constituents knowing what you're doing.
Thank you.
That was a fast, short 2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, seeing nobody else in the queue, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd move to substitute, please.
Okay, so I've got a motion to substitute, properly seconded. Discussion, Councilmember Sledge on the substitute. Okay. Councilmember Glover on the substitute? Yes, sir. Okay. You're recognized.
So let's go back on Bill 2012-292. First introduced, and it basically had a lot of the same components here. And I realize folks get tired of listening to maybe nostalgia and history, but let's talk about how we are where we are today with regards to this type of a bill. That began in 2012. Then it got substituted on 4/2/13, and then ultimately withdrawn on August 18th, 2015. We've done this multiple times. I think we just heard that we did pass the STRP. We can all sit down and agree or disagree, however we want to go on that. I felt like it was a bad way to go, but we're there. This, I do believe, is a bad way to go. And so I'm just asking the council, please look at the history of how many times this has been occurred or has been attempted and occurred to pass. And so therefore, Vice Mayor, I will not be supporting the substitute or any part of this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to Councilmember Rosenberg. All right, you're recognized on your substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what the substitute does mainly is change the bill's language. We initially had a bunch of exclusions in the bill, uses that wouldn't be allowed. There was some fear that there were too many holes there, so we changed it to a list of specific allowed uses that are already defined in code. So that's why I'm asking to substitute right now, and we can get into the merits of the bill at large afterwards.
Okay, so the motion is to get the substitute, to make it a substitute on the bill. There's a motion to approve the substitute. It was properly seconded. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? Okay. Motion passes. You are on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to ask for a public hearing on this substitute at the first meeting in April.
All right, so that's a motion. It's my understanding that it has to be approved by two-thirds of those voting, properly seconded. So the motion is to, let me go to Mr. Cooper and make sure we're clear on this. Go ahead.
Right, by rule, to have a second public hearing, it's a two-thirds vote of those present and voting, so it'll be a machine vote, but you'll only be voting on whether to hold another public hearing. You'll then come back to vote on the main bill after that.
Okay, so the motion is to have a second public hearing. Again, we're going to have to go on the machines. Discussion on that, Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Just very quickly, Mr. Cooper, do you anticipate, because I believe you've been here, I don't want to call him Mr. Jameson, but I know when he was in the office, he's been here, you've been here. Do you think we'll hear anything differently than what we've heard so far tonight? I realize that's probably an unfair question to ask, but is there any new things you think would be developed that we would find out with another public hearing?
I think the issue was not hearing new information, but it was as a result of the tornadoes, whether there were some people who could not get here to speak, and this provides them another opportunity.
Okay. Well, I will not ask you to, answer my question, but yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Sledge on the, okay. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to know, could the sponsor elaborate on what's going to happen between now and the next public hearing?
So I'll go to the sponsor of the bill, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Council Member. My intention is to ask to pass the bill on second reading, have a community meeting between now and then, and ask for the body's input, suggestions, questions, comments to make sure that we get the bill in the best form possible. Invite people who are not able to be here tonight or want to come back a second time to speak at that council meeting, and then see where we are at that point. Thank you.
Councilmember Evans. Anything else? Okay. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I know one of the things that I complained about is folks, and I'm not inclined to support this bill, which I've made pretty clear because I personally feel it's too broad, but I've made that kind of clear. But I also have raised concerns that I do have constituents on both sides of this bill, and that they, in many cases, were not able to be here tonight. So I do support having a second public hearing. It's a little bit unusual, but based on that concern that I know a lot of District 6 constituents and folks in other areas who are concerned about this bill on one way or the other, I do want to make sure that they do have a right to address this body. So I will support the request for a second public hearing and request that my colleagues do the same, regardless of whether you are or feel like you're at the moment. I do have concerns about the bill. I do recognize that the sponsor has done, I think, a lot of good work to narrow it down. I personally don't feel like it's narrow enough yet, but I do recognize that good work has gone forth on the part of the sponsor, and look forward to the continuing discussion that he has. So I am going to support the second public hearing and encourage others to do the same.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Remember, I think he explained, this discussion is about whether to have a second public hearing. All right, Councilmember Hager.
Well, I'm not supporting this bill in any form or fashion, because all y'all know that we're here in the last term. What I went through was 608, staying here till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, fighting these non-owner-occupied STRs in the residential areas. It's commercial use. I don't care what anybody says, and I can't support it. The other thing I have a problem with is the unfair competition of this type of zoning. If you allow these to have a business in a residential area, then what about the person that's down on Lebanon Road that's got a same type of business that's paying commercial zone taxes? All you got to do is do an SP. I know there's a couple in my district, they did that. They did an SP on them so they could have their business in their home. That's all you got to do. Now, my question is, though, what's the difference in us voting on this tonight for another public hearing and deferring it till the next meeting? And the reason I'm asking that, this is on second reading. So if we're voting to have another public hearing, what are we doing on the vote for the second hearing? Maybe Mr. Cooper can answer that question.
Mr. Cooper, do you want to answer that?
I believe the sponsor has said his intention is to move to approve on second reading and then hold assuming the motion for another public hearing passes, then the public hearing would be held before the third reading vote. The bill is amendable on third reading since it's a Title 17 text change.
So what do we vote on first, whether we're going to pass it on second reading or not, and then vote on the other?
The first vote will be whether to hold another public hearing.
All right.
And then he will make another motion on the disposition of the bill after that.
All right. Thank you much.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think I might have gotten an answer since I pushed the button, but so the next public hearing is not only for new people who were not able to make it tonight, but people who spoke tonight can come back and speak again?
It's my understanding that anybody, it would be if you vote for this, to have a second public hearing, it's open to whoever comes.
Right.
Okay? So people who came tonight, spoke for it or against it, can speak. Okay? Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to thank the sponsor for what he has said tonight. When we were at the Planning Commission, a commitment that I asked him to make that I was going to hold him to was that he was going to hold another community meeting. And so I just wanted to reiterate that on the floor tonight, that he is planning on that. Obviously, with this week's events, it hasn't been able to get scheduled. And so I appreciate you doing that. Otherwise, we'd have to get a little bit rowdy in committee. So I guess I do want to ask a procedural question. So typically this would go to the committee, the planning committee, and then we would have the hearing. And so I'm a little concerned that we would have our committee discussion and then your public hearing before third might bring out some other things that we would have wanted to discuss in committee. So if the sponsor will either speak to whether he's willing to defer the third reading after the next public hearing so we can either hold it in committee. My concern is that something else might come up. The committee might want to discuss it. I don't want to have to make a motion to send you back to the committee or something of that sort. So either if we can procedurally work that out through Cooper, or if the speaker or the sponsor wants to address how he intends to handle it in committee.
So I'm going to go to Councilmember Rosenberg first, and then if need be, go to Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm planning on going into third reading with an open mind, and if the sense is that new information has come out or there are changes that are still needed to be made on the bill or more evaluations that need to be done, then we'll absolutely defer it to get that done.
Okay. And I will, of course, we will see what the will of the committee is as well. Thank you, sponsor. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Benedict.
Previous question.
Okay, so there's a call for the previous question. So let's make sure, because we've got different things going on here. All this vote is right now is a call for the previous question. We're not voting on whether to have a second public hearing. We're just getting ready to figure out if we're ready to vote on that issue. But this is just the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. Previous question prevails. Okay, so we are on a motion to have a second public hearing. Madam Clerk, if you would, it requires a 2/3 approval of those members voting. If you would, are you ready? Okay, if you would, please open up the machines. You are simply voting on whether to have a second public hearing. Madam Clerk? You okay?
Yes.
Okay, if you would, close machines, take the vote.
36 in favor, 3 against.
All right, so the motion to have a second public hearing prevails. All right, Councilmember Rosenberg, we are now back on your bill as substituted. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to everybody who's been so deeply engaged on this issue over the 5 months since this bill was introduced. First, we already have a home business law on our books, and Codes is tasked with enforcing that. This is a list of 14,467 licensed businesses in Nashville, 99% of which are violating our current code. So Codes is currently charged with shutting down these 14,000 licensed businesses and the tens of thousands of businesses that are operating without a license, businesses that aren't bothering anyone, that nobody's complained about. So among the benefits of this proposal is the massive easing of that burden on Codes, allowing them to focus on bad actors in this space and focus on STR violators. Again, for all the feigned panic, home businesses are allowed in neighborhoods right now, today. There is commercial activity going on in every one of our neighborhoods. Our zoning code, passed in 1998, included a specific provision of code allowing home businesses. So what is new is the balance this proposal offers, a bill that honors the needs of our neighbors and our neighborhoods. It tightens regulations by creating stronger requirements to retain residential character, tightens prohibition on commercial deliveries, and explicitly lays out business uses that are permitted. Vehicle limitations remain intact, noise limitations are strict, signage is prohibited, and businesses must be an accessory use. We're currently operating under a don't ask, don't tell scenario that is horrible public policy. We're allowing, and you just heard people advocate for, allowing businesses to operate illegally with a wink and a nod, leaving residents in a situation where they can do business for years before a competitor decides to call Codes on the competition or a person in power pulls some strings to shut down a rival. This is unsustainable and a terrible use of Codes resources. They should be freed from this overly restricted, unequitable, wholly unenforceable law and allowed to focus on real priorities. It's no secret that Nashville is becoming more unaffordable every day, and there are an awful lot of folks who need to make a few extra dollars to make ends meet and can't afford exorbitant commercial rates. And many students in our underfunded school system need enrichment opportunities like tutoring and piano lessons. This proposal places reasonable limits on the number of customer visits, the hours and days on which they're permitted, and this is important, requires all visitors to be there by appointment and that they be logged. That means folks who are coming to somebody's home will be known to the homeowner, and the homeowner will be present. And to neighbors, this will be no different than a friend bringing her child over to play at a friend's house. Our current policy is uniquely unsustainable and uniquely indecent to our residents. If you look at our peer cities, Austin, Charlotte, Indianapolis, Columbus, Orlando, Kansas City, they all have reasonable regulations similar to or broader than what this amendment would implement. This proposal has lots of support. It's consistent with Nashville Next. It's supported by planning. It'll make Codes enforcement easier. It tightens a variety of important restrictions, and it offers opportunity, equity, and certainty to our residents. Time is running out for a lot of people, and the time to act is now. With that, Mr. President, I move that we move for approval and that we defer third reading until the first meeting in April.
All right, thank you. So the motion is to approve tonight on second reading. Hold on. Okay, so the motion is to approve on second reading tonight, and then you would have third deferred until the second meeting in April?
First meeting in April.
First meeting in April, okay, thank you. Okay, I've got a second for that. Okay, discussion, you've heard the motion. Discussion, Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
So, Mr. Cooper, I just want to ask a quick question. What would be the difference in going ahead and deferring it on second in order for us, if we're going to do a public hearing again, why would we treat this one differently than we're treating any other second reading public hearing at the next meeting? Would there be a difference other than we're going ahead and passing it on second tonight and moving it to third?
Mr. Cooper?
No, it's just the procedural state of the bill. I mean, whether it's on second or third.
Okay, but if it's deferred tonight on third, or well, we talked about being deferred on third. However, if we come to the public meeting in March, and then we come to April on the final reading of third, and something occurs, and we really haven't gotten everything hammered out. I realize we can defer, we can change, and whatever, but Is there a real reason that we could not defer it on second reading tonight until after the second public hearing?
I mean, that's up to the will of the council, whether they
Okay.
want it on second or third.
Then I'm going to move to defer the second reading until after the next public hearing.
Okay, so there's a motion to defer the second reading of the bill until
The first meeting in April.
the first meeting in April after we've had the second public hearing. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
Making sure that we've got that right. So that's the motion. I heard a second. Okay, so we are now on a deferral motion. Discussion on the deferral motion. So I've got people in the queue. Councilmember Mendez on the deferral motion. You're recognized.
Yeah, I've got two comments, and whether it's the motion to defer or the motion to pass on second reading, I'd like to make the request that this gets referred to Budget and Finance. Frankly, this evening through the public hearing, we've heard arguments all over the place on whether it costs money, save money, and currently there's no fiscal note on it, and so I'd like to ask that it gets referred to Budget and Finance. So when the discussion's over, before we take a vote, if we could change the motion, that would be my request. And then my second point is with the tornado this week, and I know there's people who wanted to come talk that didn't get a chance to come talk. I feel pretty strongly to not pass it on second reading tonight, so I'd support Councilman Glover's motion.
Okay, all right. Point of order, Councilmember Glover.
So do I need to amend my?
Advise your motion to include a referral to Budget and Finance.
Okay, then I will advise it to also be placed in Budget and Finance, please, on the deferral.
So I'll accept that.
And codes, yeah, because it's getting ready to be heard there too. Sorry. So rather than keep jumping up and down, I'm just saying refer it as well for Budget and Finance and codes.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so that's properly seconded, so we have that motion in front of us. I'm going to go through the list. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
This isn't on the deferral.
Okay, all right. Councilmember O'Connell on the deferral motion. Okay. Councilmember Murphy on the deferral motion.
My concern with the deferral motion is that even though there is going to be a community meeting that some of us on council may be able to attend, that due to sunshine law, we can't unless we are going through our third-party staff members, give our feedback to Councilman Rosenberg. And that is part of the committee process. The committee process is that in committee, we can discuss this. We can say if we need tweaks, we can say if we need, adjust the hours, adjust the language. As one of my constituents pointed out, there's an issue with the truck language. My concern is that if we don't go ahead and move this into a committee posture, is that we, the council members, are not going to be able to give him feedback so that he might have some valuable amendments on third reading that he's already committed to, that if new information or more consideration comes up, that we won't be able to kind of reconsider or have time to work on. And so in that committee process, the important part of committee is that we can openly discuss and debate and work on amendments together. That is not something we can do outside of here unless there is a magically coordinated community meeting that somehow magically coordinates all of our schedules together. We know that planning committee is scheduled at a certain time that we all can typically be here. So I guess I am asking that you allow the committee that I am the chair of and members of that committee have the opportunity to debate this rather than continue to put it off, so we can give good, valid feedback from our constituents, from ourselves, to the sponsor.
So, Councilmember Murphy, we're just checking. So, obviously, you can get with the sponsor. Obviously, a community meeting, I know with schedules may be difficult, but you can obviously, if you want to set up a special committee meeting, you can certainly do that as well. Councilmember Murphy.
No, my point is that if we defer this tonight on the second reading, that we aren't going to be able, that we would have to schedule an additional special meeting for the committee to meet. I think we all have obligations in our district, And what I'm asking is that we be able to discuss this in our next regularly scheduled committee meeting.
Okay.
And the deferral motion prevents us from discussing it in our next meeting if it's deferred on second. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cooper, but
Mr. Cooper?
I think we can get the clerk to confirm, but I think if it's just, since the public hearing has been closed, that's what triggers it going to committee. So whether it's deferred or approved on second, it'll
still be heard
still
in-
be heard at the next.
still be heard in my committee
Yes, ma'am.
next meeting. All right, then.
All right. Councilmember Glover, point of order.
Sorry about that, Vice Mayor. So I don't know, we've never done this before, so I'm trying to make sure I'm following the procedures. Rather than, turning around and look at every chair of the committees, is there any way, Mr. Cooper, that we can ask what committees would like for this to be heard prior to the next reading if we go ahead? But I don't know, on the deferral, I don't know exactly how to, quote, handle that, so.
Mr. Cooper, do you want to respond to that?
I can't think of any other committees that would, I think you're pretty well covered with those three.
Okay, then I would like to amend with my deferral. All right.
Okay, so it was just a point of order, so.
Yeah,
we'll have
all
to
right,
wait.
thank you.
All right, so I've got Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. If you could clarify the timeline, if the deferral is passed, what is the timeline moving forward?
Mr. Cooper?
So there will be a public hearing, the first meeting in April. So a deferral tonight, just deferral on second reading, the bill would come back on second reading and public hearing, first meeting in April, the same as it is today. If the deferral motion that Councilman Glover made fails and we go back to the original motion Councilman Rosenberg made, it would be up on third reading, the first meeting in April.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Sledge.
Previous question.
Previous question. So we're going to vote on the previous question. We're not voting on the deferral motion, just on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Previous question prevails. So we are now on the deferral motion. The deferral motion is, let me make sure I've got this right. Deferral motion is to defer until the defer the vote on second reading until after the public hearing, which will be on the first meeting in April. And to refer to many, many committees, particularly it's the Budget Committee and to the Codes Committee. All right? That's the motion. It's been properly seconded. We are voting on that. All right? Councilmember Allen, point of order?
And then just to clarify, we are also saying that we will send those to committee at the April 7th meeting as well. Okay.
For all committees.
For all committees, they'll go there. Okay? So we are now voting. All those in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Go on the board. Okay, we're just on the deferral motion. Madam Clerk, if you would. Again, remember, you're voting on a deferral motion. Okay? So the motion that we're voting on is to defer second reading until after the second public hearing, which you all have voted for, which will be the first meeting in April, and to refer to both budget and to codes. That's the motion. Madam Clerk, if you would, please open up the machines. Simply on the deferral. Okay. Madam Clerk, close machines, take the vote.
26 in favor, 13 against.
All right. So the motion is approved. The bill is deferred to the after the second public hearing on April the 7th with proper referrals to the proper committees. Okay, everybody clear? And remember again that there will be a second public hearing on this matter, first meeting in April. All right? Okay. So members of the council,
Second.
Okay. So, members of the council, members of the public, with everything else going on in Nashville, we're also concerned about the coronavirus. And so what we would like to do, our new Chief Medical Director for the Department of Health, Michael Caldwell, is here. Dr. Caldwell, welcome. We'd like to go ahead, if it's okay, and go ahead and take this resolution out of order so that Dr. Caldwell doesn't have to stay here. He can go back and work on those important matters. So without objection, any objection to taking that out of order, it's Resolution RS 2020-217. It's on page 9 of your agenda. Any objection? All right, seeing none, we're on Resolution RS 2020-217 by Mendes, Hurt, and Welsh. It's a resolution approving the employment contract for the Chief Medical Director of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
Committee reports first. Budget and Finance recommended approval. This is
217.
217. Recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, and Councilmember Hurt, I'm coming to you for Health and Hospitals.
Thank you, Mr. President. Health, Hospitals, and Social Services voted 5 in favor and 0 against for RS 2020-217.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Mendes.
Move approval.
Okay, I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Welcome, Dr. Caldwell, to Nashville and Davidson County. And you're welcome to stay. I would recommend that you go and do something else. Okay. Okay, we're back on page 2 of the calendar, BL 2019-61 by Councilmember Toombs. An ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R8 to RM15A zoning for properties located at 2127 and 2129 Cliff Drive, approximately 570 feet southeast of Buena Vista Pike. It's 0.40 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Seeing no movement, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Got a motion to approve on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember. BL 2019-69. Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to RM9A zoning for property located at 3413 John Mallett Drive, southern corner of Ashton Avenue and John Mallett Drive. It's 0.42 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you again. Actually, we'll need to move to defer this to the first meeting in April.
Okay, so the motion is to defer to the first meeting in April. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-78 by Councilmember Sledge. This is an ordinance to amend Section 17.16.070 of the Metropolitan Code to impose a minimum distance requirement for new short-term rental properties, non-owner occupied, from churches, schools, daycares, and parks. It has been approved by the Planning Commission. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move to open the public hearing.
Okay,
Please.
declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay, show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. All right, those in favor wish to speak. If you would, please come forward. Go ahead and line up. Again, I need name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Mr. Chairman, John Summers, 5000 Wyoming Avenue, here for the Coalition for Nashville Neighborhoods. I want to thank Councilman Sledge and the other council members that are trying to put some of the bad fairies back in the Pandora's box with this. You're going to hear a lot of testimony that's going to make this out to be a whole lot worse than it is. But this gives you as council members some control over these short-term rentals close to schools, our public parks, the community use areas, which we think's important. I could not leave the microphone, even if you call me down, to say this is what we want to avoid with 48. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Grace Renshaw. I live at 220 Mockingbird Road. One underemphasized issue created by non-owner occupied short-term rentals is that they are totally unsupervised lodging establishments in residential neighborhoods where Nashville residents raise their children. When council passed a law allowing a large number of non-owner occupied STRs in every residential neighborhood in Nashville, those of you who voted for it instantly created a real security risk for all residents, particularly families with children. You forced us to depend on investors who own and operate strings of unsupervised lodging establishments in neighborhoods all over Nashville because they can make a lot more money with STRs than by renting to actual residents who need housing to properly screen their guests to ensure that they don't include sexual predators. BL 2019-78 acknowledges this risk and takes a meaningful step toward mitigating the risk of to mitigate that risk for daycares, churches, schools, and parks, passing a bill that allowed investors to convert too many houses and an unlimited number of condos and apartments into freestanding lodging establishments, essentially opening an all-you-can-eat permit buffet, was a terrible idea. This is a simple fix that will help mitigate some of that security risk and benefit every neighborhood in Nashville. I thank Councilman Sledge for this bill, and I urge you to vote for it and pass it.
Thank you, and thank you for referring to the buffet again. All right.
Good evening. I'm Matthew Bond of 3519 Gulf Street in Inglewood. BL 2019-78 is a perfectly reasonable request to make of investor-owned short-term rentals. By their very definition, these buildings are essentially small, unmonitored hotels. Unlike an owner-occupied STR, where the owner should be present or at least available when lodgers are present, a Type 2 STR's owner could be a management company in Miami. No one can ensure that there aren't drunken parties on the properties. We keep many businesses away from schools and playgrounds. These party houses and any investor-owned short-term rental is just one lodger away from being a party house. These party houses do not belong near large numbers of young children. Our children can have their real playground while the adults turn a house into a weekend playground, but let's let the two groups maintain their distance. Schools and parents have enough challenges already without schools having to exist cheek by jowl beside Party Central. So please vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Logan Key at 1411 Fatherland Street in East Nashville. I'm Vice Chair of the Coalition for Nashville Neighborhoods. I want to thank the council member for sponsoring the bill. A couple of points here. Keep in mind that the non-owner occupied short-term rentals are functionally serving the same purpose as a hotel or motel without the same safety restrictions and the safety inspection requirements that the hotels are required to maintain in many cases, a yearly review. The essence of this bill provides the participatory process that many of us think should have existed all along with respect to the non-owner occupied short-term rentals. And so the essence of this bill is to gain community input with respect to the operation of a non-owner occupied short-term rental in places that are near schools, churches, and play areas. And that's the participatory process that I think the community deserves when one of these facilities is going to come operating in the neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, seeing nobody else speaking in favor, those in opposition, if you would, whoever wants to speak, please come forward and line up. I need name, address, and you will have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hello, my name is Chris Whitson, 802 Westview Avenue, and I would simply like to suggest an amendment to this bill, namely that it have an effective date of 1/1/22, which would make it consistent with Bill 2019-1633, which this body passed last year. That's the bill that established the zoning districts in which non-owner occupied STRs could function. My firm represents 3 individuals, all Nashvillians, who purchased their property in 2018 in a zoning district which allowed STRs. Since then, they've invested $12 million. They've begun construction. They'll almost be done soon. They have pulled every permit that is required, whether it be demolition, grading, building. They've formed their HOA. They have worked with Metro Water. They are almost done. Yet this bill could come in and potentially stop them. So the whole point of my proposed amendment is simply to bring consistency to the codes, that 1633 will match 78, and then also just for fundamental fairness, that if people have begun their project under proper zoning, that the zoning not be changed without their having a chance to finish their project. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would let council members know that Mr. Whitson used to be a council member, okay? And we appreciate you coming back.
My name is Matt Davis, and I live at 5110 Michigan Avenue. I'm going to name off 4 different businesses for you all. Kid Rock's Big Honky Tonk and Steakhouse, the Hustler Store, Cache City, and the Red Roof Inn. Now you might ask yourself, what do those 4 businesses have in common? And what they have in common is under this proposed legislation, they are allowed to operate within 100 feet of a church, park, daycare, or school. This is not about fairness. This issue is about fairness. It's not about neighborhoods. Y'all have addressed that before. You know, we're moving the STRs out of the neighborhoods. We're not allowing any more of those. This is about commercial use and areas that allow for commercial uses, and we're picking on one particular use, okay? The folks that are here they're supporting this have shirts on that say homes, not hotels. Now, any legislation that doesn't address hotels in the same way that this does is an unfair bill, and it should not be passed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Members of council, I apologize for my appearance this evening. I came straight from my home that was annihilated from the hurricane. And I've been cleaning up out there the last few days, so my speech is not prepared, but I would appreciate your attention. So if you're scrolling through your iPad looking at dresses right now or something like that, I would appreciate what's...
We're paying attention. I need your name and address.
I'm sorry, Darren Cunningham. I reside in Mount Gilead. I own property on 12th Avenue South, 1015 12th Avenue South.
Okay.
It's in Mr. Sledge's district. You know, when you go through a near-death experience, it makes you realize how insignificant this really is tonight. It also, so at the end of this, I don't really care what happens, but it also gets you thinking, you know, first off, I'm just lucky to be alive, but, you know, you kind of have low tolerance for things that are improper. So this bill, I don't have much tolerance for because it was proposed as something to show that these short-term rentals in 100 feet are problematic. And we've brought a lot of statistics that have shown, and they were proven statistics that show that they are not problematic, the ones that are within 100 feet of everything we talked about here. And it's not really I guess there's no problems here. That we're creating a solution to a non-existent problem. So I would just say that the bill is simply wrong. And secondly, one of the biggest concerns I have as well is what was mentioned earlier, as the people who are in mid-construction who have done all the right things here along the way, that played by the rules that you all wrote, and now potentially if this goes through, they can't sell their project to the people who planned on buying it, and they're going to get crushed. The banks are going to get crushed. It's going to be devastating financially to a lot of people. So all for a bill that's creating a solution to a non-existent problem. So I appreciate you take that in consideration. Have a good night.
Thank you, and good luck with all the stuff you're going through. Appreciate you being here.
Good evening, Council. Grant Hammond, 342 Harrison Street. We moved to Nashville in 1990. Went to high school here. I came back. I've been a practicing real estate agent for 19 years. Started my own business 7 years ago. I wanted to say that the National Association of Realtors has activated a relief fund for anybody who is having issues with the tornado. You can go to the GreaterNashvilleRealtors.org website and apply for up to $1,000 of assistance. That's for any citizen in Davidson County or Wilson County or any of the affected counties. It's not just for realtors, it's for everybody. Now let's talk about this bill. This is the 34th bill that is meant to address short-term rentals. It's been a piecemeal solution that's taped together with duct tape. Only Councilman Allen has actually sat down with both sides to discuss a more global solution. Instead, we get these unintended consequences from all these different bills. This one has an unintended consequence of struggling churches and daycares will be bought by developers who will be affected by this bill because they can't sell their properties. So it'll be less expensive for them to go pay a premium for a church and tear it to the ground. That's just stupid. Like, we need to look at this from a much more global solution. We need to sit down and discuss a way for us to have short-term rentals in appropriate zonings in appropriate areas. The opposition likes to say we need to get short-term rentals out of neighborhoods. We do. We agree, and they're out. Bill 608 took them out of residential zoning. Bill 1633 took them out of RM zoning. Now we're talking about commercial zoning. We're talking about DTC. We're talking about ORI. We're talking about CS. Now we're talking about taking them out of downtown Nashville, which is exactly where they should be. Downtown Nashville has tons of churches and tons of schools. This is where they need to be. This is where the tourists want to go. This is the safest part of town they need to be in. They don't need to be in the middle of neighborhoods. This bill does not address that equitably. This bill just says churches, schools, parks, and daycares and does not address exactly where those may be or defines what they even are. Does the church have to be operating? Does the school have to be operating? There's no definitions here. There's a lot of ambiguities. Please go for a global solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matthew Siegel, 4400 Ridgefield Way. While the bill is well-intentioned, it has some serious unintended consequences that I'd like to share with you. I'm here on behalf of Eagle Nashville on Gallatin Pike at Inglewood Drive in District 7. I think it illustrates the consequences quite clearly. It's a multi-unit development, fully entitled, permitted by right, currently is a vacant lot. Construction breaks ground next month. Several commitments from buyers have already been secured, in part based on the premise that these units are STR eligible. If this bill goes forward as substituted, my client may have to break those commitments and pull the project entirely. Until the substitute version from planning emerged, my client was unaffected by this bill. The planned multi-unit structure is nearly 200 feet from a church, measured building to building at the nearest point. However, when measuring from lot line to lot line, my client's property nips the front of a church's auxiliary parking lot. The church property is 2.77 acres. 2.2 acres of that are paved and active spaces like parking lots. The 100-foot radius around my client's property touches 0.7% of that lot. That's 0.7% of the church's lot area. Wanted to bring up this example because under the substitute, the entire 3/4 of an acre property that my client has would be ineligible for STR, not just the nearest unit. Keep in mind that this church is on the other side of Gallatin Pike, a 6-lane roadway at that stretch. Both the church and my client's site are approximately 1/10 of a mile from Briley Parkway. In terms of nuisance and noise, we would suggest the 18-wheelers rolling off Briley at all hours of day and night are far more disruptive than any activity that could take place on the other side of the roadway in a enclosed building. Let me add one more problem with this bill. In Nashville, we have a shortage of daycare facilities. In several zoning districts, they require special exceptions from the BZA. If this bill passes, it would be unfortunate, but not hard to envision a situation where nearby property owners oppose a much-needed childcare facility due to these restrictions on the property's future value. Please consider this bill's impact on the future siting of churches and daycares. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hi, my name is Craig Freiberg, 4021 Overbrook Drive. I'm a Nashvillian. First and foremost, I want to thank the entire council for their efforts during this very difficult time in our city. I, too, have had total loss of some of my property, but I had to be here to express my thoughts. Over the past year, I've spoken to many of you personally. I even think some of you like me. Unfortunately, some of you probably don't. Regardless of how you feel about me, I hope you at least listen to me. There are 3 glaring problems here. Poor data, 1. Lack of fairness, 2. Creating a solution to a problem that doesn't exist, 3. The data. The data was never released to the public. The data looks at police calls to streets and not specific addresses. Every call was assumed to be related to an STRP. No specific calls were looked at. In my real job as chief of anesthesia, scientific evidence is needed. Every cough and fever is not coronavirus. Wash your hands. On to my second point. As my kids say, Daddy, this is not fair. What are my kids talking about? This very body passed Bill 1633, and it addressed RM zoning in a collaborative manner with Councilman Allen. The real estate community and the general public were heard. In this bill, they were not. The real estate community includes teachers, bankers, and even council members. We are your constituents too. After passing Bill 1633, your constituents spent millions of dollars on properties. Now we can be even more harmed. It's grossly unfair, and it's an attack on us. My final point. The bill proposes no STRPs within 100 feet of churches and parks. Essentially, these are places that should only be for Davidson County citizens. The evil and crude people from out of state are not welcomed. The 21-year-old couple experiencing Nashville, not welcomed. The 65-year-old couple visiting their grandkids in Nashville, not welcomed. Have any members of council been to New York City? Have you taken a stroll in Central Park? Were you allowed to? Our churches only open to the citizens of Nashville. Thank you for your time.
All right. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Eric Brazier. I live at 318 Vaughn Street. I'm here to speak not only as an affected property owner of this bill, but also as a county resident. I purchased a commercial property on the corner of two main collector streets in 2018 and worked with my southern neighbor, which is a church, to design around an agreeable criteria. I've invested a lot of money fulfilling all aspects of the guidelines in front of me set out by Metro. I'm in the midst of pulling building permits as we speak. This change late in the game would be devastating to my family. There were no opportunities to speak to our timeline or chance of grandfathering at the stage that we're at. This bill was created off a council member recognizing a ratio of short-term rentals around a park. As a result, this will affect 14,000+ acres of property that did not currently have short-term rental restrictions on it. That is over 22 square miles around that are going to have their property rights altered. This was said to be done for the community. Well, what about the part of the community that this will affect? We never got to have a voice and an opportunity to present how this affects us and whether it was commercial and okay in the beginning. I believe in fair approaches to any subject matter, but I feel as fairness was bypassed. Why are over 22 square miles being charged as guilty until proven innocent? Why must this be such a huge sweeping rule with no completed due diligence of who this is affecting, what the financial impacts are, and all the properties that could be in the middle of the investment in which they followed all the rules by? How is this so easily about to override the zoning that has been assigned and aligns with the Nashville Next plans? With such a large area and large amount of people affected, I would ask that emotions towards short-term rentals be removed and that this type of sweeping bill be treated with respect and facts. I ask you to vote no or defer this bill until more due diligence is completed and everyone affected has a chance to speak and be heard. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Breland. My address is 3000 23rd Avenue South. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of a global firm that operates professional short-term rentals. They wish not to be named at this time, as this is not a time for publicity, simply a time to uncover facts and truths behind the way short-term rentals operate within the city of Nashville, as well as how they are perceived by Metro Council. They have a dedicated team located in Nashville that is well integrated into the local community. They are unable to be here due to current relief efforts in the city from the devastating tornadoes that impacted our community. These are the facts. Middle Tennessee experienced a devastating tornado in the early morning of Tuesday, March 3rd. Their team reacted in the following ways. They immediately checked on every guest in their units and confirmed all were safe. They immediately froze any market rate increases and dynamic pricing. They reached out to local hotels in an attempt to coordinate efforts of housing Germantown, North Nashville, and East Nashville residents that lost their homes. Major hotels that they connected with were not offering any relief to victims, not even a discount. They listed all of their vacant STRs for $0 to tornado victims. They went all hands on deck to clean and finalize move-ins of 37 units that they could immediately offer. They connected with the fire department, council members, Hands on Nashville, the mayor's office, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, and neighborhood associations to offer 6 free nights to those in most dire need. When they still had units to fill, they went out on foot into the neighborhoods to look for people in need. They donated all extra linen, pillows, towels, shampoo, detergent, and soap to East Nashville collection efforts. They offered 145 room nights and counting free of charge to victims who lost everything. Many of these guests do not have the means to pay for a place to sleep. Some were sleeping in cars, others so in shock and exhausted that they broke down and cried immediately upon entering their temporary home. Their team has been working 72 hours straight, and they are continuing to do so until they provide all they can to those in need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bob Schennerlein of 1017 Southside Court. That's a neighborhood just south of the Gulch that is rampant with Airbnbs. I do not Airbnb my home in any way, shape, or form. I live there. I'm one of the few that do just live there full time and enjoy our neighbors. I'm not a real estate agent. I'm not a developer. I'm not a short-term rental operator and don't care to be. I'm simply a single guy who wanted to make an investment in his community and wanted to make one that made sense. Did my research based on all of the zoning, all of the rules that were in place at the time, and I purchased a property in 2018. Was hit with the bill back in, I guess, November with Berkeley Allen. I thought that process was fair. There were a lot of conversations, and I thought that was a fair and reasonable solution for people who were in my situation, who had made an investment decision and gave us an opportunity a runway to finish those. I'm 3 weeks out from finishing my project, my only project, the only one I've ever done, and it looks like that is in peril at this point. I've sold it to, I've sold both units to two young ladies who are both responsible and experienced STR operators. I'm simply here to ask for a similar solution from the 1633 bill that we extended, the effective date. I've had multiple email communications with Mr. Sledge and recently with Mr. O'Connell, which is where the property exists. I appreciate your engagement and your response. I hope that can bear fruit and we can amend this to go in line with the 1633 bill. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Holt, and I live at 118 39th Avenue North. And I'm also here tonight to, not in opposition of the bill in its entirety, but to propose an amendment to push back the effective date until January of 2022. I'm an attorney and I represent a group of Nashvillians who, like many people here tonight, are caught in the middle of this bill. They made a multi-million-dollar investment based on the laws and the rules that were in effect at the time. They did everything they were supposed to do. They pulled permits, they hired local people to do the work, and then Bill 1633 came along. And with 1633, they worked with this body to ensure that people who had played by the rules could still finish their investments and ensure that they weren't, everything wasn't thrown off by that bill because of the effective date of 2022. And then this bill was introduced. People are caught in the middle again, just like 1633. And at the Planning Commission meeting last week, the commissioners raised a specific concern, one of them stating the intent of 1633 is fairness and steadiness, and then later fairness and fairness, addressing this very issue that you were hearing repeatedly tonight about how people are stuck in the middle. Someone should not lose their investment or their job because they followed the law in effect at the time. This council got it right with 1633 on timing, and I would ask that you do the same thing again with this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
My name is Mark Musser, 806 Vide Place, 37216. I'm just a little guy. I have two properties. Both are short-term rental properties. One of them, the one at 806 Vide Place, is zoned commercial. I did not want to be part of the controversy. I've seen it happen. It happened on my RM20 property on Prince Avenue, 203 Prince Avenue. And so July, I purchased a commercial property because I didn't want to be part of this mess. It sits right off East Trinity Lane. You enter the development, Vibe development, right off East Trinity Lane. There's a brewery next door. Grimey's record store is next door. And then to the west is a church. There are no rooftop views. There's garages for our guests to park and additional parking. And my phase is that third phase, which is right next door. I believe that all 8, there's 40 total. in the 5 phases, but I believe that all eight units in that development right there will be affected by this, and possibly the rest of them, especially if it's property line to property line. So I ask that you vote no on this. It's too broad. This is a commercial property. The other property sits next to a church also, the one on RM20 zoning, and that church I don't even believe has church services. So I think that that needs to be addressed also in this bill. Are these churches operational? When are they operating? The other church that sits next to my Vibe Place unit, they have 2 services at 10 and 11 a.m. on Sunday. And my guests usually check out by 9 o'clock that morning. So there's no interaction in between the two. I urge you to vote no or defer it or make some changes, something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Mark McGinley. I live at 1140 Brookmead Drive. I'm against this bill for a number of reasons, but the main issue I wanted to talk about is this idea of coming before council to get an exemption from this bill. So before I moved to Nashville, I lived in Calgary in Canada, and we had a similar bill kind of come through our city council. Essentially, some people who owned single-family houses in the urban neighborhoods wanted to have the ability to have a secondary suite, which is like an apartment in your attic or your basement that they wanted to rent out to long-term renters. Now it's prohibited. There's a lot of debate about it at council. The people who wanted it didn't have the votes to add it to the zoning code as a permitted use. So the compromise was that homeowners could come to council on a one-off basis and kind of beg for a permit for a secondary suite. And this had some unintended consequences. Secondary suites proved to be very popular. A lot of people came to city council. Each individual permit required its own hearing. Each individual permit had people in support and had people in opposition. Because it was such a charged issue, there were a lot of people on both sides who wanted to speak, and each hearing took like 30 to 45 minutes per permit, okay? So for almost 2 years, roughly half of city council time was spent debating these applications, like half, all right? It was a massive waste of time, and everyone realized kind of 2 years in that it was a huge mistake. Don't make the same mistake. If you think you're tired of STRs now, wait until you've heard the 100th individual application, okay? This is all you're gonna be doing. You have better things to do with your time than endlessly debate short-term rentals. You've already banned them from owner-occupied, non-owner-occupied STRs from all residential neighborhoods. There's no need to go further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Wilcox. I live at 1117 McChesney Avenue. I'm just here tonight, and I know we're all exhausted and we want to be somewhere else. I do too. But I can't wrap my head around why this bill even exists. We're already out of neighborhoods. I don't understand the wild parties that you think are going on in churches or at the playgrounds or whatever, but we already have a place. We already have the 3 strikes and you're out. So if that wild party did happen at a church next to an STRP, then there's ways to call and then they're out. And I don't understand why there's so much vilification for the short-term rentals. I feel like we're some of the only people in Nashville right now who are stepping up to provide housing for free to people who are displaced. And I really appreciate the mayor speaking about that. And yeah, I just want I wish people would stop vilifying us as short-term rental property owners. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing nobody else in the queue, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I need to move a substitute with a brief explanation.
Okay, got a motion on a substitute properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation on the substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The substitute adds a whereas clause regarding Nashville Next. It also changes the minimum distance requirement per the suggestion of planning staff to move from unit to parcel line to parcel line. Those are the only changes you'll see in your packet Those are underlined. And with that, I would move approval of the substitute.
Okay, so we've got a motion to approve the substitute, again properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could you just give an explanation of why planning made the difference in where they were measuring the distance from?
Sure, I will
Councilmember
turn to
Sledge.
planning. I believe it's for ease of use, but I'm going to check with them.
Planning?
Sorry. So we recommended the substitute for ease of enforcement, essentially. As submitted, it was indicated that measurements would be taken building to building, as opposed to, and we suggested property line to property line, and that was in consultation with the codes department as well, for ease of permit issuance. That's something that's easy to measure using our existing mapping software for their zoning inspectors to handle, as opposed to requiring surveys for applications for a building-to-building measurement. Or in some cases, it was building to park or building to playground, and so there were different types of measurements that would be needed based on what the civic use that was nearby. And so this was to streamline a bit.
Okay, Councilmember Allen.
One more question. I think I had seen something about the number of properties or the total square footage or total acreage that was affected under each of those two scenarios. Could you refer to that again, please?
I have the acreage. So the total acreage proposed by the 100-foot boundary as recommended to be measured by staff is 73,000 acres. Now, of that, 23,000 acres are zoned in a way that currently permits not owner-occupied rentals. I do not have a measurement of the acreage as measured from building to building. That is not something that we were able to run through our mapping system that we have at this point. But we were able to easily map a 100-foot boundary and then capture any parcels that were touched by that boundary for a total acreage.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Benedict, we are on the motion to approve the substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I appreciate where the sponsor is coming from on this. I do have, and planning as well, I certainly wouldn't want to do something that would make things harder for an already short-staffed department. However, I'm concerned about parcel to parcel on this. For instance, if the Vice Mayor were a short-term rental property and the door to the property, the front door.
Thank you.
And at the back wall, there was a playground. But the parcel line is right here at the wall. Those parcels are touching, but the distance really, to me, is not one that should be so prohibitive. Excuse me.
Right.
So I would ask the sponsor to make an amendment and address that, and I do understand that that's against planning's preference or recommendation, and I understand that. I think the other thing about this, well, that's all I've got right now.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sledge, do you want to respond to that?
Oh, sure, and I do appreciate the council members' thought process on that. The reason I went with substitute A was because it was recommended by planning staff, debated by the commission, and approved by the commission. So I felt like it received the I guess, vetting from those who are going to be tasked with measuring and enforcing. The other part I will note is the substitute, again, and we'll get into this on the full bill, I'm sure, allows for that case to be made, that the case can be made before us to say, hey, if there is some extreme thing where the facility is a long way away from the parcel lines that we're talking about, that can be taken into consideration by this body. So just to reiterate, all of that stays the same within the substitute about the mechanisms for people to make that explanation.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Benedict, anything else? Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Roden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The only question, I apologize, y'all, I was outside, and I think all of y'all know I'm not a fan of short-term rentals. I was a co-sponsor of 608. The question I have is, for all the not owner-occupied properties right now, I guess I need to ask the sponsor, are we taking away their right to get permitted going forward, or are we going to have a grandfather clause for those properties?
Mr. Cooper?
Under the state law that passed in response to some of the stuff that was done here locally, whatever regulations are in effect at the time you get your permit, you are essentially vested in those regulations in perpetuity as long as you continue to renew your permit. So if you already have an STRP permit, you're grandfathered in. If you're in the process of developing property but don't have your permit, then you
So
would
this
be
will just
impacted.
prohibit you from getting a new property?
Correct.
Not keeping the ones you have right now,
Right.
correct? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Van Rees?
Yes, I just had a question on clarity on the 100 feet concerning major roadways or corridors, because a lot of our schools are on corridors, and across the street or 100 feet is weird that way. So I'm just wondering whether or not the 100 feet includes streets in between.
Planning?
It does. It is property line to property line. And so if they're intervening streets, then yes. So if it's across the street, but it is property line to property line.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Swope?
Call the question.
Previous question's been called. So remember, we're voting on whether we want to vote on the motion to approve the substitute. Previous question, we're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are now on Councilmember Sledge's motion to approve the substitute. Again, it was properly seconded. All those in favor of the substitute say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Substitute is adopted. Councilmember Sledge, you're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll move for approval on second with a brief comment.
Okay, I got a motion to approve on second as substituted, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. So I'll give sort of the same comments that I gave at Planning Commission. So what I'd like members to consider is the same thing I talked to commission members about, is this is a land use bill. So there's a couple of things that were brought up by speakers that I think that are not contained in this bill. This does apply only to non-owner occupied. There was somebody brought up about lots of things coming before the council. He was referencing essentially what are owner-occupied and even owner-occupied long-term rental. Again, owner-occupied is not part of this. It alarmed me a little bit to make the insinuation that what would be done in response is that churches and daycares would be torn down for this, but that is a point that I guess we can debate. Within Nashville Next and within, I think, everything that we think about, civic uses, like the ones that are listed here, are used primarily by residents, right? The residents are the ones primarily using churches. We are the ones sending our children to school, to the daycares. We're the ones who are taking our families to those parks. And what occurs is when more and more non-owner occupied short-term rentals are surrounding or adjacent to these uses, the people who use these and need these the most are pushed farther and farther away. They have less and less access to the civic uses that should be most accessible to them. And I will give you two real-world examples that I gave at the Planning Commission as well. There is a 2-block stretch in the neighborhood of Chestnut Hill, in the district that I represent, where there are 3 churches that are active. There's an alternative learning center, there's a daycare, there's a park. There are 47 non-owner occupied short-term rentals in this 2-block stretch, with more being built as we speak. The grading has occurred for more to happen. Go to the other end of the district, and when you look at Archer 11th and 12th, which is in the Edge Hill community that we've talked about before, there are 232 non-owner occupied short-term rentals across the street from a church, adjacent to a park, adjacent to an elementary school. These are pushing out residents from the civic uses that we should be having the greatest access to. It's a land use bill, and that's what I would ask the body to consider tonight. There are a couple of considerations that I have talked about with some of the folks who've made cases tonight regarding effective date, and I'm open to having those conversations. I do not think the effective date should be as far out as what was discussed in 1633, but I'm willing to have those conversations. I'm willing to have conversations with people who are very close to their construction, and I do want to reiterate, there is an avenue for the folks who made what I think could be compelling cases before this body tonight, come back, make that compelling case again, show they have the support of the community and the civic uses that they've listed, and they'll be able to get their permit. With that, I ask for approval on second.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Nash?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I guess I would share the concern about the effective date. I've heard from several people that are in the middle of the build but haven't had the permit yet, and so they're kind of caught right in the middle. So whatever the sponsor's intention is on possibly amending his bill to address that date would be appreciated.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, Mr. Cooper, let me ask you a question, if I may. On this, if it gets amended on third reading, obviously it can because it's 17, then we may get a difference on the effective date versus not. If for some reason we don't reach a compromise on it, and it goes ahead and goes through. Let's say you bought a piece of property. The people know it's the intention. They're in the planning process. They're wherever they happen to be on the piece of property that they bought. Are they grandfathered in based on the purchase they just made a month ago, 2 months ago, et cetera?
You're only grandfathered if you already have an STRP, non-owner occupied permit.
Okay.
So if you're in construction or development process, you would not.
Which is what I thought I was hearing, but I wanted just to get clarification. So I'm going to kind of ask the same question I did a few moments ago. If we wait and we go ahead and amend, because once we get to third, that's kind of it. And for those of us, I looked at Council Member Allen and I said, you know, we've been dealing with this since our first term years ago. And, you know, we made some mistakes. And we've spent an enormous amount of time with it. So I would respectfully ask that if we could defer this, let's get the language fixed. If we're going to bring it back for public hearing, whatever it is we're going to do with it, you know, it would be nice to be able to finish this, put it to bed, or however you want to call it, prior to getting to third. Because what I'm concerned with is that if we're going to land right back where we are, because that seems to be where we keep coming back to. So if it doesn't, I'm going to ask just if they would ask or the sponsor to defer until the new language is completed so we can hear and understand everything. Finish it in committee and then bring it back on the floor for third. Thank you.
So, Councilmember, you're not making the motion, you're asking the
I'm going to, you know, I can make it, but I'd prefer for the sponsor to ask to defer it for one meeting to bring it back, and let's make sure we all understand that it will be amended and we can deal with that piece before we then get to third.
Councilmember Sledge?
I appreciate the spirit in which it's offered. The reason I'm not going to make a deferral motion is because we've talked through, Planning Commission actually deferred this twice. And so this has been kind of in the public dialogue for about 6 weeks longer than it typically would going through the Planning Commission process. And the public hearing then was held open. So there were actually 2 public hearings at Planning Commission. I do understand that, and that's why I wanted to make the point on the floor that I am open to some sort of effective date amendment. I have not, quite frankly, gotten a really good proposal outside of what I view as not a great deferral option, which would be to January 1, 2022. I think if some folks proposed effective dates that were somewhere in between, I'm happy to listen, but I do want to make a case that there is to me at least, there is a sense of urgency here, because wherever we place that effective date, and we have seen it happen with the bill where we took it out of RM, that the heat gets turned way up on the properties that are qualifying but are going to be shut off on January 1 of 2022. And whatever effective date that we put forth, the heat's going to be turned way up again in that convening period. So for that, respectfully, I would not offer the deferral motion.
So I'm going to go back to Councilmember Glover, just in response.
Okay, so maybe I didn't ask the question as well as I should have. Mr. Cooper, once it finished at the Planning Commission, let's say you bought a piece of property 2 months ago, the Planning Commission has recommended approval. If they go to get a permit today could they get a permit?
You could get a permit for the underlying use as a residential property. I mean, if you build it and you get your use and occupancy permit, then it could be occupied as a residential property. It could not be occupied, or you could not get a short-term rental non-owner occupied permit.
Okay, so in other words, let me just make sure, and however you want to do this, Vice Mayor, I just want to make sure that I understand. If you're in the process, you bought a piece of property, this is what your intention is, you bought it on good faith based on what you thought the rules were at the time. If after the Planning Commission, you go to get a permit for whatever use it is, where this bill would happen to affect it, then would they issue the permit for it today, a yes or no?
You mean issue the permit for an STRP or for?
Okay, I'm not talking about the occupancy permit. I guess I'm trying to figure out what's the proper language of if.
It would be up to the codes department to determine at this point if they went in and the property was done and ready to be occupied, and they went in and applied for their short-term rental permit while this bill was pending. It would be up to codes to determine whether that permit should be issued.
Okay, so have any new permits been issued since this was heard at the Planning Commission?
I think they have, but I can't say for sure. I don't know.
No, and I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to figure out where we actually are in the process here.
I had a conversation about a month ago with codes about that issue.
Okay.
So I don't know where they came down on that. I mean, there is a legal doctrine called the pending ordinance doctrine that can apply in certain situations. It's really up to codes to determine whether it applies in a particular instance. Now, if you put in a delayed effective date, that takes that issue off the table, but while the bill is pending, that's the issue.
Okay.
Councilmember,
I'm going to let other people. All right. Thank you.
you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Cooper might have answered this sort of just then. I guess that was going to be my question. I know I have heard from some folks that are concerned about the new language with the substitute, and I think I was basically going to ask if we have a clear sense of when this became pending legislation or if it already has.
If pending legislation doctrine is going to apply under the parameters that the Department of Law set probably 10 years or more ago, it becomes pending after it's considered by the Planning Commission and advertised for the council public hearing. Now, that is not there is not a statute that says that. That is just kind of interpreting some Supreme Court cases. That's kind of what Sue Kane, who was the law director at the time, came up with.
Okay. Councilmember Allen.
This is a little bit more of a logistical, overarching question. It seems then that if we're talking about adding a deferred date, a deferred start, it'd be good to go ahead and get that in place, and then people would know what we're working with. We're back to predictability. And I appreciate all the council members trying to deal with what has turned out to be an unbelievably complex issue here. One of the other things that is happening is with the state law that now says whatever was in place when you got your permit, we now have a lot of different properties that are subject to different sets of regulations. And if we continue to pass these one at a time, then we will not only have to look at what year you got your permit, but what month of what year you got your permit. Do we perhaps want to, as we consider this one, get it to a certain point and then hold it until some of the other ones that are coming along catch up, and then try to do these things so that we're not killing the codes department with everybody's got to look at a different month? And then we don't have to decide that tonight. I'm just throwing that out because I know we've got several others that we've deferred and we'll be listening to later. But with that, I think it makes sense to move forward towards adding, if you're considering a delayed start, to get that on the books soon. So I would not support a deferral.
Okay. Mr. Cooper?
I do need to clarify one thing. I have been informed that Codes has been applying the pending ordinance doctrine with this legislation, and they've been doing the building to building because that's what was pending at the time.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Glover.
So let me, if I can, Mr. Cooper, let me, I guess, expand upon that. If this were deferred or passed right now in the next 2 weeks, they're still going to keep following the rules that are in place as far as what you just told us. Is there a way that we can remedy that right now until we determine, I mean, unless we're able to amend on the floor, and I don't think we want to do that, but is there any other way that we can put some protections in to take care of the people who have already bought these properties?
The only way I know of would be to amend it on the floor to put in a delayed effective date. And that would require a rule suspension.
Yeah, I don't think that's a good way to do this, because I'm gonna agree with Council Lady Allen. This has been a nightmare. All right, well, I can't support it because, and in fact, what I would almost say is withdraw it, come back and recommend what Council Lady Allen, and I don't want to speak on your behalf, but let's see if we can't figure and get it all taken care of. I'm suggesting it, but I'm not going to move to do that.
Okay. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. I guess following up on this and just wanting to make sure that we come out of tonight with some predictability. I guess this might be a question for Mr. Cooper, and I'll wait until the Vice Mayor stops whispering in his ear. So after tonight, when will codes alter, if they do, the ability to issue permits, based on structure to structure versus property to property, et cetera?
I actually don't know.
Okay.
We'd have to check with them and see how they would handle that. I'm sure that's come up in the past on other bills, but I don't remember it.
Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, anything else? Okay. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I guess to that last question, is this something, could we re-refer this to the Codes Committee?
You could.
It hasn't gone.
It hasn't gone to any of the committees yet. It hasn't been. You could ask the sponsor if he doesn't mind sending it to the Codes Committee.
Is the Codes Committee
Will it
one
go
of the
to Codes
committees that it's going to go to?
It's going to go to Codes anyway.
Okay, thank
There
you.
you go. Okay. Nobody else in the queue? We're back on the bill. We're back on your bill as substituted.
I'd renew my motion.
Okay, hold on just a second. Okay, so we are on BL 2019-78 as substituted. Nobody else in the queue. There's a motion to approve on second reading. Properly seconded. We're on that vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. All right, so we're going to go on the board. So we are on BL 2019-78 as substituted. This is a motion to approve on second reading. All right, Madam Clerk, can you open up the machines? Okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Everybody voted who's in here? Okay. Madam Clerk, if you would, close the machines, take the vote.
20 in favor, 8 against, and 4 abstentions.
All right. So on second reading, the bill passes, moves on to third reading. All right. We're still on page 2. All right. We're on BL 2019-79 by Councilmember O'Connell, an ordinance to amend section 17.16.250 of the Metropolitan Code regarding advertisement occupancy of a short-term rental property owner occupied. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This one actually, I have intended to track what BL 2019-7, and I know we deferred that to the April public hearing. I'd like to defer this public hearing as well to the April public hearing.
Okay. So the motion is to defer to the first meeting in April, the public hearing in April. Properly seconded. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2019-90 by Councilmember Lee. I'll go to Councilmember Mendez. I think he's going to handle this for her. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from AR2A to RS10 zoning for property located at 4465 Laverne Canterville Pike, approximately 75 feet southwest of Rockland Trail, 5.01 acres. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
I think Councilmember Lee is actually here, but I understand on this one, well, open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. We are on BL 2019-90 by Councilmember Lee. Can I see a show of hands of those who are here in favor of that measure? A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to that measure. Seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Mendez.
Move approval, please.
Okay, got a motion to approve on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2020-117 by Councilmember Sledge and O'Connell. Ordinance to amend section 17.20.040 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to parking requirements on multimodal corridors. Councilmember Sledge, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Okay, seeing nobody in favor, you only one person in opposition. Do you wish to speak? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. There's a substitute on this one as well I need to move.
Okay, so there's a motion to move the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for discussion on the substitute.
Thanks. I'll actually yield to planning on the substitute. It does, I think, two things that were discussed in.
All right, so hold on just a second. This was approved by Planning Commission, but we do not have the substitute.
Ooh, okay.
We'll have it, I assume, for third reading.
So you can go ahead and move it, and then we can get the substitute on third reading.
Yeah, let me move with a brief comment, and in that I might allude to the substitute that's coming.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve on second reading, properly seconded. Back to you for discussion.
Thank you. So what this does is, currently we basically create rules for housing for cars, for parking, along our multimodal transit corridors. And some people have asked, hey, what are multimodal corridors? Well, they're defined within our major and collector street plan, and they are what you would think they are. They're things like Gallatin Pike, things like 8th Avenue, Dickerson Pike, those big, giant pikes that we have that make up the backbone of transportation in our city. So cities across the country, what they have done is they have, and in fact we have done, is eliminated the parking minimums in areas that are very dense and areas that have good transit service. You can determine for yourself what good means. Right now, the downtown code does not have a parking minimum. We still have parking downtown, but it does not have minimums. What this would do is it would extend that current rule to corridors, and the substitute that will come will limit that to the UZO. It will also require that the majority, for a property to basically apply, for this to apply, the majority of the frontage of that property must front the corridor. In other words, we're not going to be having people who take advantage, essentially, of this because it will be street-oriented. Long story short, the cities that have done eliminating parking minimums in areas like this along transit lines are peer cities. There are places like Charlotte, Minneapolis, Seattle, Portland, but there are places as far-flung as Buffalo, Kansas City, Houston, Dallas, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Hartford, Milwaukee, you can kind of name any major city in our country, and there is some version of how we have taken away the parking minimums. Again, doesn't mean that parking goes away. Parking is going to be there. For a lot of these properties to be financed, parking is going to be required to be there. But it does move us toward where we are making an emphasis on creating housing for people over housing for cars on our multimodal corridors. With that, I'd ask you to support on second reading.
All right, so I got a motion to approve on second reading, again properly seconded. Nobody in the queue. We're voting on second reading. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We are now on BL 2020-127. That's on page 3 of your calendar agenda. BL 2020-127 by Councilmember Hall. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from SP and R40 to MUN-A zoning for properties located at 6404 Eatons Creek Road, 3580, 3612, 3616, and 3622 Old Clarksville Pike, Eatons Creek Road unnumbered, and Old Clarksville Pike unnumbered, approximately 215 feet west of Jolton Community Center Road, 53.22 acres. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
I'd like to open a public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Okay, there was no one in favor. Those in opposition wish to speak. If you would, please come forward, line up. Need your name and address, and you will have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, distinguished council members. My name is Gary Moore. I live at 2946 Morgan Road, Jolton, Tennessee. And for the record, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I'd like a package to be made part of the record. Is that permissible?
All right.
Thank you. And also for the records, my comments will apply to not only to this piece of legislation, but for the next 4 bills also, assuming you go in order. I am opposed to this. Not only am I opposed to it, but 369 other residents of Jolton are opposed to it by referencing their signature on the document that was in that package that I just gave you. That means that total counting these 370 people that are opposed to that, and for good reason. But also, I'd like to point out that a few years ago that the same property owners attempted to change from T2 to T3, the same property, and the Planning Commission rejected that. So now they've come back and want to change it to zoning. So we've met with the Planning Commission. We took 218 names to the Planning Commission that was opposed to it. The Planning Commission deferred to, I believe, March the 27th. And we also had one public meeting, which was not very well advertised, I might add. I advertised it myself in a local newspaper there. But at that meeting, there was 150 people that showed up at that meeting where Councilman Hall had the meeting. Most of those 150 people have signed this document saying they are opposed to it. Comments were made after the meeting at the planning on Facebook that half of those people that signed that petition didn't even live in Davidson County. I can assure you that it's not a true statement. I know most of them. I went back through all those signatures, and I found maybe 8 that I could not confirm positively lived in the Jolton community. For those of you that don't know, Jolton is a unique community in that we have residents that live in Jolton that have an Ashland City address, but they're still in Jolton in Davidson County. We have residents that live in Jolton that have a Goodlettsville address, and they're still in District 1 in Jolton. We also have people that live in, I said Goodlettsville, we have Whites Creek that are also considered Jolton. So I would ask you to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, my name's Jim Midget. I live at 6240 Eatons Creek Road in Jolton. I'm opposed to this bill as well as the next 4 that follow it, all of which are related. The Jolton Community Plan states that rural development pattern in rugged terrain has defined Jolton's character for many decades. It says retaining Jolton's small commercial center and its rural character are critical parts of the plan. Jolton people have recognized in the plan that there are many sensitive natural features that can easily be disturbed or destroyed by development. This recent flurry of coordinated simultaneous rezoning proposals to change 1- and 2-family R40 1-acre lots and specific plans to mixed use would permit thousands of multifamily units up to 3 stories tall mixed with commercial over more than 100 acres. Respectfully, nothing about that sounds rural to me. The proposed sweeping blanket rezoning approach to planning Joelton's future strikes me as being somewhat akin to trying to perform delicate surgery with a machete. It's putting the cart before the horse without adequate infrastructure. In this case, community outreach and input has been kept to a bare minimum. There is no plan for us to consider, just a large speculative blanket rezoning attempt to cram in densities and uses that are inconsistent with and inappropriate for the rural character of Joelton, where that lifestyle still exists in Davidson County as a choice, and which the community plan has recognized as being a unique asset, not just for Joelton, but for the entire county because of the nature of the environment there, the wildlife habitat, and things of that nature. Therefore, I urge you to please help our community and the county and vote against these ill-advised blanket zone change proposals. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
My name is Gary Milliken. I live at 3562 Old Clarksville Highway in Joelton, and I have all the same concerns as the previous two speakers, so I'll just keep mine short.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Karen Holmes. I live at 2662 Union Hill Road in Joelton. Again, I also agree with the previous speakers and hope that you'll vote against this. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
My name's Mark James. I live at 2911 Morgan Road there in Joelton, and I also agree with the other speakers. And in addition to that, my wife and I, just last two evenings, we've gone out to get more names on petitions. We've gone right there in our neighborhood, a good 3/4 to a mile maybe from where all this is wanting to play out. And we were really surprised. Nobody that we went and got in those 2 evenings had even heard of what's going on. So one meeting for this is not fair. Secondly, we went to another council meeting down in the Bordeaux area. There was no way we could even speak about what's going on for us because they're under the same issue. They're wanting to take 3.5 acres, an acre of green space, put 34 homes on the other 2.5 acres. And what's not fair to us, the developer is showing them what they're wanting to do, but we don't see anything that they're wanting to do for us. So I just don't think it's fair to hand them 100 acres of land and say, do what you want. Here it is. So thank you for your time, and I hope you just vote this down.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Tammy James, and I live at 2911 Morgan Road in Joelton, and I agree with the speakers. I love Joelton, I love the community, and I love that we are different. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm Jim Barnes. My wife and Vicky's here with me. We live at 3084 Union Hill Road in metropolitan Joelton. And very simply put, we're here to voice our opposition to the proposed zoning changes. Thank you.
Did you say metropolitan Joelton?
Yeah, downtown, yes,
Okay.
metropolitan.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes.
Yeah, I've been to downtown Joelton before. All right, seeing nobody else in the queue, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hall.
So this actually evolved from beginning over a year ago or so, I believe about 12, 13 months. Originally, it did start out as a conversation about a land use policy change, and then through those meetings with planning and continued community meetings over the last year, that's how we came to this point. Sat down with planning, came up with what we had looked at, operating within Nashville Next and consulting with planning staff. We were looking at how to create a town center or infill structure right along I-24. This is the one area where there is sewer capacity near I-24 on Whites Creek Pike. This is actually, zero capacity to do any development at the moment. Because as you all know, I'm constantly railing about infrastructure. The one development nearby took us from 1% water capacity basically to zero. There is no proposed development for any of these sites in these 5 rezonings. It's simply to create the town center as listed under Nashville Next. So at this point, there is no development currently planned for any of these properties. Per suggestion from Planning Commission, when we deferred at the last meeting, they wanted us to do something a little different, which was to come back and show what something could look like on those sites. And so we're in the process of doing that, and that will be happening at the next planning meeting because this is tracking simultaneous at planning. So I would just ask that we pass these on second reading here. Being 17, we can amend on third, but we'll continue to track with planning and get a final decision from Planning Commission as March 27th, I believe, meeting takes place. 26th.
March 26th. All right, so the motion is to approve on second reading, properly seconded. So again, this has not been voted on by the Planning Commission at this point.
Correct.
Okay. So we have people in the queue. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As your planning representative on the commission, I've heard this case come before the commission, and I didn't bring my notes on it tonight because when it was there last, it was my understanding that these bills about Jolton tonight were going to be deferred. I knew that it had fallen in that we have a rule where if you don't, so if you file something at council and then it goes to planning and the planning commission doesn't come back within 30 days, that you can move forward with it at council, right? So it kind of fell into this kind of gap that the commissioners were a little uncomfortable with, but we were also not comfortable with this moving forward. And I've asked planning staff and I've asked Lisa to contact some of the other staffers, but it's a little late at night to do that because it was my understanding that if it wasn't explicitly said, that it was explicitly implied that this was going to be deferred tonight and that these bills were going to be deferred until after the Planning Commission got more information and got more details. Now, I could be wrong about that, but I think that the constituents here tonight have expressed that to many of us as well. And so my concern is we at the Planning Commission are planning on hearing this at our next meeting. And so I do think it is putting the cart before the horse to go ahead with these here tonight without the input of the Planning Commission. I feel like we're getting things a little twisted around when the planning commissioners thought that these were all going to be deferred and given proper discussion because previously they had been deferred because it was going to be a late night. So that's what got us into this 30-day window to begin with, was the deferral because of timing. And so what I would ask, and I'd be happy, I guess, I don't want to make an unfriendly motion to you, Councilman, but I would like to defer this second reading and reopen the public hearing so that, because I think many of the constituents, at least as they have told many of us, is they did not think that this was going to be heard tonight. And as the commissioner that was at the meeting, I didn't think it was going to be heard tonight. And I'd also like to ask if planning staff has anything to add to that.
Planning?
I don't think we do.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Murphy, that was about as close to a motion as I could hear. Did you make a motion?
I will make the motion that we defer second reading, and that we hold the public hearing. I don't even know where we are in the month.
All right. So we've held the public hearing. It is
Right.
closed. So is your motion is to defer the vote on second reading until when?
Tell me, without having to pull up a calendar, when do we get to Planning Commission? The 26th, and so then our next meeting would be?
You would defer until the first meeting in April if you wanted to wait until the Planning
I was
Commission.
hearing 27. I was like, there's no way we're meeting on the 26th and then the 27th. I would lose my mind then.
So the motion to defer would be until the first meeting in April.
Yes.
Okay. Properly seconded. So that's a motion to defer until the first meeting in April. We would not be voting on second reading tonight if the motion passes. I'm going to go back to Councilmember Hall.
So I think there was a lack of clarity on the ability to defer because we deferred at last public hearing. There's not an issue with deferring tonight to that date. We just didn't know that we could do that and still track with planning. So no, there's not an issue with being able to do that at all. Like I said, we just didn't have clarity on could it be done and how that would impact the next planning cycle if it had to be pulled all together or if it could be deferred twice on second hearing. So we did the first one. We've had public hearing tonight, and we can defer to that first meeting in April.
So are you supporting the motion?
Yes, we can go ahead and defer that to the first meeting.
So we're on a motion to defer.
So the motion is to defer and to hold another public hearing.
So do you want to hold another public hearing? Or is that what
I think we heard from the constituents tonight, and they've got a number of bills, so we could probably just defer this one and then address the other bills as they come up. But I do think that I think on the other bills, we did not discuss them at all at planning.
No,
They were
ran them
all
together.
deferred. So if the councilman, I guess, would indicate his intentions on his next couple of bills, I'd feel comfortable not having another public hearing on this one if the rest of the bills and their public hearings were being deferred as well. I think that respects the planning process that we all have in place.
All right, so we're on a motion to defer second reading, the vote on second reading until the first meeting in April. Again, it's been properly seconded. We have people in the queue. Does anybody want to talk on the motion to defer? I've got Councilmember O'Connell, Bradford, Glover, and Vercher. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to stand in support of the deferral because as we've seen tonight, there's been a lot of opposition and we still don't know what the Planning Commission is going to say. So I just want to stand in support of the deferral.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Glover?
Just very quickly, Vice Mayor. Mr. Cooper, regardless of what we do, defer it or pass it tonight because it's not gone through the hearing and the Planning Commission, the pending legislation does not apply here regardless?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
I was going to ask, what are we doing, Vice Mayor? We have another district council member making a deferral on zoning legislation in a district that they don't even reside in. But I'll just set that aside. I want to hear from the sponsor, his position on the actual bill, and I'll vote accordingly as it relates to the elected council member that represents the interests that we just heard tonight on the public hearing.
All right, so Councilmember Vercher, obviously anybody can make a motion to defer. We're not actually on the bill right now. We're on a motion to defer. So if you want an explanation on the bill, we're not there yet. We're on a motion to defer. So anybody else wish to speak on the motion to defer? All right, Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I just want to clarify. So if we vote to defer, so the vote that we're talking about right now, if we vote to defer, then we don't get to hear the sponsor provide feedback on so the feedback that Councilwoman Vercher just asked for. If we go ahead and do the vote right now to defer, then we won't get that feedback from the sponsor. Is that correct?
We're on a motion to defer. We're not on the bill right now. We're on a motion to defer. If you defer the second reading, eventually you are going to hear from the council member on what was said tonight. But at this point, we're simply on a motion to defer. Councilmember Hall.
So if Councilmember Murphy would withdraw her motion to defer, I can make one to defer to the first meeting in April with a brief explanation, and I think that'll satisfy the last two council members.
So you're asking Councilmember Murphy to withdraw her motion to defer so you can make the motion to defer. Is that right?
Correct.
Councilmember Murphy? Well done.
I am happy to let the councilman take the lead on this stance. I will reiterate that the reason I made the motion is because of conversations as your elected representative on the council of the commission, as your elected planning commissioner, and what was said at the planning commission and the confusion there, and backing up what the councilman of the district even said, supporting the motion, I am more than happy to let him lead the motion. I was just offering it earlier, and as you said yourself, Vice Mayor, it sounded like a motion, so I might as well have moved it.
All right, so
more
she's
than
going
happy to defer to the
she's going to
councilman.
withdraw her motion. Okay, so we're back to Councilmember Hall. You're recognized.
So I'll make a motion to defer with a brief explanation.
So the motion to defer is to the first meeting in April.
To
Okay, so
continue
that's-
tracking with planning.
All right, so that's the motion to defer is to the first meeting in April, properly seconded. Back to you for a brief explanation.
So as I mentioned before, part of the conversation at last planning was they were asking for something that we typically don't do, which is because there's nothing proposed for these sites, that they wanted to see something actually on it, what it would look like something on it. Little odd, but we had no problem doing that. And so that's why we deferred at that last meeting and ran all of those together. That's why they were all deferred. So I have no problem continuing to do that same thing until we get to a resolve at Planning Commission. Again, recommended by staff, but we just have not gotten to the point of that vote. So we'll continue with that process, and then we'll come back with all 5 pieces post Planning Commission the beginning of April. So I intend to do it with the next 4.
Okay, so we have a motion to defer on this bill, properly seconded. Nobody else in the queue. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. So we are now on BL 2020-132 and BL 2020-133. We can take them together. 2020-132 by Councilmember Hall. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from SCC to MUNA zoning for a portion of property located at 3565 Old Clarksville Pike, approximately 580 feet east of Eatons Creek Road, and with a commercial plan unit development overlay district, 25.95 acres, and 2020-133 by Councilmember Hall. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling commercial plan unit development overlay district for a portion of property located at 7174 Whites Creek Pike, approximately 580 feet east of Eatons Creek Road, Zone SCC, 25.95 acres. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, so we are going to open up the public hearing, declare it open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those 2 measures. Show of hands of those who are in opposition to those 2 measures. All right, seeing nobody in favor, those opposed wish to speak. Okay. If you would come forward, again, state your name and address, and you will have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Gary Moore, 2946 Morgan Road, Jolton, Tennessee. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and thank you, council members. I would just repeat what I said earlier. My comments at the first apply to this one as well, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor, members of the council, my name's Jim Midget, 6240 Eatons Creek Road, Jolton. As I indicated to you before, the comments that I just made to you about that bill apply to this one as well. Thank you.
Mark James, 2911 Morgan Road, Jolton. Same comments I had earlier apply to this one as well.
All right, thank you.
Tammy James, 2911 Morgan Road in Jolton, and I agree with what they said.
All right, thank you.
Gary Milliken, 3562 Old Clarksville Highway, Jolton, and I agree with the previous speakers as well.
All right, thank you.
I'm Jim Barnes. Still live at 3084 Union Hill Road in metropolitan Jolton. And my wife and I are still here to voice opposition to this zoning change. Thank you.
So you haven't moved since the last time you got up and spoke?
No, sir. I'm still there. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
So per our previous conversation, we're going to move to defer to the first meeting in April.
All right?
Yes.
So that's what you want to do?
Yes.
Okay. So the motion is to defer both 132 and 133 until the first meeting in April. Properly seconded. Back to you for any discussion.
Nope.
Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
So, Mr. Cooper, I need for you to make sure I understand the rules where we are at this point. Have we completed the public hearing on the council floor with regards to all of these bills?
The first three, there's still two more.
Right,
that will go
but
together.
the
Yes.
first one, it's done.
Correct.
These two we've not. So then I would respectfully ask if the sponsor would amend the deferral to have another public hearing after, and if there happens to be anything new that's introduced. So that's the piece I would like, as opposed to shutting it down and not letting people come back and speak here on this floor. Thank you.
So let me refer to Mr. Cooper, because I think if that were to happen, we would have to go on the board. It requires a 2/3 vote to have a second public hearing. Okay? So did you make that motion? Councilmember Glover, hold on.
I'll make the motion. Yes.
Councilmember Glover has moved to have a second public hearing. Okay? So
It's kind of weird, because technically we have a motion to defer pending, so we have to dispose of that before he can make that motion, unless he agrees to revise his motion to include that as part of the same.
okay. I think you all heard what he said anyway as I was listening. So
Question.
So the question is, we can either do it separately or you can do it on your motion.
Well, I have a question for Attorney Cooper.
Okay.
So will we need to go back and do that on the previous one?
That we've already passed that one.
Right. Would that,
You could,
I mean,
As-
post this, go
you
back and
could
address on the,
then make another motion to hold a public hearing on that one as well. And if the council with 2/3 vote decided to do that, they could.
and we have to do those separately.
Correct.
Okay.
So right now, what you have in front of you is a motion to defer 132 and 133 until the first meeting in April. That's the motion that's in front of us right now. I think what Mr. Cooper has advised is if you want to do a motion to have another public hearing, you need to wait until we take care of this motion, or Councilmember Hall needs to include it on his motion.
Okay, yes, Vice Mayor, that's fine. Happy to do that, and we'll handle it whichever way Mr. Cooper feels like will be best for. I just want to make sure people are allowed to come back and talk to us.
Okay, we just have to wait
Thank you.
until
No,
Councilmember
that's
Hall
fine.
decides how he wants to
Yes, sir.
proceed. All right?
Right. So for purposes of the minutes, it would be easier if it was all in one motion.
So Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
So again, what we'll do is amend the deferral to re-refer and have well, not re-refer, but to have a second public hearing. And we'll do the deferral until the first meeting in April.
Okay, so.
So we can continue to track again with planning.
All right, so the motion now pursuant to the sponsor of the two bills is for 132 and 133 to defer second reading until the first meeting in April and have a second public hearing, which would also be the first meeting in April. Okay? That is the motion properly seconded. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
I think this may just be a point of order. So my understanding is that 127, 132, 133, 139, and 140 are all interconnected and related?
Yes.
And
They're
we're
all
going to
the
have,
same area, but they're different properties. So
Okay.
you have to have a separate public hearing for each of the properties.
okay, so just waiting and deferring one of the ones coming up in a minute wouldn't just allow, because it seems like folks have the same opinion about them as a package. But since we've already gotten there, that seemed like an easier solution to me.
So
Okay.
I think what Council Lady Allen was talking about is that you could actually, when we get to 139 and 140, you can go through this, or you can just wait and defer, because it sounds like we may be having public hearings on all those.
So
Correct.
So the difference is if you, the public hearings were already advertised, meaning the notices were sent out that Metro paid for. Having the second public hearing, you won't have to do that. This, announcing it here is the public notice. If you deferred the next two without holding the public hearing, then we would have to re-advertise and do the notices again or planning would have to do that. So that's the only difference.
Okay. So I think we're clear. What we're on is a motion to, on 2020-132 and 2020-133, to defer the vote on second reading until the first meeting in April, and to also have a second public hearing. That's the motion, properly seconded. We have to go on the board for that because it's got to get two-thirds of a two-thirds vote. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
Yeah, I would move against the motion. We've got people here. It's not going to take 10 more minutes. If it's this late at night, I'd hate to see them have to come back.
Yeah, well, so we're not on a deferral motion on the next two. We're on we've already had the public hearing on this. Do you know where we are?
I do now.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right. No, it's late. I know people are tired. Okay, so we are, Councilmember Hall, anything before we vote on the motion? No. All right, so we are voting on a motion on 132 and 133 to defer the vote on second reading until the first meeting in April and to have a second public hearing. Madam Clerk, we are on the board. If you will open up the machines, we are voting on the motion. People voting? People who are in the room who haven't voted, you want to vote? Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, if you would, close the machines, take the vote.
28 in favor, 1 against.
Okay, so the deferral motion passes, and it got more than 27 votes, so we will have a second public hearing. All right, we're on now BL 2020-139 by Councilmember Hall, and we can take it together with BL 2020-140, also by Councilmember Hall. 2020-139, ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS and RM20 to MUNA zoning for properties located at 201, 204, 205, 210, 220, 221, 225, and 231 Gifford Place, the southeast corner of Interstate 24 and Whites Creek Pike, within a planned unit development overlay district, 22.12 acres, and BL 2020-140 by Councilmember Hall, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a planned unit development overlay district for properties located at 201, 204, 205, 210, 220, 221, 225, and 231 Gifford Place at the southeast corner of Interstate 24 and Whites Creek Pike, zone CS and RM20, 22.12 acres. Councilmember Hall, you are recognized.
Open the public hearing.
Okay, so Councilmember Hall has asked for a public hearing. Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. All right, no one in favor. Those who are in opposition wish to speak. If you would, please come forward. Need name, address, and you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, Gary Moore, and my comments that I made earlier apply to this piece of legislation as well. I ask you to vote no. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir. Name and address.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jim Midget. I live at 6240 Eatons Creek Road, Joelton. I'm in opposition to this plan as well for the reasons that I stated in the previous ones. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Gary Milliken, 3562 Old Clarksville Highway in Joelton, and I'm opposed to these as well as the previous speakers.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Karen Holmes, I live at 2662 Union Hill Road in Joelton. I'm also opposed to these. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mark James, 2911 Morgan Road, Joelton, still opposed as I was previously.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Tammy James, 2911 Morgan Road, and I agree with the speakers.
All right, thank you.
I'm Jim Barnes again, and my wife Vicki, and 3084 Union Hill Road, Joelton. No, sir, I haven't moved yet. And I'm opposed to the zoning change. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And you're still in Metropolitan Joelton. All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
So also being part of Title 17, I know it can be amended on third. There may be two pieces of this that's pulled. We'll work with planning on that. Two of the specific parcels, including this, may be pulled. We'll work with planning on that between now and the next planning so that it'll be adjusted at that next planning meeting if that happens. But we're going to move to defer to the first meeting in April with a second public hearing.
Okay. So the motion is to defer the second reading until the first meeting in April and have a second public hearing. That's the motion. Properly seconded. Discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, we're going to have to go on the board again. All right. So if you would, and again, this requires 27 votes. So I need members in their seats. All right. Madam Clerk, if you would, please open up the machines. Okay, got people in their seats not voting yet? All right, Madam Clerk, if you would, close the machines, take the votes.
29 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstention.
Okay, the motion passes, and since it had required 27 votes, there will be a subsequent public hearings on both those two measures. All right? Thank you, and thank you all for hanging with us for so long. I appreciate it. All right, BL 2020-151 by Councilmember Hager. This has been referred to the Planning Commission, but was approved by the Planning Commission. Ordinance amending Chapter 17.36, 17.40 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the creation of a residential accessory structure overlay district. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized.
Vice Mayor, open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. See nobody here on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized.
Move for passage, but I do have an amendment.
Okay.
I'll move the amendment first, please.
All right, so I've got an amendment. Councilmember Hager moves the amendment on 2020-151. Properly seconded. Explanation of the amendment, Councilmember Hager.
This particular amendment, what it does is this is an accessory dwelling bill. And what's happening in a lot of neighborhoods that have larger lots, they have no HOA, they have no restrictive covenants. So what this bill does is that it restricts not the design, but the building materials and the size of the buildings that go in some of these neighborhoods that do not have restrictive covenants anymore because they're only good for 20 years. The amendment puts a cap on the size of the accessory dwelling, which is 1,200 square feet, or whichever less, which is 30% of the size of the dwelling itself.
All right, so Councilmember Hager has explained the amendment. He has moved the amendment. It has been properly seconded. Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt the amendment. Councilmember Hager, you're on your bill as amended.
As amended, I move for passage with a explanation, please.
All right, so Councilmember Hager has moved for passage on second reading as amended, properly seconded. Back to you.
This particular bill is a type of overlay, and anybody in their district that has a subdivision that has big lots and they have pretty good sized houses, it restricts how the building materials are put on these particular accessory dwellings, make sure they're in the back, and they have a height restriction of 16 feet. My fellow council member here, Zach Young, they have the similar type of ordinance in Goodlettsville that will help control some of the building that are going in some of these neighborhoods, like in neighborhood in my area, they're building probably a 30 by 65 foot pole barn made out of tin in a subdivision that's got nice brick houses. So this will help control some of that size and what type of material they're made out of. So I move for passage, please.
All right. So Councilmember Hager has moved for passage on second reading. Bill was amended, so we're passing the bill on second as amended. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2020-169 by Councilmember Roberts. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R6 to SP zoning for property located at 1313 53rd Avenue North, the corner of 53rd Avenue North and Louisiana Avenue. It's 0.3 acres to permit 4 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right. Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right. Thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Councilmember Rosenberg is very tall, and I'm looking around him. I don't see anybody. I think I didn't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
I'd like to move for approval.
All right. Motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember O'Connell.
I didn't intend to speak on this one, so I don't know if that was...
All right, so let's not
I'm
speak.
happy to.
No, I
did,
think...
Did Councilmember Roberts want me to speak? 'Cause
No,
I'm
but your button was pushed and you
Okay.
showed up, so I'm cutting you off.
All right.
All right, bye. Councilmember Roberts has moved for approval on second. On second reading, the screen just went away. All right, so Councilmember Roberts has moved for approval on second reading. It was properly seconded. Nobody's in the queue. Oh. There you go. It just happened to be unplugged for a second. Nobody else in the queue? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2020-170 by Councilmember Roten. And if okay, BL 2020-171 can be taken together. 2020-170, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to SP zoning for property located at 4042 Sureguard Way at the terminus of Sureguard Way and partially within a planned unit development overlay district, 8.57 acres to permit a mixed-use development. And 2020-171 by Councilmember Roten, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of a planned unit development overlay district for property located at 4042 Sureguard Way at the terminus of Sureguard Way, Zone CS, and partially within a planned unit development overlay district, 8.57 acres. Councilmember Roten, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Seeing nobody moving, seeing nobody moving, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized on those two bills.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Okay, I got a motion to approve on 170 and 171, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt both bills, 170 and 171. Okay, so you're on 172. I got you. And then I'll come back for resolution. Thank you. You just hit the button. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, we are on BL 2020-172. Councilmember Sledge amends a specific plan for properties located at 640 and 714 Merritt Avenue, approximately 700 feet east of Fort Negley Boulevard, to add 0.15 acres of property located at Merritt Avenue, unnumbered, currently zoned IR, for a total of 3.09 acres to be zoned SP to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Sledge. Oh, I guess I do have to hit your button there. There we go. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Move to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. All those in favor of this bill, by show of hands. Seeing none. All those in opposition, by show of hands. Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Back to Councilmember Sledge.
Move for approval.
I have a motion and it's properly seconded. Seeing no one in the queue, all in favor? Against? Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. On to BL 2020-173, Councilmember Swope, an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws and zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government, Nashville and Davidson County, by changing from R10 to OL zoning for a portion of property located at 5423 Edmondson Pike, approximately 625 feet south of Brent Glen Place, all of which is described here in Councilmember Swope.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. All those in favor of this bill, with a show of hands. Thank you. All those against the bill, by a show of hands. I don't see any. Would those in favor like to speak? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Back to Councilmember Swope.
Move approval.
I have a motion. It is properly seconded. I see nobody in the queue. All in favor? Against? Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Swope. On to BL 2020-174, Councilmember Roberts. Changes 1.11 acres from CS to MULA zoning for properties located at 5301, 5305, 5307, 5309, and 5311 California Avenue, and 5215 Centennial Boulevard at the southeast corner of California Avenue and 54th Avenue North. Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. All those in favor of this bill, by a show of hands. Thank you. All those in opposition, by a show of hands. Seeing none, those in favor wish to speak? No, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Back to Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, I'd like to move for approval, please.
I have a motion. It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all in favor? Against? Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Roberts. On to BL 2020-175, Councilmembers Mendez and Lee. Changes 38.13 acres from RS10 to RM9 zoning for property located at Old Franklin Road unnumbered. Councilmember
Lee's going to handle it.
Is Councilmember Lee's hand on this? Okay, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. All those in favor of this bill, by a show of hands. Thank you. All those in opposition, by a show of hands. Seeing none, those in favor wish to speak? No? Yes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My name is Andrew Steffens, 929 Gale Lane. I've been in real estate in Nashville for 10 years, and I lead the local Wood Partners office. We're a team of local developers that design and build intentionally so that our buildings and our residents naturally fit into the fabric of the existing neighborhoods. I'm here today to support and ask for your approval of this bill because I'm 100% confident that this is what the large majority of the Cane Ridge community wants. I'm confident in this statement because my team and I have met with the community, the council lady, the neighborhood leaders 12 times over the last 12 months. In those 12 meetings, we've presented our plans, listened to community feedback, and adjusted our plans to nearly every single request from the neighbors and members of the community. This is an ideal location for high-end garden-style apartment community, and we're looking to bring a new standard of community-oriented development to the Cane Ridge community. Over half of the site will be left as open space with nature trails and safe outdoor amenities. Our development will have direct pedestrian connection to the $3 billion development called Century Farms right across the street, and will connect to the new TOD Cloverleaf that's being built on Interstate 24. People will walk from work or to work from our community to their jobs at CHS, HCA, Tanger Outlets, myriad of other office jobs, food and beverage, and other services in that area. This development is exactly what the community wants. They support it, and we ask that you will as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. President. My name is John Stern. I'm president of Cane Ridge Community Trust, 6688 Nolansville Pike, Cane Ridge 37027. The developer, Wood Partners, and the Cane Ridge community have been working on this proposal for better part of the year. What we have ended up with adds significant value to this community. Wood's willingness to go above the basic minimums is commendable, as this property is already zoned at a pretty high intensity of use. Some of the agreements that we have reached include the fact that they're only going to have 1- and 2-bedroom apartments, so that the so that the number of students attending our overcrowded schools are lessened. We had planned to incorporate a public teacher incentive program into the rental project, giving them a 20% discount on some of the rental units, but we understand that that's not something that may be legal to do, but we were thinking of the teachers. We have design as well as material standards. There will not be any short-term rentals in this property. We are going to have internal traffic calming measures. We are creating and designating a 30-foot landscape buffer, and we'll be using native tree and indigenous landscaping throughout. If the bill passes, I believe that the council member will have come up with one of the very best zonings ever to come to this part of town. And I have been observing quite a few of them of late. I thank you all for your ongoing assistance with these long-term decisions that you're making. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Twanachik, 5967 Cane Ridge Road. We began meeting with this developer before they ever submitted anything anywhere, which gave us a lot of time to discuss things. We had a document in Cane Ridge we adopted called the Cane Ridge Community Resource Declaration more than a couple of years ago now. They met every standard in that document. They were willing to say yes to not having a cut-through street. They said yes to walking trails. They said yes to leaving trees, to mitigating traffic, to protecting a cemetery that's there, to leaving completely untouched green space, and they put everything in writing. And I'll repeat, they put everything in writing. We've had open and honest dialogue with them and found common ground throughout this process that meets the needs of both the community and the developer, and it has demonstrable good for the community. It's a well-thought-out plan. It should work in another 100 years rather than only in 5 or 6 years from now. So I'm in support of this development.
Ma'am, thank you. We just didn't get your name. If you just.
Juana Chick.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Brendan Bowles with Kimley Horn Associates, 214 Oceanside Drive. I'll keep it brief here this evening, as I know everybody's tired and everybody's been working hard this week. I think it's just important for this body to know how much hard work has gone into this development and the proposal that's before you tonight. And there's been over 12 community meetings and a lot of outreach. And thank you, Councilman Lee, for her efforts here tonight as well. So just want to request you guys to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Michael Lampin, 1000 Cherry Blossom Court. I'm here to speak in support of the Wood Partners development in Cane Ridge. Cane Ridge and the general Antioch area have seen phenomenal growth in recent years with recognizable employers such as HCA, Bridgestone, LKQ Corporation, and CHS, to name a few. These employers are attracting great talent to the area, and that talent needs great and quality housing to avoid having to commute daily from other communities and neighborhoods. With new development comes new retail, entertainment, and much-needed public infrastructure improvements that will benefit the community as a whole. Additionally, this helps build a stronger community, offering job transplants the opportunity to live and work in the same neighborhood, thus creating a stronger connection with your neighborhood. Andrew and his team have worked closely with the Cane Ridge Community Trust, the council member, the Cane Ridge Community Club, and neighbors to design a community that will enhance the Cane Ridge neighborhood. The developer worked closely with all parties to keep 20 acres of green space in one of the most recognizable areas and locations in Cane Ridge, across from a 2,000-job, 6-story office building. I hope the council will recognize this should serve as an example of how communities and developers can serve to create a truly special and long-lasting generational impact for our residents in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Megan. Let me pull that down. Okay.
I live on 89 Fern Avenue. I moved to Nashville last year for a real estate opportunity. I'm working on a real estate project nearby. I have many friends and family who've actually relocated to Nashville in recent years and have found Cane Ridge to be very affordable compared to other options closer to the city. Since I started in real estate back in 2014, I've worked on investments all the way from Upper East Side of Manhattan to the West Side of Los Angeles and studied the amenities that these Class A projects offer. And I've also studied what Wood Partners plans to develop at Cane Ridge, and those amenities and all of the green space and finishes that they're offering rival what I've seen across the country. And I think what the standard that they'll be bringing to Antioch is a standard that Cane Ridge and the community deserves to see, and will allow young professionals a place to live that's at a competitive price and much more affordable to neighborhoods closer to the city. Thank you.
Megan, thank you. We just didn't get your last name.
Peace.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Vice Mayor, Sean Henry, 315 Dedrick Street, representing Wood Partners. This particular project's been approved by the Planning Commission. This is an RM9 based zoning district. It's directly across the street from the 300-acre Century Farms mixed-use development. Certainly an opportunity for people to live on this property and walk across the street to their employment or other places of entertainment, shopping, et cetera. This is a bit unusual for so many people to stand in front of you tonight in support of a project. Normally, what you see is you have a public hearing, you have people up that are in support, you have people that are in opposition, there's a deferral, there's more discussion, and a bill comes back to you with something hopefully worked out. We've already done that. And the reason we're up here to let you see that is we've been working closely with the Cane Ridge community groups. We have a proposed substitute bill. It's in the hands of your staff. Council Lady Lee has that. We've been discussing that. There's going to be some adjustments to that proposal. And so what we're hoping is that you close this public hearing, you defer action on second reading for one meeting, and we hope to be back here with a substitute bill that can be adopted on second reading, and we can all walk out hand in hand as we presently are. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor, Council, thank you for staying so late. My name is John Taylor. I live at 3100 Old Franklin Road, which is the adjoining property of this project, and I'm 100% in favor of this. It's going to be a great thing for my community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no other speakers, declare the public hearing closed. Back to Councilmember Lee.
Sir, I would like to make a motion to defer with a brief comment.
Motion to defer to the
Only refer the second reading, only one.
defer one meeting. Yes, ma'am. Floor is yours.
Okay,
It's motion. It is properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Lee.
I just wanted my colleagues to know that I am not against this. In fact, this group did a fantastic job of working with the community, trying to get the pieces in there that the community wanted. There are just some things that we need to tweak inside to make everything is legal and everything is exactly what they want it to be. So next meeting, I will bring something else back to you all, and we will move forward on this. So I didn't want you to think that I was against any of the pieces. It's going to be a very good development when we send it through, one that our area would be proud of. And so I move the deferral.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. The motion is to defer one meeting. It is motion. It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all in favor of the one meeting deferral? Against? Motion passes. Thank you,
sir.
Councilmember Lee. On to BL 2020-176, Councilmember Van Rees. Approve of conditions, disapprove without all conditions by the Planning Commission. Changes 2.58 acres from R10 to SP zoning for property located at 319 Williams Avenue to permit 28 detached multifamily residential units. Councilmember Van Rees.
Move to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. All those in favor of this bill with a show of hands. Thank you. All those in opposition, the show of hands. Seeing none, do those in support wish to speak? Seeing nobody coming forward, I declare the public hearing closed. Back to Councilmember Van Rees.
That's impressive that they stayed this late. With that, I move approval, please.
I have a motion It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all those in favor? Against? Thank you. BL 2020-176 passes. On to BL 2020-177, Councilmember Sledge. Changes 1.41 acres from IWD to SP zoning for properties located at 476 Gray Street, 1229 and 1231 Martin Street, and Gray Street unnumbered to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. All those in favor of this bill? Thank you. All those in opposition? Seeing none, do those in favor wish to speak? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge.
Move approval.
I have a motion. It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all in favor? Against? Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. On to BL 2020-178, Councilmember Benedict. Changes .23 acres from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1314 Cardinal Avenue. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. And all those in favor of this bill with a show of hands? Thank you. All those in opposition? Seeing none, do those in favor wish to speak? No. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Benedict.
Like to move approval.
Have a motion. It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor? Against? Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Benedict. On to BL 2020-179, Councilmember Hager. Changes 1.42 acres from RS 7.5 to SP zoning for properties located at 101 and 103 Hamblin Avenue, 109 Park Circle, and Park Circle unnumbered at the eastern corner of Park Circle and Hamblin Avenue to permit 16 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Hager.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. All those in favor of this with a show of hands? Thank you. All those against? Seeing none, wish to speak? No. Declare the public hearing closed. Back to Councilmember Hager.
Move for passage. Thank you.
I have a motion. It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all in favor? Against? Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Hager. On to BL 2020-180, Councilmember Roberts. Changes 3.66 acres from IR to MULA zoning for property located at 4900 Centennial Boulevard. Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. All those in favor of this bill, with a show of hands? I see none. All those in opposition? I see none. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roberts.
I'd like to move for approval, please.
I have a motion. It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all in favor? Against? Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Roberts. On to BL 2020-181, Councilmember Taylor. Changes .10 acres from CS to RS 3.75 zoning for property located at 1004 44th Avenue North.
Actually, somebody else was going to sign on.
Were you taking this?
Can I sign on to that?
I think somebody was signing on. Hang on, sorry. Yes.
Councilmember Roberts, you're signing on to this?
No, I can do it. I'd like to sign on if I can do that.
Is that cool? Yeah, very good. All right. On to,
So I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those in favor of this. I see none. Hands in opposition. I see none. Declare the public hearing closed. Back to Councilmember Roberts.
I'd like to move for approval, please.
I have a motion. It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all in favor? Against? Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Roberts. On to BL 2020-182, Councilmember Toombs. Changes 7.13 acres from IWD to MUG zoning for properties located at 200 Cumberland Bend and Cumberland Bend unnumbered. Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. All those in favor of this bill, the show of hands. Thank you. All those in opposition, show of hands. Seeing none, those in favor wish to speak? No. Declare the public hearing closed. Thank you. Back to Councilmember Toombs.
All right, move for approval.
I have a motion. It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all those in favor? Against? Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. And BL 2020-183, Councilmember Sledge. Approve changes 1.4 acres from CS to SP zoning for properties located at 429 Houston Street, 426 and 430 Humphrey Street to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Open public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. All those in favor of the bill with a show of hands, thank you. And those against? Seeing none, do those in favor wish to speak? Thank you very much. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge.
Move approval.
I have a motion. It is properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all those in favor? Against? Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Pro Tem. You got through that fairly quickly. I think I'm the one who's slowing things down. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so we're on the consent agenda. What I'm going to do is go through quickly the measures that have been bumped off the consent agenda. We're on page 8 of your calendar. Resolution RS 2020-202 is bumped. 212 is bumped, 213 is bumped, 214 is bumped, 215 is bumped, and 228 is bumped. Okay? So the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the first 5, and then 228 is bumped. And I'm hearing that 230 is also bumped. Okay. There we go. All right, so 228 and 230 are also bumped on page 10. Anything else? Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
Is this just the consent agenda and not also the bills on first reading?
Yes. This is just the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to go through the bills that are, the resolutions that are on the consent agenda. Resolution RS 2020-216 by Mendes, Stiles, and Welsh, a resolution appropriating the amount of $16,689,200 from the General Fund Reserve Fund for the purchase of equipment and building repairs for various departments of the Metropolitan Government. RS 2020-217 by Mendes, Hurton, and Welsh. Resolution approving the employment contract for the chief, well, we've already done that one, I'm sorry, so we've already passed that one, 217. Resolution RS 2020-218 by Mendes and Welsh. Resolution approving Amendment 1 to a grant from the State of Tennessee Department of Children's Services to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Davidson County Juvenile Court to provide state supplemental juvenile court improvement funds to employ a youth services officer. RS 2020-219, Mendes, Murphy, and Welsh. Resolution approving an option agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Wallace Mitchell, authorizing the purchase of certain property owned by Wallace Mitchell, 2020-220 by Councilmember Mendes and Welsh. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the property damage claim of the Metropolitan Government against Vertical Solutions in the amount of $100,000, and that the Metropolitan Department of Law be permitted to accept this amount as a complete resolution of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County's claim. Resolution RS 2020-221 by Mendes, Roberts, and others. Resolution approving Amendment 1 to a contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and Kronos, Inc. to provide time and attendance and advanced scheduling software, hosting, equipment, and technical support. RS 2020-222 by Councilmember Mendes. A resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claims of Samina Sibtain and Havis Sibtain against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $37,000. Said amount to be paid out of the self-insurance liability fund. Resolution RS 2020-223 by Mendes, Bully, and Hancock. A resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law compromise and settle the personal injury claim of Heather Scherer against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davis County in the amount of $15,000. Said amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. Resolution RS 2020-224 by Mendes, Pulley, and Hancock, a resolution accepting a Homeland Security grant from the state of Tennessee by TEMA to the Metropolitan Government through the Office of Emergency Management to support the implementation of state Homeland Security strategies to prevent, respond to, and recover from acts of terrorism. RS 2020-225 by Rosenberg and Syracuse, a resolution setting the date and time for the 2020 State of the Metropolitan Government Address. Resolution RS 2020-226 by Rosenberg, a resolution approving the election of certain notary public for Davidson County. Resolution RS 2020-227 by Van Reese, Bircher, and others. Resolution honoring Thomas Seeley for his 39 years of service to the office of the Davidson County Register of Deeds. Resolution RS 2020-229 by Suera Withers and others. A resolution recognizing 10 years of the Nashville After Zone Alliance. Resolution RS 2020-231 by Glover. Resolution recognizing March 28, 2020 as Box 55 Day in Nashville. Resolution RS 2020-232 by Porterfield, Withers, and others. A resolution recognizing March 2nd, 2020 as Read Across America Day in Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County. Did I miss anything? Anything need to be bumped? Okay, we're going to take committee reports. First of all, Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized. Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance approved RS 2020-216, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, and 224, all 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning. You've got 219.
219, 12 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Roberts, Personnel. You've got 221.
Thank you. Personnel voted 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Education, Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you so very much. The Education Committee voted 6 in favor and 0 against.
All right, thank you. Public Safety, Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Public Safety recommended approval of RS 2020-224, 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and Councilmember Rosenberg, Rules.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 6 in favor, none against on 225, 226, 5-0 on 227, and 6-0 on 230. And I move approval of the consent agenda.
We got
220.
231, 232.
At 11:20.
I've got 229, 231, and 232 also.
Those should have all been on there.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. 229 was 5-0. 231 was 5-0. 232 was 5-0.
All right. So have a motion on all those.
Right.
All right. So I got a motion to approve all those resolutions on consent, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Okay, so now we're going to go back. All right. So if you look on page 8 of your calendar, the first 5, I think.
Actually, no, 202 is different. We need to take that one separate.
Okay.
And then
All right.
With 212, you can.
Okay, so Resolution RS 2020-202 by Council Members Mendez, Murphy, and others. Resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement by and between the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Metropolitan Government through the Department of Public Works for signal maintenance for I-440 traffic operational deployment of Bluetooth Spectra power over Ethernet data collection devices. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Committee reports, Budget and Finance recommended a 2-meeting deferral, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Defer 2 meetings, 12 in favor, 0 against.
Public Works, who's got that one? Councilmember Henderson, there you are. Okay.
I apologize, Vice Mayor.
That's all right.
Public Works Committee recommended a deferral of 2 meetings, 8 in favor and 0 against.
All right, and Traffic and Parking, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. We voted for a 2-meeting deferral, 5 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Mendez.
I'm gonna move for a 2-meeting deferral with a very brief explanation.
Okay, so the motion is to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Back to you.
I guess it's not really an explanation. It's there were questions about this that got asked at Budget and Finance. If anybody's got questions about how the data will be stored, please make sure to get them to Director Cooper so we can address this on the merits next time.
Okay, so the motion again is to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, so I'm checking with Mr. Cooper. 212, 213, 214, and 215 are all going to be deferred to the same extent. All right, so let me just read them. RS 2020-212 by Mendez and Welsh, resolution reducing the authority of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to issue general obligation bonds pursuant to certain initial resolutions. Resolution RS 2020-213 by Mendez, Young, and Welsh, initial resolution determining to issue general obligation bonds to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in an aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $154 million. Resolution RS 2020-214 by Councilmember Mendez, initial resolution authorizing and providing for the issuance and sale of water and sewer revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount of of not to exceed $500 million. Resolution RS 2020-215 by Councilmember Mendez, resolution supplementing substitute resolution number RS 2010-1442 to authorize the execution, terms, issuance, sale, and payment of water and sewer revenue bonds in aggregate principal amount not to exceed $330 million. Councilmember Mendez, I'm going to go to you on all of them.
All right, each of those four had just one committee report. Budget and Finance recommended a deferral of each for one meeting, 8 in favor, 0 against. And with that, I would move to defer each one of those 212 to 215 for one meeting with a brief explanation.
All right, so the motion is to defer each of these one meeting, properly seconded. Back to you for discussion.
All right, all these are finance-related, having to do with general obligation bond authority and water bonds. For one of them, 213, the mayor's office suggested today that due to the tornado damage, they're going to amend the amount. This is, again, this is going to be one meeting. Anybody who's got amendments or questions in particular about 213, the capital spending plan, probably needs to get them into Director Cooper no later than next Wednesday at noon. Is the deadline. So make sure, I know we're all super busy working on the community, but it's important to get that done because we need to pass this before we get to the operating budget in April. So with that, renew the motion to defer these for one meeting.
Okay, so the motion is to defer all four. Again, properly seconded. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Do you want to take my amendment now?
So since it's being deferred, we can wait, if that's okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Mine really, Vice Mayor, is more of a housekeeping. So if we're doing this, will it require the overall document for the spending plan to come back and for, I mean, how will that be handled? That just procedural?
It'll be a substitute resolution.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. So we got a motion to defer one meeting on all those four resolutions. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Deferred one meeting. We're now on Resolution RS 2020-228 by Councilmember Hurt, Syracuse, and others. A resolution recognizing the 100th anniversary of Old Negro League Baseball. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move an amendment on Resolution RS 2020-228.
All right, let's get a committee report first for Councilmember
Oh, I'm sorry,
Rosenberg.
committee report.
All right. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized. 2020-228.
Mr. President, rules approved the resolution as amended, 5 in favor, none against.
All right, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Hurt, I think you have an amendment.
Yes, I do.
And is a late amendment?
Late amendment, so without objection.
Okay, so
Yes.
Unless there's an objection to a late filed amendment on a resolution, seeing none, you're on your amendment.
Yes, I'd just like to make a notation that we needed to replace the statement that where it said that it is the world's only museum dedicated. It is actually one of 2 museums, and that's the amendment.
Okay, so you've heard the explanation of the amendment. Proper motion on the amendment, proper second. Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. You jumped the gun. All right, so the amendment passes. You're on your resolution as amended.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval with a brief discussion.
Okay, I got a proper second. Back to you for
Thank you.
explanation of your resolution.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank former Councilmember Ronnie Greer for recognizing this 100th anniversary of the Old Negro League Baseball. Wanted to indicate that it began in 1800s with some gentlemen who started on a military team, particularly Moses Fleetwood Walker and Bud Fowler. And there were several Nashvillians who were players, managers, or owners. And I want to specifically name Mr. Henry Kimbrough, who was a center fielder, and he played for 16 years in the league, which was a huge thing. And I wanted just to celebrate this historic organization that inspired the nation to embrace diversity and inclusion. And with that, I ask for approval.
All right, thank you. Good resolution. So I got a motion on the resolution as amended, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Resolution RS 2020-230 by Councilmember Vercher. Resolution recognizing the 60th anniversary of the Nashville Sit-ins. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With the committee report already stated, I would like to move for approval with a brief comment yielded to Councilwoman at Large Sharon Hurt, President of the Minority Caucus.
All right, so did you make a motion to approve?
I did.
Okay, so motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Councilmember Vercher for presenting such a wonderful resolution recognizing the Nashville Sit-ins. This is very dear to me because I think that Nashville has always been postured to be a model city for others to follow. The sit-ins here were very special simply because they did not have much of violence and riots and antagonistic activity. It was a group of individuals who came together and sat down and had quiet protest of the right to be able to sit at restaurants. And I think that the city embraced that in a way that they had to recognize, because these were college students and the education community that is here in Nashville, I think helped form that. So the inclusion and equity that we speak of today, I think started back in the 60s when we had those sit-ins. And of course, we have to recognize Reverend James Lawson and all of those who worked towards this, and Matthew Walker, John Lewis, Diane Nash, and many others who were very, very key in the Nashville sit-ins. And I appreciate the council recognizing and celebrating this historic moment in Nashville's history.
All right. We're doing some paperwork up here, but a good explanation. Okay, so I think we're good. All right, we're good on that. So Councilmember Vercher had moved approval, properly seconded by Councilmember Hurt. Any other discussion on Resolution RS 2020-230? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you. All right, so we have two late filed resolutions, one by Councilmember Syracuse and one by Councilmembers Hall and Stiles. We're going to go to Syracuse first. I think is this right?
Yes.
Okay. So Councilmember Syracuse, this is a resolution amending BL 2018-1267 to remove Section 4, which conditioned the abandonment of the right-of-way on the construction, dedication, acceptance of the new Hammerhead turnaround. All right, so it is late filed, so I'm going to go to you, Councilmember Syracuse. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please, I believe.
All right, so it would have gone to Angie, Councilmember Henderson for Public Works. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Public Works Committee recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, and also probably Councilmember Rosenberg for Rules.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 6 in favor, none against.
Okay, back to you, Councilmember Syracuse. It was late filed, right?
Yes, sir.
Do we have to suspend the rules?
Yeah, I move to suspend the rules, please.
Okay, so I got a motion to suspend the rules. Any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, you're on your resolution.
Thank you. I'll move approval with a brief explanation.
All right, so I got a motion to approve the resolution, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, sir. This is the first time I've ever had to do this. So this is an important development in my district, and this was just the abandonment of a right-of-way. And the language in the original bill called for the abandonment to be at the end of the project, and the lender really wanted it to be before in order to be able to secure the loan. And the timing issue here is that the loan is about to expire. So in order to get this project moving, I appreciate the consideration. I renew my motion. Thank you.
All right, so I got a motion to approve the resolution, again, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. One other late file resolution. This is a resolution by Councilmembers Hall and Stiles. It is a resolution condemning predatory practices in the wake of the devastating tornado that impacted many residents and businesses on March 3rd, 2020. 2020. Councilmember Hall, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So many of you know throughout this process, one of the things that we always look at is people taking advantage of other people. And so if you've spent any time out in the affected areas in the last few days, one of the things that we saw in North Nashville was literally people passing out cards and going up and going door to door to folks and saying, hey, let me help you collect your insurance, or if you don't have insurance, let us put some money in your pocket until you decide what you want to do, if you want to come back or not. That kind of stuff is beyond reprehensible. Literally, people are out putting up signs in the midst of debris that says, we buy houses for cash. So to that point, we thought it'd be prudent for us to at least voice some displeasure with that type of behavior. If it was legal to do an ordinance where we could create a fine system, I'd love to be able to do that, but this is something that I believe is absolutely necessary in this moment to send that message that that is completely unacceptable and we won't tolerate that as a city or as a body.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hall. So I need a committee report. I think it went to Rules. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 6 in favor, none against.
All right. And Councilmember Hall, because it was late filed, I'm going to need for you to move to suspend the rules.
I apologize, Vice Mayor. I would like to suspend the rules so that we can hear this late file resolution.
All right. Any objection to suspension of the rules? All right. Seeing none, I just need a motion to approve your resolution.
Motion to approve, please.
Okay. Properly seconded. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
I just want to stand up and thank Councilmember Hall for putting this resolution in. I saw several tweets over the weekend or over the week about this, and it really made me angry that this is going on, that there are people trying to take advantage of our neighbors in the north and other sections of town that are possibly lost everything. And so, again, applaud Councilmember Hall for putting this resolution. I just stand in support.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you so very much, Vice Mayor. I would also like to stand and thank Councilmember Hall for his leadership on bringing this before us. I did have a question for the sponsor. You mentioned a fine. Are we able, or maybe this is a question for Mr. Cooper, are we able to implement any type of fine for developers that are caught doing this predatory practice?
So for most of the activity that's been discussed, that's actually regulated by state law, and there is an express preemption in the state law for local governments increasing the amounts of fines. We could only fine $50 anyway to begin with under the Constitution, to the extent we could even regulate the activity. So the short answer is no.
Is there any power that we have against the developers that are preying upon our community outside of saying shame on you?
Unfortunately, not that we could think of in the day that we had to consider it today. Hannah and I both did some research looking at state law, seeing if there was some way that we could regulate people, but I mean, we're not allowed to regulate contractors, and those are the ones, contractors and developers and real estate professionals. Now, if you're a real estate agent, then you're already covered by state law that, you know, there are certain ethics provisions that you can lose your license for doing stuff like that. But if you're just a guy or a girl going up offering cash for houses, there's not much we can do.
Okay. Well, I will stand in support with Councilmember Hall. I do think that this practice is deplorable. Such as Councilmember Bradford has already stated, we saw several instances on social media of people saying that they were being approached by developers in the midst of this tragedy. So I will stand in support with Councilmember Hall, and I look forward to possibly working with you, Mr. Cooper, to see if we could find some additional things that we could do to help support the community and protect them from this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So thank you to the sponsors for bringing this up and for everybody with their support. What I'm going to do right now, and I know that nobody is awake to hear this, but I would really challenge some developers who like doing the right thing, some contractors who like doing the right thing, whichever camera you are there, please put this resolution, these words, on big billboards all over every neighborhood that's been torn up, because we need you to stand with us and make sure that these neighborhoods are not exploited the way that the resolution acknowledges. Thank you.
All right, thank you, council member. We're back on the resolution. Nobody else in the queue. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. That takes care of resolutions. We're now on bills on introduction and first reading. There are a couple of bills that will need to be pulled off separately. BL 2020-197 by Councilmember Vercher. BL 2020-210 by Councilmember Taylor. BL 2020-221 by Councilmember Lee. And we also have one late filed bill as well. Anything else needs to be pulled off? Bills on introduction and first reading. Councilmember Hancock has pulled 216 and 220 off of first reading. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
And also pulling off Bill 2020-197.
Okay, we had already pulled that.
Okay, I didn't hear.
Anybody else? Anybody else needs to have something pulled off of first? So with those being considered separately, if there's no objection, we'll consider all other ordinances on first reading in one vote at this time. Can I have a motion? Got a motion properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt those bills on introduction and first reading. All right, so we're on BL 2020-197 by Councilmember Vercher. Ordinance declaring a 120-day moratorium upon the issuance of building and grading permits for multifamily developments on property within Metropolitan Council Districts 28, 29, and 32 of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I know it's been a long evening. We're still working on this. I move for a one-meeting deferral.
Okay, so the motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Bill is deferred one meeting. BL 2020-210 by Councilmember Taylor. Somebody got this one?
I think Ms. Roberts is going to take it.
Councilmember Roberts. Councilmember Roberts. We're on BL 2020-210 by Councilmember Taylor and Roberts. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RM40, IR, and R6 to SV zoning for properties located at 2518, 2500, 2404 West Hyman Street, and Hyman Street unnumbered, located along the north side of Grace Street, 11.68 acres, to permit a maximum of 288 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move the amendment, please.
All right, so there is an amendment on this. Motion is to approve the amendment, properly seconded. Mr. Cooper, can you describe what the amendment is?
I'm looking for it.
Looking
I
for
can.
it. Oh, Councilmember Roberts.
So the councilman worked really hard on this, and what the community had said was there wasn't a road that could support this. So what he did was, this is on Hyman Street, the back part of this development. He worked with MDHA, TSU, and the developer to create this road, and they are going to fund the whole thing. So in essence, he's kind of works the problem and gotten the developers to pay for it.
And that's the explanation of the
That's all I've
amendment.
got.
That's all you got?
That's all I've got.
Found it.
And Mr. Cooper just found it, and I think he agreed with your explanation.
His might be a little more scientific.
At this point, at 11:45, you could have probably
Sure.
said anything, and we would
Sure.
have agreed with what you said.
I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the amendment, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. There is no opposition. Amendment is passed. You're on BL 2020-210 as amended on first reading.
And now I'd like to move for
And
approval,
so now the
please.
motion is to approve on first reading, 2020-210 as amended. Properly moved, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Roberts. We're on BL 2020-216 by Councilmember Hancock. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 7.5 to RM6 zoning for a portion of properties at Anderson Lane unnumbered approximately 475 feet west of Pierce Road, 1.34 acres. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
I'd like to move for indefinite deferral with a statement.
All right, so the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Hancock.
So this particular developer never had a community meeting. I did mention it at 3 of my community meetings, with the only information I had being what's written right here, that it's a rezoning from RS 7.5 to RM6 of half of each of the 2 properties, which seemed a bit strange to the community, and especially in an area where it's all single-family homes on both sides of the street and 2 blocks from Amqui Elementary School. They would like it to stay single-family. They haven't seen a design. They haven't seen any plans. They haven't seen price points or materials. And if this developer wants to move forward, I think he needs to have some community meetings. So for now, we'd like to indefinitely defer.
Okay, so the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Bill is deferred indefinitely. BL 2020-220 by Councilmember Hancock. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from OG and RS10 to SP zoning for property located at 1029 Neely's Bend Road, a portion of property located at Hospital Road unnumbered at the southeast corner of Hospital Road. In Neely's Bend Road, it's 8.60 acres. Permit 43 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
I'd like to move to indefinitely defer with a statement.
Okay, so the motion is to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Back to you.
So this particular developer has worked very closely with me in the community and has had 2 community meetings. Started out with a density that was 5.5 times what's currently on the other side of this property, and is down to 4.5 times. And the neighbors really want to get it to, or I think it's down to 3.5 times, and the neighbors want to get it down to 2.5 times what they currently have, or what would be the RS10 zoning if the entire property were zoned RS10. There's also a question of if this is a cedar glade similar to the cedar glades at Cedars of Lebanon State Park, and all cedar glades are attached to a wetland. And we have asked permission to let a person from the Army Corps of Engineers access the property, and they're working on that. And so we'd like to have that tested to see if it is a wetlands that would need to be protected, or if it is not, and that's something we don't need to worry about. So we'd like to indefinitely defer until we get those 2 things done, lower the density and test for the wetlands.
Okay, so the motion is to defer indefinitely. It was properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. The bill is deferred indefinitely. BL 2020-221 by Councilmember Lee. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 12558 Old Hickory Boulevard, approximately 1,300 feet south of Murfreesboro Pike. Within the Murfreesboro Pike Urban Design Overlay District, it's 1.0 acres. Permit up to 2 residential units, office, retail, warehouse, and building contractor supply. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, I would like to, let's see, all of that is in. And so I am asking to, and I'm sorry, I'm taking this up. I was in another place.
That's okay. I think you need to approve and re-refer back to the Planning Commission.
I do, with a short explanation.
Okay, so that's the motion, is to approve on first reading and re-refer back to the Planning Commission. Properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Lee.
We haven't had the public meetings on this, so that is one thing that we need to do before we have this to go forward. So I would like to move to defer, please.
Okay.
You want to defer? Okay. Mr. Cooper?
So the Planning Commission heard this 2 years ago, and their recommendations are only good for 2 years, so it needs to be re-referred back to the Planning Commission. So if you're going to defer, I would recommend deferring it and re-referring.
And doing both of those, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, so we're going to defer this bill. How long do you want to defer it?
2 meetings, please.
2 meetings with a re-referral back to the Planning Commission.
Yes.
That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Glover.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just very quickly, so Mr. Cooper, is 2 meetings enough time in order for it to be re-referred back to planning and then follow the procedure that they need to?
I would defer to them. It should be. They may be able to, since they've already considered it once.
You recognized?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the bill to defer 2 meetings, and then with a re-referral back to the Planning Commission. Again, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. We have one late filed bill. It's by Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules to get this one considered tonight.
All right, so let me read you the caption. It's an ordinance authorizing CVA Inc. to install, construct, and maintain underground encroachments in the right-of-way located at 1100 Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard. All right, Councilmember O'Connell, because it's a late filed bill, I assume it went, did it go to rules?
It did. I wasn't sure if I needed to suspend the rules before we got the committee report.
We'll get rules first.
We'll get rules first since they actually look at stuff like that. Okay,
Very good.
Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted in favor 6-0.
All right, back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules to have this item considered on first reading, please.
All right, anybody object to suspension of the rules to get this before us tonight?
I'll do a brief explanation.
And he wants to explain it to you. Okay, Councilmember O'Connell.
All right, thank you. This one, you'll see the next set of bills we're going to consider are all also on first reading in the same package. This one was basically just an administrative oversight on why it was not in the package. So it will fall in right with the rest of these CVA encroachments, and I would encourage approval.
All right, so we have a motion to approve on first reading. Yes. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. We are now on bills on second reading on page 16 of the agenda. BL 2020-149 by Councilmembers Toombs, Taylor, and others. Ordinance amending Title 11 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to require a landlord to provide notice prior to an increase in rent. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Affordable housing, Councilmember Allen.
Affordable housing approved, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
All right, I'd like to move the amendment.
Okay, you have, the motion is to amend 2020-149, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
So the amendment is the result of some conversations with some different organizations representing landlords. And so it adds some clarification to the bill that it doesn't apply to rental agreements that have at least a 60-day notice period. This is for rental increases. And there's been a lot of instances where folks have, their rent has been doubled or there's been some significant increase with very short notice. So this 90-day period gives them a chance to basically get themselves together and decide what they need to do in response to the rental increase. And this amendment says that it doesn't apply to rental agreements that already have at least a 60-day notice, that it doesn't impact any other part of the rental agreement. So if someone is behind on their rent or not paying rent, it doesn't impact that. You still, as a landlord, have your rights in regard to that. This is just saying that you have to give notice, written notice.
All right, so you've heard an explanation of the amendment. It's properly seconded. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. I understand the purpose and the intent of this legislation, and I can appreciate the good intention of it. My concern is that I actually was speaking because of some damage to some family rental property, speaking to our management company about it. And my concern is that when you have a lot of standard language in contracts, and when you have management companies that manage properties in multiple counties and things like that, I'm worried that we're straying into a little bit of landlord-tenant law that could be problematic, not just for management companies that manage properties in multiple counties, but also for some of our mom and pop rental owners who might not be aware of this legislation and could get sued, could get into have some civil court legal fees and things like that. I know it's late, so I'm not making a whole lot of sense tonight. But my concern is that you know, when we're requiring one thing on the landlord, we're not necessarily requiring some type of mirrored language for the tenant to necessarily give they have to give more notice of if they're going to vacate or, something like that. If we're doing one, maybe we need to do the other. And so I just have concerns on this, and I'm not fully comfortable with the resolution or with the amendment or the ordinance at this time. And I just hope that something else could be worked out where the landlord and the tenant could have a little bit more clarity. And then also for multi-county legal agreements, we're not treading into something that we're going to get preempted on.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to make even less sense than Councilmember Murphy, and that's no easy feat. So I'm just trying to think this through, and it could be that my brain is fried. But if I get inside that 90-day window, I guess I'm wondering if the landlord wants to increase rent and they're not allowed to because they're inside 90 days, are they then incentivized to kick out that tenant and bring in a new tenant that they can charge higher rent? I'd appreciate the sponsor or whoever if that's a valid concern or not. Thank you.
Mr. Cooper?
Well, they couldn't, if they terminated the lease, it would have to be in accordance with the termination provisions in the lease. So they couldn't just cancel it to get around that. But they could theoretically, they could always not renew a lease, which would have that effect.
That was what I was trying to ask about, whether they could whether it becomes, we're incentivizing them to not renew and bring in a tenant, they could charge a higher. Okay, thank you.
All right. Councilmember Young?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Cooper, how would this be enforced? I guess that's what I'm failing to understand.
Mr. Cooper?
I think it would have to be complaint-based like other codes-related violations are. And so if someone didn't, now keep in mind the remedies that we have at a local level are very limited and what we can do to fine someone. But it would most likely be complaint-driven.
Right, and I guess I'm failing to understand how this would even mean anything to landlords from the standpoint, if I'm a landlord and I don't change my lease and I'm going to continue operating under what is required by state law, the most that can happen to me is that the tenant happens to know some vague metro code about the notice required, and they go to the hub and file a request for service, and then codes comes out and tries to cite me to environmental court, and it just, I guess I'm not following how this is going to be very enforceable or useful, let alone us stepping into something that really is the state's jurisdiction when it comes to contract law.
So the best case scenario, I guess, for Metro would be if someone didn't give notice like they were supposed to. They're taken to environmental court, general sessions. The general sessions judge or referee fines them and imposes an injunction saying, don't do this again. They then do it again and could potentially be held in contempt. That's kind of the only stick that Metro could have.
Right. Thank you. I think for me, I'm going to have a hard time voting to support something that I don't know that it really is going to, one, be very useful, and two, I'm really think we're stepping outside of our lane in this case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Johnston.
I certainly appreciate the intent to protect renters from exorbitant or any type of increase with a very short notice. When I first read it, I thought, wow, this sounds like something that the state would preempt us on. And so when I looked through what the state does regulate, it was amazing to me that there is no state law that regulates any sort of notice for a rental increase. So when I thought about that, I was like, well, I wonder why. There's got to be a reason why that the state doesn't require that. And I think that it probably has to do with all of the reasons that people have brought up, which is it enforceable? There's just a lot of things. So I guess I'm wondering all of these same things. I just want to point out that if the state is not regulating it, why would Davidson County try to? And how would we, to his point?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have a question for the sponsor as far as how would this bill help consumers? I mean, do you have any examples of how individuals or renters have been affected by short notice, high rents on their rental agreements, and how this might impact? What is the impact on this particular ordinance for people?
So the impact is I have had several conversations with different individuals who were given 30 days or less notice with double rent increases or several $100 rent increases that they couldn't afford. They didn't have time to even adjust their budgets or to take on, to find extra resources to pay the rent. They had to change their kids' schools. They didn't have, had to find housing on very short notice because they couldn't afford the increase. And so this would at least give them some time to make arrangements, whether they're going to stay or make arrangements to move somewhere else, to move their kids to a different school, whatever arrangements they need to make in their lives to adjust to the news of their rent going up. It doesn't prevent a landlord from raising the rent. It doesn't impact any other aspect of the rental agreement, but it does put some type of protection in place for the renters. And this language was put together in conjunction with professional associations representing landlords.
And are these rent increases placed before the end of a rental agreement, or do they coincide with the end of the rental agreement? I mean, are they trying to raise the rent 6 months into a rental agreement, and is that even legal?
So there's no notice requirement under state law, but from what was been told to me, is that most of your chain or big corporate landlords already have at least a 60-day notice requirement in their leases. It's your smaller landlords, your mom and pops, that are not giving that much notice to tenants.
Any other questions? Okay. Councilmember Johnston, I'm coming back to you. I think you have a note of personal privilege you want to say.
It's officially Councilmember Henderson's birthday, so I just wanted everyone to tell her happy birthday. And yesterday, actually 2 days ago now, it was Ms. Hancock's.
Okay. If we're not careful, Councilmember Henderson may have a second birthday while we're in here. Okay. Okay. Councilmember Bradford. Oh, there it went. Second birthday. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you. One reason I signed on to support this bill was because I see how it will benefit the tenants. As we've seen areas of our city gentrify and increase in popularity, and as we're probably going to see in the areas affected by this recent storm, you see landlords taking advantage of that attention to those neighborhoods and increasing these rents, trying to get the current tenants to move out so that they can then either flip the properties or get those higher rents. So I'm standing in support of this bill, but I also want to acknowledge that some of the questions other council members have brought up are legitimate, and they are do think they are valid. But I just want to say I support this, and I'm happy that I've signed on to it.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Briefly, I want to address a little bit of the questions, I think very good questions that have come up about this bill regarding kind of our treatment versus maybe some other jurisdictions. So the Landlord-Tenant Act, the state Landlord-Tenant Act, only applies to municipalities or jurisdictions of a certain size. So we are one of the few, actually, that has Landlord-Tenant Act that addresses some of these issues. Some of our more rural areas, they have no chance at things like this because it doesn't apply. The act was gutted about 10 years ago. So to be able to do something like this, I think it is unique. And it probably hasn't been addressed before because we've never seen this kind of growth and displacement in our municipalities before. In a personal example, I talked with a resident who had lived in her apartment for more than 20 years right off of 8th. She had actually been in Fate Thomas's office for a while. And she got multiple rent increases. And what's occurring a lot is that if a landlord intends to increase the rent multiple times, they will tell the tenant they do not have a year offer on their lease, they'll have a 6-month offer on the lease, and then they'll get raised again after that 6 months. So it's a de facto increase one right after the other at the end of those shorter terms. So after 20-something years in this apartment, she got hit 3 times in 2 years with rent increases, and thank God that we were about to open 12th and Wedgwood, and she was able to move into one of those affordable apartments in her same community because her case is not it's not the usual case. It was an exception. So I really applaud Councilmember Timms for bringing this forward. And quite frankly, we're in a spot that just because of the size that we are, the size city we are, we're able to do some things in the Landlord-Tenant Act that other communities aren't. So I'd ask colleagues to support this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just to, again, reiterate the importance of this, I have been on an email list for the Rapid Rehousing Response Team, and you will see, not only a single tenant, but in some cases, a whole apartment complex, all of a sudden the rent has been raised so quickly. And it just takes time to find new housing for that many people. So having an extended notice period would provide that time to find the next place that they have to go to when that rent happens. So I appreciate Councilmember Timms making this. And if we've got some legal things to work out, she's a fine lawyer. I'm sure she's willing to have that discussion.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mendez.
I guess I'm going to echo what Councilmember Allen just said. This is good policy. There's no getting around that. All it does is add notice, for goodness sakes. And with how hard housing is to find in Nashville, it is good policy. And on the preemption front, we've been preempted on things where it's really complicated regulatory schemes where the city's got a lot invested in it, and it's very disruptive for us to get preempted. On this, frankly, if we got preempted, who cares? We're right back to where we are now. It's a little itty-bitty thing asking for notice. There's no disruption to the city government. It doesn't cost us money. We don't have wasted energy. This is good policy. It's a simple notice provision, and it's not going to be disruptive to us if we happen to get preempted on it. So I'm in favor of it.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I also stand in support of the efforts of Councilwoman Toombs and Councilmember Mendez. Actually said a few things that I was thinking, so I won't repeat those points, but I just stand and ask that we support and pass this legislation. I think that some of the most important work that we do as council members is protecting our constituents and protecting communities. And I think that this is something that will protect our constituents, it will protect communities. It will offer people enough time to look for additional housing if they can no longer afford where they are. So I stand in support and ask that you support as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Swope.
Call the question.
Previous question is called for. All right. So we're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We're on BL 2020-149 as amended on second reading. That's what we're still on the amendment?
I don't think we've ever actually passed the amendment.
Okay, so we didn't pass the amendment yet. All right. Great. All right. My fault. So we are on the amendment, which was properly seconded. So we're not voting on the bill as amended. We're just voting on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, amendment passes. We're on BL 2020-149 as amended. The motion would be to approve on second reading as amended, properly seconded. I've got people still in the queue. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
To Mr. Cooper, since I have a rental property, should I be abstaining from this? I suspect.
No, just comply with the law if it passes.
Oh.
Councilmember Murphy?
I already got that legal opinion, so. Again, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but I do feel like that, but I will. I do feel that, there is a situation where, you go up on, a landlord goes up on the rent, 10%, 20%, 30%. What incentivizes, or what is the situation where the tenant just goes, fine, I'm out now? This is a double-edged sword here, and while right now we are in a housing crisis, we need more affordable housing. I am not denying that. I want to do whatever we can for affordable housing, but my concern is that whenever we do zone changes, whenever we put laws in place like this, they are long-term effects, right? We might be in a situation at some point where we have a whole lot of, how many apartments do we have coming into this county and things like that? At some point, we won't be having 80-something people moving here a day. And so I'm concerned about some unintended consequences with this, and I think that it needs more work before we move it forward. So those are my thoughts, and I'll let the horse go.
All right, I'm going to go to Councilmember Toombs. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And my legal brain could be tired right now, but as the amendment reads, this notice requirement has no impact on any other part of the rental agreement. You can't just leave your apartment if there's a certain amount of notice required in your rental agreement, or you're breaking your lease. So this does not impact any other part of the rental agreement. It stands alone.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. A lot of what I wanted to say was covered by Councilmember Sledge and Mendez and Allen's comments as well. But I just wanted to point out that a lot of counties do have some sort of additional protections outside of the Uniform Landlord-Tenant Act. For instance, in Davidson County, you can pay rent on the 5th of the month, and that is not considered a violating the terms of your lease. That is not the case through a lot of Tennessee. So, I think this is a very modest sort of tenant-friendly piece of legislation. I think it's also in line with industry best practice, and I think it's completely reasonable, and I think we should support it.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rosenberg?
Previous question.
All right, so he has called a previous question now on the bill as amended. Previous question, all those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are now voting on BL 2020-149 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, bill passes on second reading as amended. BL 2020-184 by Councilmember Sledge, Nash, and others. Ordinance amending Chapter 4.12 of the Metropolitan Code to require contracts procured through an invitation to bid process to become effective no later than 30 days after the award is made. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Committee report.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Mendez.
At the request of the sponsor, the committee recommended a 2-meeting deferral, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilmember Sledge, back to you.
Move to defer 2 meetings.
Okay, so the motion is to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Councilmember Rosenberg? You're still listed on here. Okay. I just wanted to hear you talk some more. Thank you. All right. Oh, somebody doesn't. All right. So the motion is to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt deferred 2 meetings. BL 2020-185 by Councilmember Mendez, Hager, and others. Ordinance amending Title V of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to providing funding for public art projects and providing for public art guidelines. Councilmember Mendez.
Committee reports, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, and I've got Parks All right, Councilmember Hancock has that one.
Thank
Okay.
you. Parks, Library, and Arts recommends approval, 6 in favor and 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
Move approval.
Okay, motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2020-186 by Mendez, Swope, and Welsh, an ordinance amending Section 5.12.140B of the Metropolitan Code to extend the expiration date for the assessment, collection, administration of the additional hotel occupancy privilege tax of 50 cents. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Committee reports, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Convention Tourism, Councilmember Swope.
Convention Tourism voted approval, 5-4-0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
Move approval.
Got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Bradford.
Just a quick question about this bill. If for some reason this council voted against this, what would happen with the tax money and everything?
We'd stop collecting the tax.
That answers your question? All right. Councilmember Mendez, motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2020-189 by Councilmember O'Connell and Allen. Ordinance naming certain facilities at the Howard Office Building in honor of Charlie Cardwell. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We got some great, I guess, let's get committee reports, please.
Okay, rules and confirmation, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules was 6 in favor, none against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval of brief comment.
Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
This was an excellent idea we got from our friends and the constitutional officers at the Howard Office Building. The county clerk, trustee, and assessor approached me about a couple of things in this, and so I thought this was a very appropriate way to honor our long-serving trustee, Charlie Cardwell. So we will have this done and get the causeway over there, as well as an office conference room within the building named in his honor, and recommend everyone support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. This and a few others that came through Rules Committee, we had requested that would be passed around to get signed, and either it didn't cross my desk or I didn't make it. So if everybody voting in the affirmative could be listed as a co-sponsor, that would be greatly appreciated.
And I fully support that.
Okay, any objection to that? No objection, okay. It really is late. All right, so we are on BL 2020-189 by Councilmember O'Connell and Allen. This is on second reading. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The bill passes on second reading. BL 2020-190 by Councilmember Rosenberg, Mendez, and Henderson. Ordinance granting the purchasing agent the authority to extend the terms of contract number 350322 for project design and construction phase services for the Davison Branch Pump Station and Equalization Facility pertaining to the Department of Water and Sewerage Services. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Mendez, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Public Works, Councilmember Henderson.
Public Works recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. If y'all aren't familiar with contract number 350322, you're really missing out. I move approval.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. I'm sure he'll be happy to explain contract number 350322. Anybody in the queue? No one's in the queue. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt on second reading. Bill 2020-191 by Councilmember Van Rees, Mendez, and others. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davison County acting by and through the Department of Water and Sewerage Services to provide public water service improvements for RT LLC proposed development, as well as other existing properties. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Mendez.
Committee recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
12 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Henderson, Public Works.
Recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
I just like to move approval with a brief comment.
All right, motion is to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
Yes, just for the record, just wanting to thank the folks at this development that's going to be called the Briar, behind the Shell Station, if you will, the Briar Townhomes. Single-family homes, rather, behind the Shell Station there at the entrance of Madison. These folks have worked really hard at making sure that the stormwater and sewage services in that area are actually enhanced for the rest of the neighborhood. This agreement allows them to work along with Metro Water to make that happen. So with that, I move approval.
Motion is to approve, properly seconded. We're on second reading. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Bill 2020-192 by Councilmember Henderson and Murphy. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new sanitary sewer main and sanitary sewer manholes for properties located at 1400, 1404, and 1408 Old Hickory Boulevard. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Committee reports, please.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
12 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Henderson, back to you.
10 in favor, 0 against.
And how about a motion to approve?
I move approval.
Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2020-193 by Councilmember Withers, Murphy, and others. Ordinance to amend the GIS system street and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government by abandoning a portion of Tillman Lane right-of-way and easement from Riverside Drive to the railroad right-of-way. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could I get committee reports, please?
You certainly can. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember
12 in
Murphy.
favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Henderson, Public Works.
I apologize, 193.
193.
We recommended a one-meeting deferral. We did not have a letter to approve, and given that it was abandoning right away and the councilman was not present, we just wanted, in an abundance of caution, to defer.
All right, Traffic and Parking, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. We voted for a one-meeting deferral, 5 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Withers.
Apologies to my colleagues for not showing up at either one of those meetings today because I was working on other things. So
That's all right.
We'll see y'all at the committee meetings next time. So.
All right. So the motion is to defer one meeting. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Motion is, the bill is deferred one meeting. We're now on bills on third reading. BL 2020-146 by Councilmember Lee. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from AR2A to RS10 zoning for properties located at 3631 Pinhook Road at southwest corner of Pinhook Road and Hobson Pike, 24.03 acres. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. May I have committee reports, please?
You certainly
12
can.
in favor, 0 against.
There it was. Councilmember Lee, back to you.
I would like to move approval, please.
All right. Motion is to approve on third reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt.
Thank you, sir.
BL 2020-153 is amended. Murphy, Welsh, and others. An ordinance establishing a new fee structure for sidewalk waivers. Councilmember Murphy, you recognize.
Move approval.
Motion is to approve as amended, properly seconded. We're on third reading. 2020-153 is amended. No one in the queue. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2020-162 is amended. Councilmember Allen, Hurt, and others. Ordinance amending Chapter 10.18 of the Metropolitan Code to prohibit vaping on hospital grounds and within public right-of-way in the vicinity of hospital entrances. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Move approval.
Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Oh, there is a no vote. I thought I heard something else. All right, so all right, so Madam Clerk, machine vote because of the rules. So we are voting on BL 2020-162 as amended by Allen, Hurt, and others. Madam Clerk, if you would, open up the machines. Everybody voted? All right. Madam Clerk, if you would, close machines, take the vote.
30 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstention.
All right. BL 2020-162 as amended passes on third reading. BL 2020-163 by Sledge, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon an existing public sanitary sewer main and easements and to accept new sanitary sewer main sanitary sewer manholes and easements for property located at 1131 4th Avenue South. Councilmember Sledge, how about those sewer mains?
Move approval.
Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2020-164 by Taylor, Murphy, and others. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes and easements, and to accept new sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes and easements for property located at 2300 Patterson Street. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Move approval.
Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
I just wanted to check, was that English? That when you read that, I just wanted to check, that's all.
Call the question.
I understood every word I said. If you want, I can go back over it really slowly. All right.
Call the question.
BL 2020-164. The motion is to approve, properly seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2020-165 by Taylor, Murphy, and others. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing water main and easements and to accept new water main and easements for properties located at 3186 and 3188 Parthenon Avenue. Councilmember Murphy, you recognize.
Move approval.
Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2020-166 by Councilmember O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing public utility and drainage easements for property located at 1018 Elm Hill Pike. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
Move approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2020-167 by Taylor, Murphy, and others. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public water and sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes and easements, and to accept new water and sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes, potential water main relocations and easements for 10 properties located on Patterson Street, State Street, and McMillan Street. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Move approval.
Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. BL 2020-168 by Councilmembers Evans, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to accept new public water main for property located at 7704 Rookwood Court. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you. I move approval.
Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. That completes our agenda. Take a motion to adjourn. Proper motion, proper second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. We are adjourned. You all be safe out there. Thank you.
And so the council has concluded about a 6-hour meeting tonight. The first hour of it was spent with the council hearing a presentation, asking questions of Mayor John Cooper and several city department heads explaining the gravity and the depth of the destruction in the city over the beginning on Tuesday morning when the tornadoes came through. The mayor did give some good news that President Trump has approved the paperwork necessary to declare this area a disaster area that will open up the doors for federal funds to be available, loans and that sort of thing. President Trump will be here in the state of Tennessee, may be here in the Nashville area tomorrow to view the damage. But again, good news that he has approved the paperwork necessary to go forward. Mayor did tell the council, asked them, and they agreed to defer any action tonight on the capital project program he had presented to them as being his first, about $154 million. In light of what's happened, the mayor wants to have a little bit more time to put in perhaps some more projects, given some of the city buildings and other facilities that were damaged for that. That may add more to it. It may reshuffle some other bond things involved in there that were also deferred tonight by the council. The council also on its own passed a late resolution condemning what they see, some council members are seeing as predatory lending practices going on in some of the areas where there has been great damage today. They're concerned that people being taken advantage of with that, and the council went on record opposing that idea. Getting back to the actual meeting itself, the council did consider a bill on public hearing tonight that had quite a bit of debate from both sides, both pro and con, that would basically change the city's home business rules, having a home business in your neighborhood. Some said it was not a good idea to make the changes, that the bill was too broad. Others thought it was trying to reform a don't ask, don't tell policy that was already putting people in violation of the law. It wound up at the end of the night to go ahead and have the public hearing tonight, but then defer it for a second public hearing where there may be some additional changes made into the bill, and we'll see what happens on that. We had that come up later in the night, too, on several bills that Councilman Hall was sponsoring out in the Joelton area. Again, this was a little bit of a problem with the Planning Commission in terms of the timing of all this, but the public hearings were held on this tonight. There was a group from Joelton quite opposed to what they were trying to do. There'll be public hearings held on this again after the Planning Commission gets around to going through their process and making recommendations on this. I've never seen that happen in the years the council's been here to have a second public hearing for this, but this won't require additional money to advertise it, but it is an unusual process in what normally goes on with rezoning. The council tonight also, as I mentioned before, did not take any action on the capital project that the mayor put in because he wanted to put more time to put in some additional projects after what happened with the flood. The council did approve on the consent calendar $17 million out of the city's 4% fund, which is always set aside out of all the city's revenues to pay for the purchase of equipment and building repairs. It's $17 million going to 15 different departments. Also approved on a somewhat auspicious night the hiring of a new Metro Health Director, Dr. Michael C. Caldwell, coming in at a time when the virus is perhaps in a nearby county, and also when you had the tornadoes coming through here. The health director is the only Metro department head who has to have their contract approved by the council. That came actually from the original charter. Dr. John Lentz, who was the health director at that time, wanted the council to approve that. It's been there ever since for over 50 years. Base salary for the director is $225,000. That is consistent with it's been for previous health directors' compensations, and Metro's had some turnover in that area over the last couple of years. Council also passed a resolution tonight setting the date for Mayor Cooper's first State of Metro address. It'll be March 31st in this chamber at 10:30 in the morning. It'll be as part of a specially called meeting of the council. The mayor will be presenting his first operating budget as a part of a speeded up process so the state can review the spending plan before it takes effect on July 1st. Council also passed on a voice vote a bill that would require 90 days notice, written notice to tenants before tenants' rents are increased. There was some amendments added in to make landlords more comfortable with that, although some council members were not happy about it, voted no, saying this is the council getting in areas it probably should not. The council also named a number of facilities out at the Howard School in honor of the late trustee Charlie Cardwell, who just passed away last year. Also, on third and final reading tonight, they approved a bill that would expand the ban on vaping, be the same as smoking outside the entrances of hospitals in town, and also added in a lot of the health facilities in town, almost all of them named in the bill, almost all of those within the city. The council has now completed its business for the night. We'll go back to meeting on Tuesday nights. The next meeting will be on March 17th, which is St. Patrick's Day. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage. Until then, good morning from the council chambers. Tonight's Metro Council meeting has been a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.